children. That really stood out for me are artificial intelligence, how we're going to work hand in hand with artificial intelligence. Personally, as a medical practitioner,
A youth is defined by the age of 15 to 35, but so many doesn't even qualify as a
Everyone is ready? Yes? Can you say that you are ready? Great. That's great. So, dear Kectil family, dear people, dear members, dear guests, welcome. Welcome to Armenia, because we have international people here as well. Welcome to Armenia, a place that may seem small or less known on the world map, but it is one of the warmest and most heartfelt corner of the world. I think you already got it, our international friends, so you have more 2 days to know and to recognize it yourself. Congratulations to each of you for being selected or nominated for the KECTIL conference. This moment is not just a recognition, it's really a beginning. I proved that. When I first joined KECTIL, I have never imagined that I could. I have never imagined that I could travel thousands of kilometers from home. That I could learn what is happening on the other side of the world. I could really never imagine that I could feel, see, and understand what true leadership looks like. And also, I didn't imagine that I could design global initiatives or solve problems for beyond my region. For example, regarding Tanzania, I have never thought that I will be a mentor for Tanzanian group. I really didn't think that I could think and create boldly, as long as the idea was authentic. And this list of I can could go on forever with KECTIL. And this one as well I prove. My name is Gohar. I hope you already know. If you don't know, just know. You can remember. I am the president and co-founder of the KECTILArmenia educational and cultural NGO. And also, I am a proud member of KECTIL Board International Program. We have Alexandra with us from our board here as well. You know, to be honest, I was the first Armenian joined to KECTIL program. But today, I'm thrilled to say that we have several Armenian KECTIL fellows in room with us. So you can clap, we can see who are our KECTIL colleagues, Armenian KECTIL colleagues. So we have a lot. And I'm very happy that KECTIL is in Armenia now, because it's about spreading truth, spreading authenticity, and the belief that we are capable more that we think that we can do. So once again, I welcome you all. I thank you for taking the step to be here, to dive into real conversations, to challenge ideas, to seek out solutions that matter. You are not here by coincidence, really. You were carefully selected, and this space is meant for you. And now, it's my absolute honor to pass the floor to someone whose presence in your life makes you believe in that you can, that you are the change. So please welcome Ms. Sherry Knowles.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Gohar. So we're making history today, right? This is amazing. First, I want to say hello to all of our YouTube watchers today. We have youth all over the world who are watching this Armenian conference. So you are now connected with the KECTIL Youth Network in over 100 countries. You can see the map here. We have youth in all of those countries. Many of them have been in touch with me and said they're going to be watching this Armenian conference. So you are now becoming famous. Now, you're not just becoming networked. We're going to be having conversations with you about Armenian issues, about world issues over the next 2 days. And you are now connected with the entire world with everything we're saying. This is a historic event. It's our first conference in West Asia. It's my first time being in West Asia. It's amazing. What a gorgeous country. I can't believe I've never been here before. Goharic has had me walking all over the place. Knowing Goharic, you will know that. We had 2 full days of sightseeing. She had me climbing all the way down into the prison and an area for St. Gregory. So I've been there. I climbed down there. It's an amazing experience, and I've seen some of the old apostolic churches. Armenia has the distinction of being one of the oldest countries in the world and one of the youngest countries in the world, all at the same time. You go back to about 5000 BC, but then you've become Armenia after the dissolution of the USSR in 1991, and so you're also one of the youngest countries, and you've sustained yourself all the way through. That is something that not many countries can say. So you are a hardy, tough group of people. You've stayed here in this beautiful land, and you've just held on to it, regardless of who's here, what's going on, and you've gone with it. We're also happy to be celebrating history today because this is the most global program that we've ever had. And we started in 2016. We had our first conferences in 2017 and our first KECTIL programs. We've never had a local program that had this many people from countries outside of where we're talking to. And so for the benefit of our YouTube audience today, I just want to name every single country that's here. And if you're part of that country, just please stand up, okay? So of course we have Armenia first. It starts with the A, and by the way, I'm going in alphabetical order. So we have Armenia. Okay, we have Egypt. Who's here from Egypt? Yay, we have Egypt. Okay, we have India. Stand up if you're from India. Yes, India. Iran. Who's here from Iran? Yes. Thank you, thank you. Iraq. Goodness, we have wonderful participants from Iraq here. All the way there, from Iraq. Okay, thank you. And we've been talking about all the wonderful things that are going on in Iraq now. Jordan. Where are the Jordan representatives from Jordan here today? We have Kazakhstan. There's Kazakhstan. Yay! Woo! Kazakhstan. Let's cheer it for that. Myanmar. We have representative from Myanmar. Yay! Okay. Palestine. Please. Yes. Representative of Palestine. It's great. Syria. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Wonderful. From Syria. Tunisia. Okay, we have the representative from Tunisia here. Ukraine. Our dear Alexandra. And Alexandra, by the way, is the head of our YouTube channel, and she's the one who helps organize all of this and makes YouTube channel possible. So we have a special thank you to her. UAE, we have someone here from UAE? Yes, yes, you're a representative from UAE, wonderful. And of course, I'm here from the USA, the last one. Okay, so welcome. I mean, we've never had a conference with this many countries. And so we're expecting great things from the conversation. What KECTIL really specializes in is authentic, honest conversation where people are talking about things that actually matter. And we talk about it with an open heart, open mind. We listen to everybody. We hear what everyone has to say. And we're good listeners. We're good talkers, but we're also good listeners. So we're going to be talking about a lot of things today. What I'm showing you right now is this map of KECTIL, which shows this year we have 4,000 participants from over 100 countries in the KECTIL program. We say it's a tidal wave. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay. Now, why do we have a KECTIL program? Why are we doing this? So I founded the KECTIL program in 2016. Our first program started in 2017. Why are we here? Okay. Why are we spending so much time, so much money to bring youth together all over the world? Okay. It's a big deal. It takes a lot of time. As I said, it takes a lot of money. It takes a lot of effort to have the KECTIL program. Why does it matter? Why are we doing it? And we're doing it for the purpose that we've got a huge demographic of youth who are going through, who are growing up from developing countries. If you look at this, you can see that, of course, Asia has the biggest population. This is youth age 15 to 24. And there are lots, there are over 600 million estimated to be in 2060. But you see this line going up. You also see the line, a huge line, coming up from Africa. There's an absolute demographic explosion of youth in Africa. Now, how are these youth going to be trained? How are they going to be networked? Okay? Are they going to have a place to live? Are they going to have a job? Are they going to be able to get educated? Are they going to have mentors? Are there enough mentors in these countries to actually teach and bring along all these youth? That there's an explosion all over the world. That's a very serious issue. We know that there are some good role models in developing countries, and there's some very bad role models in developing countries. We see a lot of corruption. We see inappropriate use of resources. We see sometimes assets like non-renewable assets like mining and things which are taken advantage of in the countries and other things. Well, you are the future. You are the future. You have the numbers, right? You are exploding all over the world. And so KECTIL is here to pull all of those youth together in this huge exploding demographic and make sure that you go through this and make the world a better place, okay? And have conversations. And the world is getting smaller and smaller, with the internet, with YouTube, with social media and everything. What are we going to do with that? What are we going to do with that? Are we going to do the right things? Are we going to be the right kind of people? Are we going to mentor others? Are we going to bring other youth along? It's really up to all of you what the future of the world is going to be. Because if you look at the demographics, you've got the numbers. You've got the numbers all over the world. It's not going to be in the developed countries. Look at this map. Developed countries are straight. Okay, they're just straight across. They're linear. They're not growing. Okay, you look in some of these developing countries, and it's off the map. Okay, how are we going to take care of all these youth and have good mentors, good education, good leadership, and have them say, no, I want a better tomorrow. I want authentic discussions. We want to work with our government. We want to have good laws, and we want a better place to live. And we want to be part of it. We want to be the youth leaders. So KECTIL is bringing together the youth leaders from countries all over the world, and every year it's exploding. So if we go to the next slide, please. Okay, this is our, basically our timeline. We started it in 2016. We have the youngest KECTIL colleague here coming over. Okay, how old is she? 4 years old. Okay, we have the youngest KECTIL colleague here at 4 years old. Okay, and she's sitting here next to her mom, who is our honored speaker today. So we started out in 2016. We had our first program in 2017. We only had 200 people in the first KECTIL program in 2017. Now, if you go all the way through the timeline, we accepted 4,000 youth into the program in 2025 from over 100 countries. This is how huge the KECTIL program is becoming. And it's becoming more and more important because as you see sometimes like less aid maybe coming in, you hear that this year from USAID, from other organizations. So some organizations are struggling. But the KECTIL organization is going to keep going. Okay, we're here. We're making a huge tidal wave. We're going to be all over. For the next 2 days, we're going to talk about a lot of things that matter, a lot of things that are important. We want you to not only just listen, we want you to participate and talk about the issues, because that's how we learn about you. That's how we talk about things, and we're really looking forward to this conversation. So welcome. Can't wait to get everything started. I'm going to send it back to Gohar. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Thank you for these important things. Actually, we have time to go deeply, and I'm sure it will be very, very interesting for you, because there are things that you should listen or hear or know for the first time during your life. So be attentive for the next parts as well. And now, this conference is filled with voices that inspire, and we are honored to have welcome very special guest, member of the Armenian National Assembly, a co-author of impactful reforms and legislative changes, Ms. Sona Ghazarian.
Thank you, Gohar. It's a true pleasure to welcome you here today. Seeing so many bright, ambitious young people from across the world gathered in one place fills me with the optimism, but not for only for the future of our nations, but the future of a global cooperation. Your presence here is a testament to the idea that borders may divide land, but they cannot divide our hopes, vision, and the desire for the meaningful change. You are not here just as a participant in a program, but as a partners in shaping the future, not only of our countries, but for the world. I have always made it a priority to stay connected to the young people, and I see many familiar faces, and I'm very happy for that. And I believe that young people are not just the future, they are a driving force already today. It is their vision, energy, and a courage that moves societies forward. In Armenia, we deeply believe in the role of the young people in shaping our democracy and our policies. Young youth engagement is not just a slogan for us, it's a principle we act upon. In Armenia, youth played a crucial role back in 2018 during the Velvet Revolution, standing at the fourth line of a change demanding justice, democracy, and dignity. Since then, we have made serious changes to formalize the youth participation in nation decision-making process. In Armenia now, we have a dedicated youth law, which we shaped with the direct input and participation of young people. We have also established at the Young Council to make it sure that youth voices are heard and presented at the highest level of decision-making processes in city governance. This is not only a legislative achievement, it reflects our national belief that no sustainable development can happen without active, empowered youth engagement. We view this not just as a favor to the youth, we see as a responsibility of the state, because development without youth is not a development at all. In today's world, young people are not waiting for permission, and I'm very happy for that. They are already doing it through innovation, civic engagement, and through bold ideas. And as we believe in youth engagement, we also believe in the power of peace. Now allow me to speak a bit about something that lies at the heart of Armenians' vision for the future: our unwavering commitment to the peace and stability in our region. Armenia is currently engaged in serious diplomatic efforts to sign a long-lasting and dignified peace agreement with our neighbor. This agreement aims to put an end to the decades of conflict and usher a new era of regional stability. The peace agreement will not only create opportunities for Armenia and our neighbor, it will ensure stability and development through the region. These efforts are really difficult, but they are necessary. Peace cannot be imposed. It must be to blockade roads, railways, energy routes, and communication lines, not just to move goods and people, but to foster relations, dialogue, and mutual understanding. We believe that geography should not divide, it should connect. And in Armenia, situated at the crossroads of civilization, has a potential to become a vital link between East and West, South and North. This vision is not only economic strategy, it's a fundamental human, because at the heart of a peace is the ability to see one another not as the enemies, but as the neighbors, not as rivals, but as partners. This is a spirit behind the crossroads of peace. And that is also why you are here. Your visit is more than a cultural and educational program. It's an opportunity for dialogue, a chance for you to engage with Armenia beyond the headlines, to listen, to share, to ask, and to contribute. I hope that the journey opens new perspectives, not only about Armenia, but about the possibilities that emerge when young minds come together across the borders. I hope it inspires you to think not only about national challenges, but also about the role you, all of you, can play in building peace, justice, and a sustainable development in your own communities and beyond. So let this experience be a bridge between you and Republic of Armenia, between your ideas and the global opportunities for the change. Thank you once more for being here. Armenia welcomes you with the open arms, and we look forward to walking this path together. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these important messages, because we have a lot of international specialists from other countries and from Middle Eastern countries, which are very important to us to keep connection with them as well. And now we are going for the second part already. We have very important survey, and Ms. Sherry knows are going to represent it. Be very careful, listen, and even take notes, because we'll have information which will be here first time here in Armenia. So I think it will be very interesting. I will ask to our moderators to open the presentation, the second one.
Okay, so we'll go to the next slide then. Okay. We can say goodbye to our guest speaker. Oh, you sit here. Okay, okay. So we can start at the beginning, please, of the slide deck. Okay, okay. So what I want to talk about today is a very important initiative that KECTIL started just this year. And it has to do with what I talked about in the beginning, which is listening to youth leader voices all over the world. So we, as you know, we had our first program in 2017. We're in our 8th year, which is amazing. And it's growing every year. And we're getting more and more countries, more and more people involved. And the youth leaders are connecting all over the world. So what we wanted to do, and it took a lot of effort to do this, was first we had our application portal, which opened from September to November of last year. Okay. We accepted youth, over 4,000 youth from developing countries. And you have to be in a developing country to be part of the KECTIL program. So actually, I'm kind of an honorary member because I'm from the United States, but I started it, so I get to be a member of the KECTIL program. What we wanted to do was hear authentically what youth are saying around the world in developing countries about issues that matter. So what I'm going to do for the very first time is to announce what the results are of this survey that we did for youth in developing countries all over the world. So we sent out surveys on really important, sensitive issues. So it took a lot of nerve to answer this, and I think some people in this room probably answered it. But we had over 2,000 youth around the world answer this survey. I think it may be maybe one of the first times, and I'll tell you when to change, that, it may be one of the first times that there has been a survey like this of youth leaders in developing countries all over asking about these really sensitive issues and putting the information together. This was not a small feat. We had the help of 2 marketing analytics companies. One was in the United States, CMI, and then the other one was in India, Lead Cab Partners. And so we had to come up with a survey that was in the right form, and in the form that you would get from a major company or something else. And then we had data coming in. It was all analyzed by 2 independent marketing analytics companies, as I said, one in the United States and one in India. So we're going to go through the results. It's the first time we've ever gone through all the results. All of our viewers on YouTube Live are going to get to see this all over the world also. And we're going to try and do this survey every year because we want to monitor what youth in developing countries are thinking all over. So Armenia was part of this, but of course it was much bigger. It's the whole, all developing countries. So there was 2,252 people answered. That's a lot of people. Okay, next slide. Demographics, the average age of the people who answered the survey, 23 years old. Basically split between male and female, 43% male, 57% female responded. Okay, next slide. Okay, and here's the survey respondents by home country. Okay, the biggest responders were for sub-Saharan Africa, and if you remember the other slide that I showed you in my initial discussions, sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Africa are just taking off in terms of population. And there are a lot of issues that are faced by youth in Africa, and they're your brothers and sisters all over the world. So it's important to hear from them. We had South American countries, and we're getting much more active in Peru. In fact, we're going to have a local conference. Our next conference is going to take place in Lima, Peru. Then we're going to have one in Ghana, and we'll end up in Malaysia at the end of the year. So we've got South America, we had South Asian countries, Pacific Islands, in particular, Papua New Guinea, we had Middle Eastern countries, Central Asia, and then all others. So that's kind of how it's split out. Okay, next slide. So our first topic was youth and politics. Okay, so we asked a lot of questions here, and I'm going to have to read them from here. Okay, so 81% said social media plays a significant role in mobilizing political movements in my home country. That's a big deal. Social media now is pushing what people think, what the youth think about issues. We all know you're on your phone all day long. That's where you're getting your news. You don't watch your news on TV anymore. You're watching it on social media. And so that means that's where we need to be communicating. 74% protesting against the government feels unsafe in my country. 74% of youth in developing countries said it feels unsafe. Now that doesn't mean Armenia. This is all over the world. So that's, these numbers are not personal numbers. These are global numbers, right? 53% refugees and migrants are treated fairly and with dignity in my home country. Only 53%. Means 47% said migrants and refugees are not treated well. Okay. 43%. My home country has strong youth leaders. Only 43%. Okay. That's a number that has to change. We need to be able to say that we have 80 or 90% strong youth leaders in the country that are willing to take on all these issues and make the world a better place. Okay? We have 38%. My voice matters in the political decisions of my home country. Only 38% agreed with that. That's a pretty low number. Okay? And that's something that you talked about, that you want more youth in your country, in Armenia. But this is not just Armenia. This is Africa, Asia, all over the world. Only 38% said my voice matters in what happens in my country. That's not a good enough number. That's not a good enough number, okay? 33% said we have freedom of speech without fear of reprisal. Only 33% said that they agreed with that, okay? 30%, this is a tough one. Only 30% of the people, the youth, out of over 2,000, said they plan to live in their country for the rest of their lives. Now that's a shame, because we have beautiful developing countries. I've been to a lot of them. Okay? We have beautiful countries, but what does that mean? That means the structure is not working properly in a lot of these countries. And 30%, that was a shocking number to me, okay? But that's what the number said. 28%, youth in my home country have adequate opportunity to participate in politics and government. Well, we know that in Armenia, you're getting a voice, okay? So we know you're getting a voice here, but in many of your countries and many of the youth around the world, they have no voice. So you're actually very lucky, because I've met a lot of people in this room, a lot of youth who are majoring in politics, who want to become part of the National Assembly, who want to be like you, who want to have a voice. But not true in a lot of the countries around the world and developing countries. And you need to be part of the solution and the discussion on that. Okay, 25%. The press is controlled by the government or corporations in my home country. Wow. That's, that's big. I'm sorry, the press is not, I knew that was wrong. The press is not controlled by the government or corporations, okay? Only 25% of the youth in developing countries agree with that. So what that meant is they think their news is biased in their countries. They think that they're only hearing one view. Or the corporations who own the big channels are doing that. And, by the way, I'm in Armenia. I'm watching, when you're in the restaurant, when you're in the hotel, what do you see from the United States? You see CNN, okay? A lot of people in the United States don't watch CNN. It's being watched all over the world, but it's not the most popular channel in the United States. They just happen to have a big corporation that shows the news all over the world. And do you think their news has a bent? Of course it does. Of course it does. So when you watch CNN in your country, remember, that's what CNN wants you to hear about the United States, not what maybe the majority wants you to hear about the United States. And I was even listening to CNN when I was at the restaurants and stuff, and I said, wow, a lot of people don't agree with that. But when you see it on the news, you think, oh, it must be true, because I see it on the news. No, take it with a grain of salt. And I'm telling you right now, there are a lot of people in the United States who don't watch CNN because they do think it's biased. And they think it's biased in a certain way, and you can decide that for yourself. Okay, my home country's leaders provide policies that benefit the youth, only 25%. Well, clearly you have a youth policy now in Armenia. You're working hard in Armenia. So you can be one of the role models for developing countries around the world to talk about what you're doing. Hugely, hugely important. Okay, next slide. Corruption in government. This is a big one, okay? And remember, we didn't bias any of these answers. We just threw out the questions and we had the answers come in, okay? Corruption in government, okay? 89%. 89% of the people who answered this survey said that corruption is a major obstacle in my country's development. 89% of youth in developing countries, okay? 81%, corruption in my home country impacts my ability to find opportunities like jobs, education, or basic services. Corruption, okay? Now, I've seen that, I've experienced that, I've talked to youth about it as I travel around the world. I don't have time in this 1 hour discussion to go through details. It's clearly out there, and it's problematic, and that's what we're going to need to talk about over the next 2 days. Okay, corruption in my home country discourages young people from engaging in governance. 73%, okay, around the world are saying yes. Government corruption is widely accepted as a common behavior in my home country, 71%. Large corporations have excessive influence over my home country's government policies. Corruption by government officials in my home country encourages young people to join the government in order to profit from corruption. Okay, that's 55%. And I visited one country, not Armenia, okay, that I was talking to the youth, and I asked a really interesting question. I said, which profession in your country makes the most money? Okay, like if you wanted to aspire to be successful, make the most money, have a big house, supply, whatever, who's making the most money? And you know what the answer was? And this is, I'm not going to name the country. It was to join the government. That was shocking to me, to join the government, huh? Yeah, I'm not going to name the country, but I'll say it's not even in this region. It's certainly not Armenia. But what does that say? It says, I want to join the government because I want under-the-table payments. Like if I want to be at the license bureau, so if you want your license, you better give me $10. You better give me whatever it is under the table. So if I want to be the richest one in my country, I better join the government. That should not be the case. And all of you who are in Armenia, who are so energized and interested in politics, you need to be talking with your youth leaders all over the world and talking to them about how it should work and practice role models, right, all over the world. Corruption by government officials in my home country encourages, yeah, I said that. Okay, the military has been used to support corruption in my home country, 45%. I don't know, tough numbers, tough numbers. And we didn't bias those numbers at all. In fact, we had some that were positive and some that were negative, and we just threw out the questions. Okay, next slide. Oh, more corruption, okay. My home country is making progress in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Those are the UN goals. What we heard was only 44% of the youth in developing countries thought their country was making progress toward the SDGs, okay. Those are very important. Those are very important goals. But a lot of countries aren't really making progress on that, okay. Citizens in my home country can hold government officials accountable for corruption. Only 30% of the youth who answered this survey said yes to that question. I trust that the courts in my home country will reach the right decisions. That's a very tough one. That's 29%. Now, I'm a lawyer by trade, and I've spent many years in the legal profession, and of course, I'm a little biased, but I think the court system is one of the most important institutions that you have in any country, because the court system can hold the government in check, it can hold businesses in check, it can enforce the laws. And so if you have an independent judiciary, honest, fair, independent judiciary, which is not bound by the companies, not bound by the government, that's a good place for business, right? That's a good place to bring in money. It's a good place to do business. It's a good place to live, because you know you have an honest forum to go give your ideas and have them be listened to and have the correct laws applied. Sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong. You know, sometimes you win litigation, sometimes you don't. But you need an honest and fair judiciary in order to discuss ideas, okay? Very, very important. My home country is transparent about agreements with foreign corporations. That's a big one too, because there are a lot of governments that make deals with corporations to do mining deals, assets, to do fishing, to get minerals, to get gemstones, to get whatever it is that you have in your country, okay? And I've seen in certain countries, and again, I'm not going to name the specific country right now, but I was talking to one country, youth in one country, and I said, well, where do you find the contracts between your government, which is actually should be your people, and these foreign companies that are coming in to do the mining, to take the assets, to take the gems, to take whatever it is that you have in your country? Where's the contract? Let's read the contract. And I told them, anybody who can find me a contract between the government and foreign companies, big companies, to mine these assets, I will be happy to read this for free, analyze it, and explain to you what the actual terms are. Okay, and I have other lawyers who will help me do it. I haven't had one contract ever sent to me. I don't know where they are. I don't know where they are, okay? Where are these contracts? Who knows? I don't know. But I do know in one country, and again, I'm not talking about Armenia. Armenia probably has good contracts, but I am talking about in another country that I've spent a lot of time working with, the foreign companies that are coming in to mine these non-renewable assets, they're not paying taxes, okay? They're not giving a royalty payment on what they're taking, okay? How can you take the assets out of the country and not pay a royalty on what you're taking or pay taxes, okay? This is not Armenia, this is another country, but these are the kind of issues that matter, okay? Then I trust my home's legal system to act against corruption. Again, that goes to an independent judiciary. My home country's government is not corrupt. Only 7% agreed with that statement. Wow, okay, next one, war and conflict, okay? Let's talk about war and conflict now. 76%, cyber warfare and hacking are becoming a growing threat to youth security, okay? We all know about hacking around the world. And we know it can happen at a very big level. It can happen at a government level. And of course it does all the time. We don't even know how much hacking is going on. No idea. 66%. Youth in my home country play a significant role in promoting peace and conflict resolution. 66%. Not a terrible number, 66%. 60% war and conflict have contributed to economic instability in my home country, 60%. The military in my home country protects me against internal conflict and civil war, only 55% agree that their own military protects them adequately from disruptions in their country, only 55%. 48%, I feel protected by the military in my home country against international conflict, less than 50%. Think that the military protects them. Okay. 46%, my home country has been negatively affected by international conflicts or conflicts in other countries. Then 33%, NATO and or the UN have been effective against war and conflict for my home country, 33%. Well, that's, NATO has a role, the United Nations has a role, European Union has a role. They can't make the decisions. They're not countries, right? They're organizations, but they go in. You see them, and the United States, you see them trying to broker peace and everything, but it's ultimately up to the countries themselves to do that. Okay, next slide. Environmental issues. How many people in the room are interested in the environment? That's a really important thing. If we pollute our lands, we're not going to have a very good future. And you saw the statistics in developing countries. It's off the chart. We need to have a healthy planet. Okay, 78% air pollution significantly affects the health and well-being of people in my home country. There's a lot of pollution out there. There are inadequate laws to protect from pollution. 77% water pollution is a major threat to public health in my home country. Water pollution. We've seen all kinds of things. People throwing things in the water, not honoring streams, rivers, not taking care of their natural resources. That's a problem. It can make you sick. It can actually even kill you. And it could also harm reproductive health. It can cause you to have children that have problems if your water or your food is poisoned, actually. Okay. We have we have some questions about the UN, and we'll be talking more about that. At least the UN exists, okay? We're happy that the UN is here. They're facilitating conversations. Can they achieve it? No, they can't achieve it without the agreement of the people in the country themselves. They can facilitate it, but they can't make it happen. So the countries themselves, all of your governments, and the governments in all the countries we've been talking about, they're the ones that have to make the decision, and it's going to be the youth. It's going to be your generation that has to go in and push that and make it happen. 35% renewable energy sources are prioritized in my home country. 33% my home country's government is being adequately, has taken adequate steps to reduce solid waste. Solid waste is a big problem, and it's a big problem in Africa, huge problem in Africa. You see just piles of waste, piles of solid waste. And I know we'll hear more about some of our community projects that we're doing for the KECTIL. This is the first year we're kicking off community projects. Alexandra is, from Ukraine is very centrally involved, actually the initiator of the community projects. And we have other people in other countries who are part of this. But we're starting community projects now all over the world. It's the first year that the KECTIL program actually has youth in action and having youth agreeing to do a project. And some of the projects, aren't that nice but need to be done. Get a plastic bag and start picking up the solid waste. Go in your rivers, start picking up some of the plastic bottles. Go clean things up. That matters. Okay. So we have 33%. My home country's government is taking adequate steps. We said that. Okay. People in my home country are practicing sustainable consumption. That means the people themselves, not the government, are the people doing it, are the people taking care of it. Okay? And then we go down to people in my home country, what does that say? Have stopped throwing trash that pollutes. only, who did we say, only 11% have said that people have stopped their bad habits. Okay? Leaders and governments in developed countries. So we asked youth in developing countries what they think of developed countries. Okay? Now, 79% female leaders in developed countries inspire young women in my country. That's a good thing. So, but look at the room here. How many women are there in the room? You're obviously getting inspired. So we see some great things happening in Armenia and in the whole area, all those countries that I just named. We see women playing a more and more important role, and that's really important. Developed country leaders are taking sufficient action to combat climate change, 57. Developed country leaders are good role models. Only 54% said developed country leaders are good role models for the developing country. Well, obviously, there's homework to be done in the developed countries. It's not just the developing countries. Here's our report card on developed countries from the youth in developing countries. Okay. 46% developed countries use laws that discriminate against competitor countries. That might even be higher than that for sure. You know, I'm from the U.S. We've had some tariff news recently. You know, so we see that going on, but that happened after these numbers. We certainly see some of that happening. Developed country leaders care about people in developing countries. Wow, that's a really important question. Developed country leaders care about people in developing countries. 40% said that. Only 40% said yes to that. Well, that's clearly insufficient. You know, developed countries need to open their eyes to what's happening in developing countries. Why? There's a population explosion. That population explosion is going to affect the entire world by 2040, 2050, 2060. We can't close our eyes. We cannot be blind to that. Those youth are going to be either the leaders or the problem makers of tomorrow. And we hope that with programs like this, with programs like the United Nations programs, with programs like the European Union programs and programs in countries, we're going to be able to bring this message all over the world and bring up those youth leaders and have them ready for this enormous population explosion we're going to be having. Okay. Developed country leaders care about people, I just said that, 34. Donations from developed countries successfully get to the intended people. Wow, that's an interesting question. Only 34% said that when developed countries give money to developing countries, that it gets to where it's supposed to go. Okay, wow, that's an interesting, very, very interesting statistic. Not good, not good. So it shows that we need to have more controls, more regulations in place, so the money goes to the people that it's intended to go to, not to the government, not under the table, not to the wrong reasons. Okay, mining and non-renewable assets. And I told you we were going to start out this conference with a bang. We are starting out with a bang, right? We're starting out, we're putting it all out there on the table right now with this survey. So we're setting the stage for the discussion for both days. Okay, mining and non-renewable assets. I think this is really important because the people in each country own their mining assets. You own your country. You own all these wonderful things that come out of your country. Are they being used properly? Are the people getting the money, the royalties, they're getting the benefit of what you have in your land, the beautiful assets? That's something that youth leaders really need to spend some time thinking about. So we have 67%. My home country's mining and non-renewable resources have been corruptly sold. 67%, 2/3 of the youth answering all over the world, saying that non-renewable assets are being sold for corruption. Okay, 65%. Most of the profits from non-renewable resources go to foreign entities. That's not cool. That's not cool. If you have assets in your country, they should be there for the benefit of the people in your country. You know, they need to be used. That doesn't mean you can't have a company from another country come in and help and facilitate and do business in your country. But Your people in your country need to benefit from your assets in your country. The people as a whole are the owners of the things in their country. They should be benefiting, okay? 33%, we said that one, 20%. I know where to, oh, this one, okay, of course, I wrote this question because I'm a lawyer and I've already asked this question in a number of countries. I know where to go to read contracts that my home country's government has entered into with foreign entities that relate to our non-renewable resources. Okay, only 20%. I think that number's high, actually. I'd put that number at like close to 0. I don't know that youth leaders need to ask questions. Youth leaders all over the world need to say, okay, show me your contract. Show me your contract with that company. It's your government. They should be able to show you the contract. What are the terms? Okay? And I told you, we have people ready to review those contracts. We're good at reviewing contracts. We'll be happy to do it if you can find them. Okay? And I'm saying that to everyone on YouTube. Okay? So please, that's an offer. Okay? 17%. My home country is transparent about the terms of the contracts underlying the lease or sale of non-renewable assets. Only 17% agreed with that. And I'm going to say I think that's high. Again, I'm going to say it's close to 0, I bet. Okay, next slide. Global awareness. Okay, KECTIL Youth Speak. Let's go to that. 91%, of course, we've already talked about social media. 91% said I stay informed about global issues through social media. Social media is what runs the world for youth leaders all over the world and in developing countries. You live on your phone, as we said. It's where you get your news. That's where you talk to everyone. That's where you talk to your friends. You see the pictures. You share pictures. But that's where you get your news from now. And we need to be aware of that. And it makes the world a lot smaller. We can use all these platforms. The KECTIL uses the platform. We have a great YouTube channel. We've got podcasts. We do webinars. We do a lot on social media. We're going to be talking about a good use that youth leaders can employ to use social media for all the kinds of issues we're going to be talking about today and tomorrow. Okay. So we have, we're talking about historic and ancient monuments. 61%. Youth in my country consider it a priority to be aware of violations. Only 59%. Okay. The world is healthier because of the World Health Organization. 58% said that. Again, something we can talk about while we're here. And then we have some questions about the United Nations. United Nations Women is effective in protecting females in developing countries. Well, that's kind of not a fair question because United Nations can teach you what's going on, but it's up to the countries, it's up to the people in the countries themselves to take responsibility to make sure that the youth are doing what they need to do and that the women are being protected. Okay? And then we have other issues about whether they're teaching about certain issues. Okay, next slide. Okay, gender balance. Okay, KECTIL's very important, very intensely interested in gender balance. We have a campaign right now, Male as Promise Keepers. We had a kickoff a couple weeks ago, and this is very important for us, especially in certain countries where we've seen an enormous amount of either domestic violence, we've seen femicide, which the killing of females, and other problems which have been, very seriously affecting females in these developing countries. Look at this number. 83% of the people who answered, youth your age, okay, answered, 83% gender-based violence exists in my home country society. That's from all over the world. Cultural or tribal traditions influence gender, 75%. In my home country, society believes unwanted pregnancies. This is very interesting. I got involved in the Male as Promise Keepers campaign and actually started the Male as Promise Keepers campaign after a trip that I made to Kenya, where I was visiting Kibera, which is one of the slums, probably maybe the biggest slum in Africa, and it's in Nairobi. And I was visiting one of the groups of people who was trying to help the women in Kibera, because what happens is they only get free school up through like the 5th or 6th grade. Then after that, their parents have to pay for schooling. Well, the people in Kibera can't pay for schooling. They're very poor. So after 5th or 6th grade, the girls just don't go to school anymore. So what do? They go wandering around. They have nothing to do. And that's when males, older males, sugar daddies, whatever you want to call them, come in, give them $1, a couple dollars, and all of a sudden, the girls are pregnant. And so I was talking with this group, and they said, well, we have things that we're doing to protect women in Kibera. We're teaching them art. We're teaching them how to be in a play. We're teaching them how to do pottery. And in my mind, I thought, what in the world is wrong? What is wrong with that narrative? Everything is wrong with that narrative. Number one, you're talking to the wrong people. Women can't get themselves pregnant. That's a biological fact. Okay, so men get women pregnant. So if you're worried about female pregnancy, you need to be talking to the males, because the males are the ones that get the females pregnant, right? Don't tell the females to go make a coffee cup, and that's going to keep them from getting pregnant. I don't think that works, okay? I don't think that works. No. What you need to do is male leaders speaking to men in their communities and saying, no, don't go get the women in our community pregnant. Do not go get those young girls pregnant. No, you are a natural biological protector. Men are born with genes, protector genes, that's ingrained in you. Okay, it's ingrained in you. It's biologically recorded in you. You need to use that to protect the females in your society. Okay, and you need to protect all the females in your community. And you need to say, we're gonna make a circle. We're gonna protect all these young girls in the community. We're gonna make sure they don't get pregnant, because we're not gonna let anyone get near them. We're gonna protect them until they get to a point that they're ready to grow up, decide what they want to do for the rest of their lives. The men need to be speaking to the men, and that's why we talk about promise keepers in these countries, and especially in Kenya. And in fact, when I started the program, I started it based on the experience I had in Kenya, and initially said, oh, this is never going to work. You can't teach men not to get young girls pregnant. I said, no, that's not right. We can, because we're going to remind them that they have a biological role to protect the females in their society. And they need to keep these young girls pure, healthy, and allow them to have the future they need to have, okay, without offering them $1 or 50 cents when they have no money. Okay, that's not okay. So you can see we have the Male as Promise Keepers campaign on our YouTube channel. We had a kickoff. We actually have it on our website. Men can go and take the pledge that they're willing to be part of this program. And we have goals. I think we have a goal of 2,000 male pledges this year. So help us reach that goal. Okay. So we have, in my home country society believes, I've talked about that. Males are preferred for job opportunities. Females have fewer rights. 51% agree with that. But it's only 51%. That's a pretty good number. Females have fewer rights and opportunities than males. I thought that number might be higher. My home country accepts toxic masculinity. Almost half of the youth who answered this said my home country accepts toxic masculinity. What is that? Can be domestic violence. It could be harming women. It can be battering them. It could be killing them. It can be all kinds of physical issues that occur. And this is in developing countries all around the world. So almost 50% of the youth in developing countries said, my home country accepts that. There's, again, something wrong with that. It's going to take youth like the youth in this room and the KECTIL youth all over the world to change that mindset. And it's going to take a lot of work to do that. Okay. My home country provides support for unwed mothers. Only 26% said that was true. Okay, so we're talking about young, poor girls who don't have enough money, getting pregnant, having children, their children having children, and only 26% of the countries provide for that and help the youth in that way, the females or the babies. So then you have a baby that doesn't have a family, you have a mother who doesn't have a father there, you know, the wife, not the wife, the girl who doesn't have a partner to help raise the child. You have a child who's raised without any mentoring, without any role modeling, without any support. That's not okay. That's not okay. And that's something the KECTIL program is talking about everywhere we go. Okay. Okay. In my home country, society believes that unwanted pregnancies are the male's fault, only 21%. That number needs to change. That number needs to change. I've never seen a woman get herself pregnant. Okay, next slide. Okay, next, yeah, that's just, we've talked about that. Okay, next slide. Mental and physical health. Mental health is a really important issue for youth in developing countries. What we find is that the youth a lot of times are stigmatized. They're trained, you're not supposed to tell anybody if you have depression. You're not supposed to tell anybody if you have an addiction, or if you drink too much, or if you're on drugs, or you have a problem. And then you keep that in yourself. And what we're trying to do is open that up and let youth talk about it with other youth who are all over the world. And if you talk about it and get it out, that's the first step to healing yourself, okay? So mental health needs to be destigmatized, and we need to understand that this is something that happens. It happens to a lot of people. So the majority of youth are addicted to social media. Addiction, what is one form of addiction? You know, we've talked about the good aspects of social media. It's also an addiction. And so you have to know how to use it, but you also need to know how to get off it. It's very hard to put that phone down. How hard is it? If you lose your phone, do you feel panic-stricken? Like, where's my phone? I'm not connected? Yeah, I do. I even do. Yeah. So we are addicted to our phone, and we're addicted to social media. Okay. Mental health issues like stress, anxiety, or depression are widespread among youth in my home country. 85% of the youth answering that said yes. Okay. So mental health issues like stress, anxiety, or depression are widespread. Okay. 83%. Social media negatively affects self-esteem and mental health of young people in my country. The COVID-19 global pandemic has exposed weaknesses in my home country's health care, 78%. Hopefully we're on the other side of that. 77%. Drug abuse is a major issue among youth in my home country. I mean, that's a tough one. That's a tough one, drug abuse. And that's happening all over the world. Alcoholism is a major issue, 73%. And then there's a lack of affordable health care for youth in my home country. So if you have a mental health issue, do you have a place to go? Do you have somebody to talk to? Do you have a counselor? Is it paid for? Does the government pay for it, or are you able to go get help when you need it? Can you talk to your friends? Can it be destigmatized? That's where we need to go. Okay, next slide. And again, we're going to keep going through these slides. We're going through them quickly, but I'm unpacking a whole lot of issues in a little bit over 1 hour. We're going all around the world with every issue you can think of. And then we'll just have to take a deep breath. Okay. Mental and physical health. Lack of accessible health care, we talked about that. Reproductive health health education is accessible. Only 32% of the youth said that reproductive health education is accessible. Mental health services are accessible. Only 30% said that. 29%, my home country, is investing adequately in healthcare infrastructure. Not happening. Okay, next slide. Education. We're going to be talking about education the next couple of days. First one, the cost of higher education in my country limits access to many young people. I hear this all over the world. Okay? How are you going to go to college? How are you going to pay for it? You know, are you going to take out loans? If you take out a loan for college and then you don't get a job, how do you start paying your loan back? You know, that's really hard. And I've heard experiences in some countries, again, I'm not going to name the specific countries, not Armenia, But I've heard in some countries that the government actually benefits from, makes money on loans to youth going to college. So what they'll do is they'll give you a loan, they'll give the youth a loan to go to college at a pretty high interest rate, and they need it. They don't really understand interest rates, much less compounded interest. Sign the contract, get the money for college, go to the college. In the country I'm thinking about, the unemployment rate is about 50%. So half of those youth who go through college and take the loans are not going to have a job, and they can't pay their loan back. So if they can't pay their loan back, and it's 50% are not going to get a job, what happens? Well, if you read the fine print in this contract in this country I'm aware of, it says after 2 years, the government can just start taking money out of your bank account, and you have to give them your bank account information. So all of a sudden, they start getting money drawn out of their bank account, and they go. And then if there's no money left in the bank account, then the government can actually come and take the asset, whatever assets they have, and it's just shocking. It also means read your contracts, but in addition, it means be very careful when you take out a loan that you can pay it back. Be careful you're taking it out for the right reason. If you're going to take a loan out for education, think about where you're going to be in 2 years, 4 years, 6 years. Can you pay that loan back? Do you have to go to college? There are a lot of people who make a lot of money and don't go to college, or just make enough money for a good life. They don't have to go to college. Okay. Access to quality education is a major challenge. 76% young people in my country feel unprepared for job market. 75%. So they can go through college and still feel that they're unprepared for the job market, or they're not getting a job. Okay. 35%. Education on climate action and sustainability is part of the curriculum in my country. Environmental issues, only 35% do they think are taught that. Online education is as effective as traditional. People still like brick and mortar. They like to go into a classroom. Scholarships and financial aid opportunities are really available, are readily available to students in my country, only 33%. Okay, next slide, we got to keep going. Okay, personal finances. Personal finances is really important. In fact, we have a module in the KECTIL program on personal finances because we think it's not adequately taught in school. Okay? We don't think it's taught. So do you understand what an interest rate is? Do you understand how to pay your taxes? Do you understand what percentage of your income is going to come out in taxes? And we're talking about on a personal basis. Do you understand? Have you made a budget for yourself? Do you understand if you make X amount of money, did you figure out what your budget is and make sure you live within your budget? And that it's sustainable. Whatever you're making is sustainable based on your lifestyle. And then if you take a loan, do you understand what the interest rate is? Do you understand compounded interest? Do you understand what that can do and what happens if you don't pay it back in time? So there's a lack of education on personal finances, and that's not just in developing countries, that's in developed countries too. Even in the United States, there's not a high school class on personal finances that tells you how to pay your taxes and how to take care of your own money and how to live within your budget and how to spend your money appropriately. Okay, so there's also inflation. Inflation significantly affects my ability to afford basic needs, 81%. 79, young people lacked access to financial education resources in my home country. I think that's all over the world, developing countries and developed countries. We do have some things online, and we're doing more. Saving money is more important to me. How about that? Saving money, this is a good one. 76% said saving money is more important to me than spending on personal desires. That's a good number. 75%, housing is unaffordable for most young people in the country. We definitely hear that around the world. You can go to college, you can get a good degree, you can start working, but can you actually buy a house? Can you get a mortgage? That's very, very difficult. Okay, 75% said it's very difficult. Young people have difficulty paying back entrepreneurial loans. That's another issue. We see youth in, not just in developing countries, probably in all countries, but certainly in developing countries, taking out money to start a business, take out a loan, and Sometimes when you take out a loan, your collateral is it could be whatever you have, whatever your assets are. Well, what happens if that company and it doesn't, and it's a failure? A lot of times when you're starting an entrepreneurial thing, the first couple fail. You have to be ready for that. You know, you almost never succeed the first time. You need to fail and fail and fail, and then maybe you'll succeed. Well, if you take a loan out for your first entrepreneurial activity, what are you going to do when the bank calls it in? Okay, you got to think about things like that, and we like to talk about that at KECTIL. Okay, then the other one, I need to live with my family for an extended period because I cannot basically afford housing. That's in the 70%. Young people have difficulty repaying student loans, which can result in their assets being taken. That's what I just talked about. That's a really serious issue. Okay, next slide. Young people yeah, we can go because we have to keep going. Okay, consumerism and lifestyle. Okay, and so 87% sustainable consumption habits are important to me. Recycling, I think a lot of youth leaders in developing countries, certainly in the KECTIL program, are recycling. You know, I'm recycling. I assume a lot of you are recycling. You just have to do that for the earth these days. You have to separate and take it to the right places. But I like that number. 87%. Important. Okay, 73. Fast fashion is harmful to the environment. You know, this is one that we can discuss because person is slow fashion to somebody else. If you buy something that you think is not sustainable, you might wear it for 6 years. Is that slow fashion, fast fashion? I don't know. I don't get that. So if it's something you buy and you wear it 3 times or 1 time, that might be fast. Social media influences my personal decisions, my purchasing decisions. I prefer local brands over international brands, only about 50%. And then this last one, subscription services like Netflix and Amazon are affordable to young people, 32%. That might be a good thing. I know I buy too much on Amazon. Okay, social media and technology. And I know we need to wind up in a minute. So social media is a good platform for youth entrepreneurs, absolutely. That's where you're getting your wording out. That's where all the youth in developing countries are selling products on social media. That's a good thing. Okay? Digital literacy is essential, 89%. Social media is a powerful tool for youth activism. I love that, 88%. And we'll be talking more about how you use social media for good, not necessarily not for destructive purposes, but for proactive discussions about how to make your country better. I am concerned about my online privacy and data security, 85%. Social media is used for bullying and unhealthy competition. Of course, we've seen a lot of that. I'll tell you, social media you use it for good, but it's a tough place. You put a picture up there, and if somebody comes and says something negative about it or something mean or something, you can't take that down. And then you go into mental health issues. You go from social media issues to mental health issues. Okay? That's really tough, and we see a lot of that. What do we do about that? Maybe we have platforms that we say, don't post negative comments about other people. You know, don't do that. If you have something negative to say, leave it to yourself. If you have something positive to say, put it on social media. Okay, it shouldn't be the place for negativity. Okay, social media is used for bullying. We did that. There's a significant digital divide that affects education and employment. Algorithms used by social media platforms shape my opinions, 58%. That's interesting. It's how the questions are asked. Social media in my home country is misused by the government for their agenda, 56%. And then 33%, artificial intelligence is replacing jobs. So people don't think that yet. Okay, so let's go. Cultural identity. Don't you feel like we just feel like we've talked about everything? I'm exhausted. I feel like we've talked about everything in the world already. Cultural identity. Global pop culture shapes my identity of young people, 79%. International tourism positively affects my home country. That's important. You need to have a country that people want to come and visit. Definitely Armenia is one of them. I did 2 full days of sightseeing. It's a gorgeous country. Anybody on YouTube, I'm inviting you as a honorary Armenian to come to Armenia and look at this beautiful landscape and buildings and history and culture. It's really amazing. Okay. 73% religious freedom is respected in my country. That's great. Okay. My home country values and maintains indigenous traditions and knowledge. Okay. 72%. That's important also. Globalization creates opportunities for youth, and we'll just keep going. I think we have to end up pretty soon. So we'll keep going. Oh, okay. Now we're at the end. So these are just the countries that participated. Here were the countries in sub-Saharan African region. We had comments. We had answers from all of these countries. Next one. Countries within regions. Okay, in the Middle East, no, go back. Okay, in the Middle Eastern countries, here, a lot of the people here, we have Afghanistan. I know we have our KECTIL global leader, Ahmad, is watching this from Pakistan, at the home in Afghanistan. Hi, Ahmad. We have Iran, Iraq, Jordan, Libya. There were youth in all of these countries that participated, South Asian countries, Southeast Asian countries. Okay, next slide. Okay, there we go. West and Central Asia. There's Armenia. We had participants in the survey from Armenia, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, all of these countries, North African, European countries, Caribbean, South American, North American, Pacific Islands. We had a lot from Papua New Guinea and all other countries. Okay, there we go. So that is what youth leaders are saying around the world about issues that matter. We think that's really important. I haven't seen another survey that goes this deeply into what the issues are all over the world and what youth leaders think about them in developing countries around the world. We're going to do this again next year. We do it in January. We'll do it again next year, and we're going to watch the numbers changing. What we hope is either through the KECTIL program and through other programs like in the United Nations, the European Union, and also national programs, we want to see these numbers changing. The only way the numbers are going to change is by having the kind of conversations that we're having today in this room. So thank you very much for your attention. I hope you enjoyed that. Thank you. Okay. I think they're ready for a break. I think we went through a lot. Okay, yes, we have 15 minutes for a tea break now, coffee break. Yes, okay, so you can go through these doors. We have coffee or tea. Oh, you do have a question. Good, Myrtle. That's a really good question, and we're grappling with that now. And I actually want to ask you all a question about that. I'm going to poll all of you because of Myrtle's question. We have two things. We've got all of these numbers, which I think are really important for people to see. But the question is, how do we release them? Of course, we talked about it on the YouTube channel, but how are we going to release them? Should we have a website which people can go to? Should we publish a small book on the results of the survey? Should we put it on social media? Should we do a series of podcasts? I'm grappling with that now because I'm not really sure. We've talked with some publishers about publishing the data, but I'm not sure youth read books like that anymore. If you just get a hard copy book with all this data, they're not going to, I don't think that's not where you all live. You live on social media, right? So how do we get this out? I'd love to have your ideas. I'd love to have the ideas of everyone in the room. I spent a month or two thinking about publication and having a hard copy, but I think that might be the least effective way to get it out because not many people are buying books and reading books. So you're probably going to want it on your phone. Because all the answers here tell me that's where you're getting your news, that's where you're getting your information. So, I'd love your feedback on what's the best way to distribute information that KECTIL has and continue the conversation. I don't know, Myrtle, if you have any thoughts on that. Yeah. Is that working here? This one might be working. Let's see. Let's see if this is working. I think that's working. Try that.
Yeah, thank you.
Can you start over again?
So I was saying that, yes, there are other stakeholders who are trying to collect this kind of data. There are some different forms. Some are well-developed research. Some are more of perception surveys. I guess this will fall into category of a perception survey. I feel we can present it as an index, which is like every year if you're doing, you can also show how much it is changing. And along with that, on the same website, you can have a small PDF with the analysis of this data as you have.
Like small reports and commentary on the numbers. Yeah, so you think a website with maybe attached social media is the best way to go. Okay, how many people think website with attached social media is the best way to distribute this data? Raise your hand if you think that's the case. Huh? Okay, raise it high. Don't be afraid. We want to see high hands because I have to know if that's the majority. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, actually, first of all, I really want to thank you for this inclusive survey. Like, actually, it's an eye-opening for about certain things that I didn't like. I did a lot of notes about some things. You also now stated like we can do a podcast. That's really interesting because like because we are all educated and we saw the survey, but we need also to raise awareness for other youth people. So I think by publishing it by a podcast channels or like doing a podcast every single week would be captivating and it will hook the viewer, especially for young generations right now. So I think that would be perfect, aligned with the website and the other side. So we can do it as an additional step.
I think that's a great idea. Yeah. Yes. So we have, you want to pass the mic back?
Yeah, so first of all, definitely thank you for the survey. It was an amazing experience to get to know all of those problems from around the whole world.
Yeah.
And I'm very proud to be here and to be able to actually see all of those information in here. And what first came to my mind when you asked where should it be published, most probably it should be a website. And I would really like it to be also, So a lot of youth members at the moment are using AI, like to ask some questions and to get their answers. So most probably as a researcher, let's say if I need a certain information or data, I would go and ask AI. And it would be really actually helpful for all of those survey to be also not acceptable, but for it to also exist in the whole networks thing and in the website, so the AI can find it from there and like, okay, this is a reliable source.
Oh, okay.
That's what came to my mind.
Idea. And actually, KECTIL this year did their first AI initiative. We now have an avatar. Her name is Kai. KECTIL AI. Name is Kai. She's on our website. We can let Kai also join the new website, right? With all of this data, and Kai can be there to talk about the data also. And I should say that LeadCap Partners in India is also going to be generating certain reports on aspects of this, and we could put that on our a website also. Sounds like that's the best way to go. And I think, yes, thank you. That's a good idea. And then there's another comment here.
Thank you. Thank you for the insightful presentation. It was very nice. I have a question regarding the questionnaire. Was it only like a yes or no questions, or were there open-ended questions as well in the survey? And I think this is important because knowing the statistics is really useful. However, I would like to also learn what are the main reasons they think the way they think, because we might have a list of problems that some policymakers and us being youth workers or, I don't know, even business owners, entrepreneurs could take that into account, those problems, and try to solve them, try to come up with some solutions. Maybe there could have happened also a collaboration collaboration in the platform with wide-minded people who want to work together to solve the problems that are identified based on this kind of large-scale and important survey that you've conducted.
No, that's a great comment. In terms of how the survey was set up, it was a 1 to 5 scale. Just a yes or no, it's 1 to 5. And then at the very end, there was a open-ended question, say, is there anything else you'd like to tell us? And we got tons of answers. We got more answers than I could ever possibly put on a slide deck like this. So it could be that on a website that those are some of the answers that we can give. And of course, we never give people's names. We just give country, age, male or female, and what the comment is, because we anonymize the comments. But we might be able to put those on a website when we make it. That's great.
Thank you very much. I would suggest like categorizing these open-ended questions as well, so that, for example, what are your opinions regarding the cultural part? What is regarding governance, not just general, because this way people just come up with a few things that just come to the mind first. But if we categorize and give this opportunity to provide an open-ended question after each section, like the topics you presented, I think it would be more useful and more insightful. And yeah, thank you. It was very nice.
Of course, we're going to need volunteers to go through all those open-ended questions and categorize them. So there you go. Yes, we have, since the mic is, we have the mic there, and then we have another question here. Oh, we have 2 questions, and then, or comments.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh. So first, I want to thank you for this insightful and inspiring presentation. I'm sure me and many people in this room have learned a lot.
Yeah.
So I have 2 questions.
Okay.
The first is like, what has been the most unexpected lesson, lesson that you've learned from youth across the world? And the second is, what advice would you give to young leaders who want to make change and impact in the world?
Yeah. Most unexpected. I just love the passion. I love most unexpected. We've had a tidal wave of, we put this idea out there that we wanted to have a non-profit NGO group of youth leaders in developing countries. I had no idea if anybody would come, right? We started this in 2017. We put it on some opportunity boards, and we thought, will anybody, is this an interesting program? Does anyone, do the youth leaders want to be connected all over the world? Do they want to be networked? There was an overwhelming response to this. Youth leaders in developing countries around the world all want to talk to each other. They all want to be connected. So I think I was surprised about what an enthusiastic response we got. And also, you know, we heard in the beginning, we hear a lot about conflicts. There's conflicts going on around the world, some really terrible ones, where people are getting really hurt and killed. But the youth in the KECTIL program are able to talk to each other regardless of conflicts, and that's the way you solve conflicts. You know, we have people in our program in India and Pakistan. We have representatives from Palestine here. We have you know, obviously a lot of people from Armenia. We hopefully have listeners here today, and we had people answering the survey from Azerbaijan. We have people who are in countries, youth leaders in countries on both sides of conflicts. They don't want those conflicts. They just want to live peacefully. They want a happy life. They want a successful life. They want to contribute to the world. They want to learn about youth all over the world. They want friends all over the world. So I think what was most surprising to me is what an enthusiastic response we got, and how many youth are coming in, and how quickly they're coming in, and how quickly advanced the discussion is. Yeah. Yes.
Yes, once again, thank you so much for your presentation and for the hard work you did behind this survey visualization. I'm Guyana and I represent Armenia. I want to just give you a further suggestion regarding your further research in these issues and topics. And I saw that you have conducted also demographic information regarding age, gender, and also the regional information, which is also a huge resource to add in this analysis.
Yeah.
And I want to suggest that in future analysis, there will be some disaggregations regarding the at least region and gender, and I'm sure you will find wonderful correlations and associations between these confounding factors and the questions you were asking to the young people from all over the regions. So I think that this is a good idea to further put in this survey. And once again, thank you so much for being here and welcome.
Oh, well, thank you very much. No, it's a great idea. And in fact, I was pushing for that. Can we have data that's only from Africa? Can we have data that's only from Southeast Asia? And what happens, I have all of my experts in marketing analytics telling me we can't do that unless we have a certain number. It has to be statistically significant. Now, these are statistically significant as a whole, but we have to have enough people answering the survey in each region to come up with formal statistical significance that that experts in statistics would agree with. So that just means we need more people answering next year so that we can break it out by region, because some regions were a little more talkative than others. So, you know, that's what we had. And then I think you wanted to ask a question right here. Yes, thank you. Good. Okay. Yes.
Thank you so much for this mind-blowing survey, actually. It was amazing. And I will have like a question, like us as a community and as a youth, how can we like support in addressing the challenges that were served in this survey, and how can we like be more connected with the challenges and like situations from different countries, and what are the like more like things that we will be engaged in?
Sure. No, that's a great question. Thank you. First, join the KECTIL program. If you there are some people here from Armenia or from other countries. If you haven't joined the KECTIL program, do that this year. That's the best way to get involved. We open the portal from September to November. So during that time period, you can just go to KECTIL.com. You can submit an application to join. More importantly, we have 13 countries here. Each one of you is a representative now of your country. Okay, maybe we'll put together a little competition. Okay, who's going to get the most people from their country to join the KECTIL program? Okay, so we want all of you now are ambassadors. Okay, so you need to pull people in to the KECTIL program so that we have more and more. We'd like to see the program doubled every year. You know, it did double between 2024 and 2025. We went from 2,000 to 4,000 in 1 year. Can we get to 8,000 next year? Maybe with your help. You know, maybe we'll get there. But bringing all those people in would be great. Each one of you is an ambassador. If you haven't gone through the program, go through the program. If you have gone through the program, we have a very strong alumni program. You should join the alumni program. We can get you connected if you don't know how to join that. Be active, talk. You know, maybe have an issue you want to talk about and be on our YouTube, or do a podcast or something. Just stay in the game. But the most thing is, you know, get people to join so that we make this network bigger and bigger. I call it the KECTIL tidal wave. If we double every year, it's going to be enormous. And we're talking about these issues. We're going to be raising great, authentic youth leaders who are knowledgeable about what all these issues are. And we say we deal with issues with positivity. We're not a negative group, we're a positive group. We want positive change. We always talk with respect and understanding. We respect every culture. We respect every religion. And we want to have everyone in contributing their ideas. Okay, we can just take about one or two. She has a question. We'll take one or two very short questions. One back here, and then we have to. Gohark will kill me if we don't take a break. I could talk all the way through lunch, but we can't do that.
Okay, so hello everyone, and thank you for this wonderful opportunity. Actually, you said that we can start engaging people in KECTIL,
Yes,
and I
please.
want to start right now. Everyone, I'm in KECTIL, and I can say that it is one of the greatest opportunities I've ever had.
Oh.
And you know, before KECTIL and before starting being engaged in KECTIL, I didn't know I could have so much knowledge.
Yeah.
And you
Yeah.
know, it is wonderful to be with people from all around the world and to study. But you know, I had a suggestion. So you said you want to put our survey in, you know, social media or another another
Platform,
way,
any
yes,
other-
or
yes.
another platform.
Yeah.
So to be honest, I wanted to say that even while researching, people search for easy ways to find answers.
Yeah.
And one of the easiest ways is Instagram or Facebook,
Yeah.
because people are on Instagram and Facebook most of the time,
Yeah.
all of the day. And that is why I wanted to say that if you want to engage people in the survey and the target audience is youth, it is the best way to spread it by social media like
Yeah.
Instagram or Facebook.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Okay, you can, does the person have a mic? Okay. One last question.
Yes, first of all, thank you very much for having us and giving us the opportunity to be here. My name is Hayk Harutyunyan and I study international relations at Yerevan State University. So actually my question is for everyone, our guests from international guests. So you have been here in Armenia for a few days, and what kind of problems have you seen in Armenia? We had a lot of topics mentioned, so you can answer if you want to, everyone.
Yeah, yeah. No, I.
Here for just one day, and it's too soon to grasp like the details, and never lived here. Even with just one trip, so I don't think we're in the place to judge that.
No, not judging, just your opinion.
Opinions, I cannot dare do so.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
We have 3 minutes.
Yes.
Last question.
Excuse me, I'm actually sorry for my question, but yeah, I'd like to ask my question. I'm Ishran. I studied Faculty of International Relations, and firstly, I want to thank you for your presentation, and secondly, I'd like to ask my question. So, during your presentation of survey, you mentioned that the young people from developed countries are more compassionate about developing countries. Can you please detailize about which countries are they especially compassionate with and why? Thank you.
You said they are or they're not? Can you repeat your question, please?
Okay, fine. Just a second. So, during your presentation of survey, you mentioned that the young people from developed countries are more compassionate about developing countries. Can you please detailize about which countries are they especially compassionate and why?
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm not sure that I actually said that all youth from developed countries are not interested in developing countries. I don't think I made that statement, if that's not true. There are, just like in any country, there are youth who are very interested, but sometimes they're somewhat isolated. They hear what they hear through the press, just like all of you do. And so if they only hear news from their country, that's kind of what they get fed, just like what you get fed on social media. So what that means is we have to have more news, more information, more authentic discussions like we're having today, which are in developed countries, so they get to hear all these views and hear what's going on. You know, when I was in Armenia, I'm staying at this hotel. I look at the TV. I have loved, frankly, watching the TV here because they have so many different countries. You know, you have, I can see Armenian TV. I can see Russian TV. I can see Chinese TV. I can see German TV. I see Spanish TV. I see Italian TV. You know, I see all these different, and they're coming in, and Al Jazeera, you know, I see them coming in with all these different perspectives. I couldn't even get enough of all these different perspectives because that's kind of what I spend a lot of time on, is hearing very different views. And you can go from one channel and hear one side, Russian TV, hear the Russian side of the Ukraine conflict. You could go to BBC or one of the other ones, and you'll hear the Ukrainian side. And it's through all of that discussion from all sides that you actually put it together and understand the situation. I think, are they compassionate? Do they care? Yes. Do they get enough news about developing countries? No. I'd say no. They probably don't. They probably get too much of their own news and not enough news from developing countries. And that's probably a problem of some of the corporations that run the media stations. They give people what they think they want. We've talked about that. Media is many times run by large corporations or by governments. And so you're going to get what they want you to hear. And don't ever think that news stations, even if they're run by a corporation, are not biased, because most of them are. They come with their own view. They pre-digest the news for you. And then they give you what they want you, the side they want you to be on. That's regardless of the channel. Okay. I've never seen, I hate to say it, but I've never seen a news channel that's not biased. They're going to come in one way or another. So be smart and listen to what you're hearing on the news and make sure you're filtering it properly on either side, on all sides. Okay? But who is the most sensitive? The people who hear the most. The people who hear the most. Because people in general, I think, are nice people. And if they hear that there's something that's going wrong or something they can help with, then they're more likely to do that. Okay, thank you. And we're going to close it out there.
Thank you very much. Okay, so thank you very much for participating and actively asking questions. Now we have break time. Our break should be in that part, so we should go there, and we will have some 23 minutes to have coffee break and then come back, okay? Thank you.
Okay. Whew, okay. Oh, good. Well, good.
Okay. Keine Dusteres. You should change your places, please. Change your places. Okay, so we are late 3 minutes, so I hope for the next time we will be on time. Thank you. Okay, let me introduce our speakers for the panel Challenges Faced by Young Leaders in Armenia in the Middle Eastern Countries. And I think this will be very, very interesting panel discussion because we can find a lot of similarities even, despite the fact that we have never had a lot of connection with each other, like youngsters, young leaders. Because always we tried, like Armenians, we always tried to have programs, to apply for programs in Europe, in the United States, but I think we are very rare to think about the Middle Eastern countries and connections that we can create there. So for this panel discussion, we have speakers from Armenia, from Egypt, one Syrian, Swedish, and Palestine. Let me introduce them. We have Gayane. Gayane is a very, very active youngster, actually, and she is representing Young European Ambassadors Network. She is also sociologist. We have Mina Fangari here from Anna Lind Euro-Mediterranean Foundation for the Dialogue Between Cultures. And actually, I'm very, very happy to have him with us because this is a foundation where we, as an Armenian, we could be, but we are not. And there is a question, why? I don't know the answer. You can know later. We have Arich Ali, Syrian professional network representative and also former Swedish government employee. She worked with the refugees, Syrian refugees in Sweden. I think this is a very interesting experience to share. And we have Hamza from Palestine, very famous student, activist, influencer, student in education and medicine, who is here to share his experience with us. Thank you. So here are our panelists, and I will be the moderator for the next 1 hour. Okay, so of course the first question is about to think a bit the problems that we have in our countries. And we can start actually from Gayane to hear a bit about the problems that youngsters in Armenia, they faced in Armenia. Everyone, for us, we will have some 3 minutes, and in the end, we will have 10 minutes to ask questions by your side. Okay, you can use this.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I want to start from the question that Gohar asked, and it is both a pleasure and huge responsibility, as I'm going to talk about more than 800,000 people. That's the approximate number of Armenian youth living in Armenia. And as a young leader who tries to make this society better for young people and not only live in a better country and better state, working hard and trying to solve problems that sometimes seem unsolvable. But regarding talking about the most and main issue about young people is that the security guarantees and the state possibility to secure these guarantees. Because many young people today have ideas and have their own initiatives that they want to implement, but it is hard to do something and to invest in future. There is no guarantee and there is no possibility to have constant thing that you can hope for in long term. So mainly the security guarantee I will tell as the main issue today. It's also because why none of us actually ready to invest in something we don't believe. But I want to say that there are many young people and young leaders in Armenia. In some you can see today that are ready to invest in the future of the Republic of Armenia and in global world to be in a better conditions in different spheres, economics, politics, health, and education. And I'm happy to be responsible today to talk with you and with our colleagues from Middle East, and to also hear their opinions regarding their countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And like, I would also listen a bit, like, I mean, in general, we got the situation, but I would like also to highlight one very important thing for us as a challenge, because today, for example, Sherry asked one of our participants what is the main challenge, and we listened to conflict. So as a sociologist who can say something objectively, how maybe you can consider this as a general problem that we have, or what you can say in this phenomenon?
Okay, well, I think the conflict is something we can't run from. It's maybe a normal human situation that all of the humans in the world experience in some of the time. But the thing is to be able to resolve these conflict situations with dignity and with possibility to control the situations, not for the most not harmful way we can. Conflict, yes, is the one most the biggest concern and obstacle that is up to every young person in Armenia. And I can tell about my own experience regarding this, because every time that I want to initiate something, both for rural areas, borderline communities, and not only, I have that issue in my mind, how long this initiative will serve, what's the sustainability guarantees for this. And besides having these answers or not, I still initiate and still have investment, at least from my own perspective, in this regard. And I think that's one core foundation of leadership, to make it regardless, to make it through challenge, and to make it to have the hope and invest in future, and also be responsible from some point of view, to be responsible to guarantee also the long-term life of the initiatives that we initiate. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Now we have Mina. Actually, Mina is not only from Egypt. He worked with, I think, the all Arabic countries, and he has huge experience. Now, Mina, it's your decision to tell us the challenges that youngsters faced in Egypt or in like Middle Eastern countries, but you should notice the countries as well.
Okay, so first of all, you know, I have like a lot of problems, but I will mention some of them. So the first thing I think is the limited political representation. You know, what is the average age of the parliament members in the Arab countries? It's 57 years old. So, yeah, this is the average age. So the youth are not actually involved in the political situation in the Arab countries. And it leads us to another problem which I face actually, because I'm working with young civil society leaders, and many of them, they are trying to be involved in the political situation to make change, because you know, you have to go into the system to make change in your country. And the problem is the fake representation. We have those 5 people inside our parliament, yes, but they don't do anything. They were just told what they should say, what problems to raise and what problems to hide. And some of them, they are actually manipulated. You will take this and you will come, you will say this, talk about this in this event as a representative of the youth. But actually, they are not saying the true problem, the roots of the problems that we are facing. This is the first thing. The second thing I think is, it's very famous in most of the Arabic countries, not in the Gulf area, but I can say the unemployment rate. It's growing very high, like the economic situation. Even if you read about the new pact of the Mediterranean, you will read about, and the Gulf, you will read about this is one of the main problems that the Arabic youth are facing nowadays. As you mentioned in the survey, for example, Sherry, many people, I can say 80% of the people who graduate, they don't actually work in their field. They work like in catering, they work in like sales, even if they are graduating from engineering school, because they can't find work with their certificate. Of course, this is because of the bad education, the quality education is not guaranteed for everybody, and then we are going to talk about this in the, I think, next panel. But just to know that it is hard for young people to find jobs after graduation because there is a lot of demand on the job opportunities, and we have not a lot. I mean the employers, they have only few seats, but there is a lot of demand from the graduates because there are a lot of people. I can say, like in Egypt, for example, we have 20 million youth. Okay, it's like a lot of people, you know, to find jobs. I don't know if I have time, but I can mention another problem maybe. One of the things I'm going to talk more about the civil societies and the advocates in these communities is the security issues when it comes to funding, when it comes to receiving funds from international organizations, when it comes to implementing such programs. I can tell you how much of efforts you will do with the securities and with everything to do a conference like this. Yeah, why Cher is coming from USA? Why are you coming here? I was like, do their work. I was like, why this person is coming from this country? And like, they have to know all the details about the event. They have to. So it is hard for them to do the advocacy campaigns they want to do, even in social media. You have to be like very careful what you are posting on your organization or website or on your social media. So I think this hinders a little bit the advocacy in these countries. I will talk about something individual. Maybe this is more individual. The mental health of the young people in the Arab world is very bad. Because of the social media nowadays, they see like those people who have cars, have houses, who have everything, and they have stories on Instagram. They are doing everything in their life in 24 hours. But I can't even I can't even go home to sleep after work, you know. I'm working all the day just to sustain my life. So they are thinking that they are doing, they are not doing their best, but they're actually doing, and they believe what is on social media. And this also lead them to comparison. I was like, okay, and competitiveness between youth. The youth nowadays, they are not collaborating together. No, I'm doing this, so I will not collaborate with this person, even if he is doing the same advocacy. No, we are competing together. Let's see who is doing better job, you know? Because they have this mentality like, I have to be better than others. And this is what the social media and the norms feed them every day. I have a lot to say, but let's keep it short for today.
Yes, actually, I was thinking to find some similarities, but I'm really I wonder that we even don't have similarities yet, like regarding Armenia and Egypt. I don't know, fortunately and unfortunately, but I think the difference is very much, despite the fact that we live very near to each other. Thank you, Amina. Now let's start to hear Arich. The same question.
Thank you. Hi everyone. My name is Rishka and I'm honored to be here presenting Syrian Professional Network Organization, and I'm gonna talk a little bit about like how KECTIL and Syrian Professional Networking can help youth and women, especially around all the world, the global section. I don't have a lot of experience in the Middle East directly, but I have relatives, sisters, cousins who have been struggling for a lot of things that I'm going to mention. Lack of trust in youth. We don't believe that youth can change anything in our societies. Unfortunately, but when we have like KECTIL program, Syrian Professional Network, or any other national networking, like doing mentorship programs to educate youth how they can make efforts, changing in all the sectors, we can make a difference. So this is a huge problem we have in our society, unfortunately, right now. The second one, we have limited access to resources. We don't have all the materials that like help youth to educate in how they can make a difference, how can they develop their personality, mental health, physical health, or other sector also. I want to talk about like the program that I have been taking benefit from the Syrian Professional Network, the Body program. It's a mentorship program who's supporting all the new members and like the old members with their experience to like supporting in integrate in the society, get more educational in specific sections like business development. I have been in Dubai now for 8 months. I had no experience in business development section. During these programs, they give me advices. How can I progress in this community, integrate, apply for job, career supporting. So like this education can, and KECTIL programs and mentorship can make a huge efforts, I think, in our regions. Political sensitivities, we will not talk much about it, but we have a huge problem in politics, especially in the youth and gender barriers. So we still thinking like male and female are different in many sections. Some jobs are reliable to men, but not for women. And maybe we have to work more in this subject. So I want to now talk about my experience as a refugee in Sweden. So we have another type of challenges. It was like high expectation from the youth. So they like waiting for you to do whatever you can, the most things that you can for just to be successful in the society. It's like a huge difference from the Middle East and our region in like general. I think like often cultural and structural, such as age, gender, and limited access can like make it more effort for all the youth around the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think for me, for example, the most interesting part is refugee part, because as I got every nation's diaspora and refugees, they differ. And for example, the needs of Armenian diaspora in Europe or in United States or in Russia, they can differ. And for me, like, it's another topic to discuss, but it's also very interesting how different nations, especially from different backgrounds, they act abroad and what kind of needs they have. So it's interesting to know. So we can discuss later during our free time. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we have Hamza. Actually, Hamza is coming right from Palestine. So it is something we're very proud of. So thank you for coming, actually.
Thank you for inviting me here, actually.
And we know that you have a lot of problems, a lot of challenges. Yeah. So it's the question I would like to ask just automatically to know the answer. But if you can, there are some challenges, we can tell about it now, and we can think that there will be people who can support in some way, even remotely. Like, I would like to listen more about these challenges that we can support in the future. Because I know that challenges regarding the world, like you can say, of course, we have war there or conflict. Of course, we know about this, but I think it will be better also to know challenges that we can also support with something from here.
So first of all, like I got to tell this problem, even if there's nothing to do about it. It's like the biggest problem in like when it comes to Palestine is to stay alive, actually, or simply outside of prison. Like living under occupation means that at any given moment your life is at risk. You don't know if you're going to make it through the night, if the next bullet or the next rocket will hit you, if you will find food for the next day, so or if all your efforts will vanish because you got imprisoned or something. But let's say somehow you put all that aside, the war, the fear, and try to lead. Then comes the second challenge. In Palestine, we grew up in a system that doesn't give us a seat on the table. There is this idea that leadership belongs to the elderly. Like age alone qualifies someone to make decisions. So when a young person dares to lead, they're often dismissed and told to wait. But we don't have the luxury to wait in Palestine. Like, we're living in a place where everything is urgent. So if youth don't lead now, then when? And if we don't speak up now, who will? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this was the message I think you got. And actually, with KECTILArmenia, with the KECTIL program, we talked a lot. And Hamza was one who we had a podcast about the situation. So as you got KECTIL also a channel, a platform that you can speak. And when I was in the United States in 2023, I spoken about Nagorno-Karabakh and Artsakh. I spoke about the problems that no one knew that there exist. So this is a platform you can consider as a place you can go and you can say something, and the other people, like the other leaders, they will listen, and maybe they will do something which will be supportive for you. They will, I don't know.
Exactly, like you're all here lucky because you have KECTILArmenia and you have Koharik in it.
And we have KECTIL because
KECTIL of
without
course, and
KECTIL,
Sherry,
like,
yeah.
no KECTIL countries name, they are not audible. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So actually we spoke also about the educational access and tools and access that they don't have. Arichka say about this. And for me, actually, it is interesting to know in your context, I mean in your country's context, what role does education or access to resources play in education? So how it can empower or limit young participation? Because as I got from our Syrian Swedish speaker Arich, they really need something to do. But it is interesting to know about your countries, like listen to about Armenia and see the differences or similarities.
Well, I'm sure that it's not a secret that education is a key for lots of things in the world to have an access for. And from my own point of view, I'm here because of the education. I'm here because I can talk about the things I have educational background. I have background on society, sociology, and research, and I know how the society works in general and in some fields as well. And as a young person, I have the capacity to lead several peoples regarding social issues, diplomacy, and social communication as well. What I want to say is for Armenia, lately in the latest years, resources increased for rural communities, regional communities, and according to my observations, the situation getting better because people from rural areas have the possibility to travel to capital and go back and travel also to another countries. It can be European Union, United States, or even the other parts of the world, and they can access the international experience of leadership and policymaking and other things they are committed to succeed in later in their lives. So education, yes, a source, a key and power, especially for women and girls to be financially independent in their lives later and to lead societies for a better future. And also I want to connect it with education because leaders, we are not leaders just because of the title, we are leaders because people choose to follow us and choose to explore the paths that we are guiding them to. So I see the education that one of the cornerstones behind all of these activities and experience that we are building to guide our countries in a better situation and our world a better place to live in. Thanks.
Thank you. Mina?
Yeah, so let's start first. I think one of the main problems in the educational systems in the South Mediterranean is it's just all about knowledge and memorizing. It doesn't support critical thinking and analyzing what you are studying and comparing and researching. And that's why most of the time, I always mention this problem. It's not like the educational system are not supporting people to be competitive in the job market. So they are giving them just information, but when it comes like, I'm giving you all of these statements in accounting, But when you come to the system, Oracle or SAP or whatever, and you want to work, you cannot actually open the system, you know. So it's not actually practical when it comes to analyzing what you are studying, why you are studying it, what are the practicalities, and like I can say the infrastructure and the tools you are going to use in your work. Also, one of the things is, and this is general for all, limited access to quality education. In these countries, you'll find the poor people who go to the public schools, and those A-class people who go to private international, IG, you know, American diploma, and it costs a lot. Like for the American diploma or the IG, it costs like 10,000 euros or 8,000 euros per year. And some of the families, they actually live monthly by 150 euros, like all the family together, 5 or 4 people. So how can they send their children for quality education? So they go to the public school where there is no education, actually. Most of the teachers there just to spend time. And the bad thing, they have to pay extra money for their children to learn outside. This is the problem. Like, you have to pay again. If you want your child to get educated, you have to pay again for private lessons, private centers, so they can get education. And one of the things is gender as well. And here I'm not talking about the political situation or the governments, because they support the women in education. A lot of programs support women in education, but I think they are targeting it wrongly, because it's not about women here. It's not about giving more scholarships for women. It's about the culture itself. Deal with the parents, deal with the families. I know a lot of girls, they got accepted in scholarships in USA, UK. I was like, their families didn't allow them to go. So the problem here is rooted in the society. How to target and make awareness for these societies to change their mind, to mindset towards women education and traveling and going to even another city, you know, to study. They now keep sitting in this city, even if it's a better university or a better major you want or you are interested in. I have a lot to say about education, because I'm like educational opportunity advocate, and I always advocate for quality education and equality in education for all, but for the time I will keep it.
Thank you very much. Actually, education is the notion that we have the problem as well, despite the fact that the levels are different, of course, especially about mindset. Of course, like we are here, like, I mean, local Armenians, we come really like liberal families, I think, because local people from regions, sometimes their families don't allow them to come to Yerevan to study because of mindset. And yes, these problems, they are very, very deeply, and we should go deeper to solve them. And we should create some educational institutions who should deeply work with that. Thank you, Mina. Now, Arich, what you can say in this case? Or you can continue your previous speech.
Thank you. Education is a huge sector, and according to leadership and youth leadership, it's going to be a big subject to discuss. But what we define for education, for youth leadership, to get a university and a certificate, how many people get a job directly after university? Almost none, exactly. All of them need experience to apply for a job. And that's why we need to have KECTIL programs, other organization programs to be involved in a good age, like 18, to start with, involving in many activities, get to know more about market study, mental studies, health studies, like Sherry was mentioning before, health and mental education. It's very important. How to support women in the society also, it's very important. I have been in different situations with, as a woman, as a single mom, and as a refugees, have been attending many conferences just to learn. I'm still learning about education. So I have been a coach and supervisor to the people who have been studying a doctor, master's, but they cannot write a CV. What's the purpose though? It's education, you have to make it in all the subjects, all the sectors. So I want to say now, for the youth support, don't know how to apply for a job or write a CV or maybe sometimes don't know how to use the digital platforms, it's a huge problem. So I encourage all the youth to be in earlier age to be involved in just the KECTIL programs, Syrian professional network programs who support you in market entry, health development, like market studies, everything beside your critical studies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, I got some ideas. Even in the framework of the KECTIL program, we can add some new modules about specific tools that like leaders need to enter to markets or somewhere, because as we got it's very important, especially in this territorial world. So Hamza, what you can say?
So in Palestine, it's almost as my friend Mina said. A lot of our education is focused more on theory. Memorize this, pass that. But what about critical thinking? What about innovation? What about application? If you want to actually do something with your knowledge, you usually have to find your own way to make that happen. Like, take me for example. I'm a medical student, but I'm also care deeply about media, leadership, and storytelling. The system doesn't exactly encourage that mix, so I had to seek opportunities outside of my classroom. So I attended workshops, online learning fellowships, anything that could help me grow in more than one direction. Access to resource makes all the difference, actually. Just having a laptop and a stable internet can change a life. So imagine if we could provide real support for young leaders, mentorships, grants, spaces, and experiments to make them try and fail and succeed eventually. We'd see a whole generation bloom, actually. And that's what KECTIL do. So thanks, Sherry.
Thank you very much. Actually, for me, and I think for our audience as well, it is very interesting to know about your personal experience, your personal stories, your personal challenges, or, I don't know, setbacks, and also the way how you overcome them, how you try to solve them. Because you are examples that already succeed, and I think it's a good opportunity to know what were their problems and how you got solutions. We can start from Hamza, this time from that side.
Let's change.
Okay. Okay. So I've actually faced like more setbacks than I could count, like from having a gun pointed at my head to my cousin being killed by the occupation. It's a lot of trauma. But these moments, like, they don't just challenge your leadership, they actually challenge your very will to live. There were times I asked myself, what's the point? Why are we doing all this if we're all just gonna die anyway? If everything we build can just instantly be gone. But then something inside me, it reminded me that me, Hamza, as a Muslim and as a Palestinian, I don't have the luxury of giving up. Like, that's not even an option. Even if I knew I was walking into a dead end, I'd still walk. Like, maybe I could make a new path, or maybe I could just light the way for another person behind me. So I created my own spaces. I started making content on social media. I started leading initiatives. I participated in global programs like this, where I could speak for myself, where I was no longer waiting to be chosen. I choose myself. And now people notice, people listen, and more importantly, people follows. And that's leadership. So to everyone here, don't ever think that your efforts are too small. Don't give up, even if a gun was pointed at your head, because Allah is with you. And someone somewhere is being inspired by your strength. So keep going, guys.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Arich?
Yeah, I have been struggling many issues as, like I mentioned before, as a youth, as a refugees, and as a woman. I haven't been taking serious that I can lead, I can make changes, or I can effort, others support. So it was like many struggling during many years, but I believe that if you want, you can. This makes a lot of difference inside you. Don't care about others, judges, what they think about you. Do whatever you want. And that's why we have to keep continue touching, making networking with other people, get experience to know how they success in their lives. So as a woman, for all the women, for all the girls, continue, take care about yourself, your thoughts, and do whatever you want. Thank you. Men, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, sure, it's like, you don't need the support, but of course, no, you need the support, but I mean like in our society, I don't talk about like gender equality in the whole globally. So I'm talking about our like regions and areas. In our regions and areas, if you check the statistic, the numbers that Sherry have been showing before, is like a huge difference between male and female. So that's why I'm like sending my message to all the women. Continue, keep shining, do whatever you want, and I believe that all of you will success in the future.
Thank you. Actually, as you see in Armenia, we have very active women, unfortunately. But as I said before, in decision-making processes, there are always like more men, but we have always very active women. And the thing now, we as a young leaders, me, Gane, and the other of our colleagues, we think, is to make projects for men as well. Because everything is very concentrated nowadays in our territory, I mean, on women, in women opportunities, but we should do everything equally, because we will lose like the other gender, which is also very important. So everywhere we need this equality. Thank you. Mina?
Yeah, I think this is the trauma section. Okay, so I would just say something related to gender equality from the perspective of the countries, just for 1 minute, because something that people don't notice actually in these regions, that toxic masculinity is bad for the men as it's bad for the women. You don't know how high is the expectation from men, so they don't even can take 1 day rest. Yeah, this is I'm telling this to the young people in Egypt. Like, don't take all of what you have been like taught when you are a child, that you are a man, don't do this, you have to do this, and you do that. So it's even bad for them, like it's bad also for women. So just one thing that every man should remind himself, that it's bad for you as well, okay? So, yeah. So I will talk about my trauma. Sorry, but I will start with something I think many people maybe they heard about. It's called the intersectionality theory. Intersectionality theory, it's a theory says that having different intersectional things in your background will result in something different when it comes to discrimination against you. So let's say you are a woman, and you are a black woman, and you are with a disability from a minority religious group. So in a society, you will face a combination of discrimination that is higher than another person, okay? So this is, I'm always advocating for this, because some people, they only think that they get discriminated against because of one thing. Actually, you get discriminated against because of a lot of combination of different things. For me, I think one of the things I have been brought up with a poor family in Egypt, like very poor. I'm saying if you came to the place where I was born, it's very poor. So the expectations, even from the families out there, they don't expect you to be something actually, because they know what is the hierarchy in our countries, and the social mobility is like it takes 10 generations just to move from one level of social class to the other. This is one of the things I faced, like the public school. I don't get education. I have to learn even the language. You know, like I will tell you an example. Our teacher in high school, he used to say, "There is no dopit that," which means there is no doubt that. Okay, this is how we are taught in the school. Also, the thing with being from minority religious group in Egypt and being a young man that I'm expected to do things at a specific age. You are 20, you have to have this house, you have to have this, and you have to have married, and you have to have children. You know, like they label you. You have to do things that you cannot actually do in this situation. This is like the stuff that I passed through, but I'm going to tell you what is the solution. But one thing in the career that I am always noticing till the moment, even if I'm working like in a good job, it's I see every day the look that I get from older people and decision makers, and I even heard from somebody 2 years ago. It was an European Commission person, and I asked him why you didn't involve us in the writing of this restoration law, and he said, "You think you as youth, you can actually write something like this?" Yeah. You know, and I'm talking about high level people who should actually include us. So till the moment, I think people, they are still patronizing youth, and as you said, it's all about age. Like even when you to get promoted, you have to get to this age to get promoted. So it's actually being young person wanting to do change. Sometimes they don't take you seriously. Like, okay, you don't understand anything. You're still young. You are in your 20s. Go play somewhere. You know. So this is a problem. What I always think is I don't invest time in something that will waste my efforts. I learned this the hard way, because sometimes I was like, hey, invest more time, more effort. Inshallah, it will work, you know, but yeah, but after 2 years, nothing, okay? So go to the places, to the environment, to the communities, to the people that actually when you invest time and effort, something will happen and change the communities. Don't invest time with a place where they will not listen to you even 100 years. This is the first point I want to mention. The second point is, because you mentioned also like the small acts and small effects, I believe in the ripple effect. If you have like one effect and the compound effect. So I believe you don't need to change the whole world. And I always tell my young leaders in the program, you are not here to change the world, and you cannot change the world now. Just change yourself first. First, change yourself, and then change one person next to you. I think this person can bring other two, and you can bring other two. You'll be now 6, and the ripple effect will have its effect alone without you interfering. After 5 years, you'll find this person saying, I did this, but you don't know actually that it was your effect from the beginning.
Thank you very much. Yes, snowball effect is one of the most preferable ones and productive ones, efficient one. And I will back later to another question regarding aging, because actually I'm very interested to know one thing I will ask right after Gayanes will answer the question.
The first time that I demonstrated leadership is when I was 4 years old and disagreed with my mother to wear a cloth she offered me to wear. And after that, later in my life, the major challenge that I faced is the silence. Silence from my peers, from the same age people. They also saw the injustice and something we all should stand up, but they didn't tell about it, and they choose comfort, they choose silence, they choose being non-conflictable person in their group, in their class, in their workplace. And so I had a choice to decide whether I be more comfortable in a group of people who choose that comfort exactly, or should I stand up regardless what happened the next. I always know the right answer, and I always stand up for that. But the major challenge still remains silence from my peer people, even involved in leadership. I understand that sometimes people don't have enough energy to speak up, to fight against something they feel they can't break and make a change, but they still remain silent. And as there were some notes about the gender balance and education and career development, I also want to add some points regarding it and the leadership development in Armenia. There is also a major challenge, not only in Armenia, but also in the world, as our male colleagues talked about. It's the masculinity crisis. And we tried to build societies of empowered women, but we never tried to teach men how to live with these women. And it affects family lives, further the institutional forms of their leadership performance in higher roles. And this masculinity crisis also affects Armenian society. Men, usually those who came back from the war, are suffer to bounce back to the education and career and to find their place in the work market or labor market or in their educational places, and what they do is just being out of the society, being isolated and not finding their way out of that chaos. So for this, our country definitely needs better career development centers in universities and maybe starting from schools to guide these people out of their own inner and outer crises. Not just be a bridge between labor market and university and to push these people to go to work even though they don't want to work in those places and they just need money for surveillance. This is main things that I want to point out regarding the education and barriers standing in front of the leadership. And I think that all of these problems we can solve just being united and definitely not staying silent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Actually, we spoke a lot regarding Egypt, Syria, Palestine, I mean Middle Eastern countries about aging. This is something that all people who are decision makers, they are older people, they don't give youngsters opportunity to be in the framework of decision makers in the processes. But I have a question. We have a lot of donors. We have like European Union, we have UN different departments, we had USAID, which gave and maybe they continue to give a lot of monies to include youngsters in decision-making processes. So, for example, in the case of Armenia, I can just say that I really saw the cases when we did some initiatives and we got results when youngster was in the parliament, like our parliament is very young one. Also, we had different youngsters in city councils and city trusted councils and students from different political or international relations departments, they always are in touch with people who are decision makers. So in that case, in Armenian case, also Ghana can add then, this the situation and the money that we gave from the international agents or some kind of them, it works. It worked. So I'm sure that in your countries as well, you have different foundations, different organizations like EU, and they are really struggling to keep youth very active. So what you do if you have such kind of projects, how you develop them, how you implement them, how you write your reports even, because you should do some kind of things to show results. So, or you don't have such kind of programs, and for example, your donations, they are coming to solve another problems. Mina, can you answer? What do you think?
Now it works. So if I understood you well, you mean like the donations or let's say the
grants.
The grants coming. Is it effective? Is it your question? And how we as organizations...
I mean that, for example, in the case of Armenia, there are a lot of grants who are directly to improve youngsters to be very active in political or decision-making processes. And I'm thinking that the same European Union should have the same strategy to improve youngsters in the field in every nation. So
Yeah.
if you had such kind of projects, what you do?
We have actually a lot of support from different international actors. But here again, I will go to something that Sherry said in her presentation, that they cannot impose, actually. They can just try to advocate for this, try to make incentives for the governments to include more youth. But it's all about the decision of the government, whether they are convinced or not. Okay, you are telling me I can get this grant for including youth? Okay, but I will not. So what we can do? This is part of the things. And the second thing is manipulating the international organizations. And I think it's very famous, and I have seen it a lot. Okay, we will include youth. Okay, we have 1% of youth included in this party or in this parliament or in this, or maybe in ministries or whatever. Okay, we will raise it to 10%. But who are the youth that you included? Most of the youth included are actually people with good connections to the government, or they are actually like trained well by the government. We have in most of the countries governmental programs to prepare those people, to prepare them to be diplomats, political wise, all of this stuff. So are you actually recruiting or including people and everybody has the ability to be included, or it's only for some people? Okay, in the report I will put the 10%. But are they actually effective? They are not, I'm sure. I know this. And also, I know they are doing a lot of programs. Like what part of the things I do with my program, it's not only the funding, it's not only training and empowering and building their capacities. We try to involve them in high policy dialogue with European commissions, with ministers, with, but let's talk about the effectiveness. They are there for 1 hour talking with this minister, for example. Are there any changes after this meeting? I don't think so. But we are trying to connect them at least to make the network with this minister, to make the network with the European Union officials. So this young leader, they can connect again for another project, maybe something will happen. So, and this is what the European Union tried to do. I think the European ambassador here in this country, we have something called EUGIL Connect in the South Mediterranean, where you are actually interacting with the European delegation in your country, doing projects and advocating and all of this stuff, and meeting ambassadors. But the effectiveness is something else. Yeah, we implement, but I don't think the results are like what we want.
So you said you have participants who already had connections with these people. It means that, what does it mean? I mean, they are like the sons or daughters of these people, or they are the new generation, they are going to make them political scientists for the future. How you know that this youngster have connection with governmental representatives?
You mean in the program I'm managing, for example, we try to build this. Actually, when they come to the program, to start the program with us, the fellowship, part of the fellowship is connecting them. We send them to events, we do some discussions with high-level decision makers for them to discuss specific topics. For example, like in this cycle, we are trying to connect them with decision makers to talk about green just transition. While doing the green transition, how to ensure that the vulnerable communities are not left behind and are not affected economically, especially. So they have to involve the government while doing this. They cannot do it alone as a civil society. It's difficult because it's a very big project. So what we do is putting them in contact with these people. So when they implement their projects, they can get the support from the government, even if in-kind services support. And they also can advocate, but not guaranteed, for the government. Okay, take my policy paper, which I had, or take my recommendation paper, which I wrote after implementing the project and got all the insights from the participants and the people involved in the project. This is how we put them in contact. Some of them, they already have contact from other programs before, but one of the main goals is not just giving them the money or empowering them, no, putting them in contact with the decision makers.
So you do it step by step.
And if I can add something that maybe I didn't mention before because I found it very important. Many of the programs, they teach people how to advocate for the public, but they don't teach them how to advocate for decision makers. And we cannot do any change if we didn't change the system. So you have to tell them how to don't advocate only for students in universities, about how to change, how to do green practices. Okay, but to do this big change in the community, you have to have policies, you have to have rules, you have to have somebody supervising this. So alone you cannot change actually the whole community. So you have to have the private sector, the public sector, and like all the actors with you. And I think this is part that even in the South Mediterranean, it's very problematic because most of the programs, they teach young people how to advocate for the normal community, the other young people or people in the street, but they don't teach them how to advocate for decision makers.
Thank you very much for a very important point. Actually, yes, and cooperation is the key, I think, in every sector. The old field, they should be together, work together to create something, to make a change. Thank you. I'm not sure you have any comments regarding this question or you would like to say something. Okay, let's see. Okay, Kayane, then Arich.
Okay, well, I mostly agree with you regarding the comments about the sustainable development and the long-term impact of these programs. And I think that it is also a big concern in Armenia to keep the impact that these programs usually intend to make in our communities. For example, if we imagine how the program works in a certain community, it comes, the money, the donation, and the program getting managed in a community. It started to getting invested in some spheres of making an impact, and then it's getting managed, it's getting monitored, and then the other, based on the comments and based on research, the program getting finished. But what happens the next? What when the donor, when the program implementer and the other actors going out from that community? What happens with that money? What happens with that impact? How long that impact can live in the community, and whether this have long future or not. This also based on the community and how our people think about this. I agree, and maybe this is a very serious announcement, but I'm also sure that these programs usually don't make institutional changes, and they are mostly used for local implementations, and they don't serve long-term impact, unfortunately. But each of us can be an investor of that long-term impact, and we can use our resources, volunteering resources, human resources, to advocate communities, how they can keep that and sustain that impact that's already happened in their community. So maybe I will mention mostly the sustainability problem that exists in the communities, but I'm sure that this is a big concern in many parts of developing countries, and maybe the USAID is the best example for that. A morning that USAID just cut off from all of the countries, and there were some kind of chaos started in these countries, especially the ones who actually depend on that fund. And also we should have in our mind that this is a part of the policy, which is not bad, and just knowing that this is a part of the policy, and we need to not to get threatened for this, but to use this as an opportunity to build our countries more independent and more developing. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Arichika.
Thank you. I just want to add something about the international organization, how they can support our countries. I want to talk now about Syria specifically. It was not like I haven't been in this effective support actually before. So it's very important for me as a Syrian to be involved in a Syrian networking as a Syrian professional network to support ourselves in the beginning. Like Mina mentioned before, you have to start to change yourself before waiting others to be helping or supporting you. So I just want to give like our vision as a Syrian professional network and why we want to have this networking and what we can get like benefits of it. So I want to just like mention Syrian Professional Network was is like established with a clear vision to build a trust, exclusive and it's like to build a trust, exclusive and professional community that empowers Syrians in their careers, personal development, while also contributing to the long-term of Syria in the future. So Syrian ProNet believes in offering professional support and not seeking it. That's why it's very important to have a network during your community, during your country, before start asking about international organization support, as we have been like struggling in Syria during like 15 years now with the war. There's no human rights, no education rights, no like very simple basic rights. So what was we like focusing on? To support each other as a Syrian to Syrian. It doesn't matter the religion, it doesn't matter the age, it doesn't matter the education. So just to be like supporting each other and build our community hand by hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you would like to say something about
Can I add something like real quick? We have a saying in Palestine that says, if someone is giving you something for free, you're probably the product. So there are lots and lots of international organizations who will give you free trainings and lots of free stuff. But you gotta be careful, like which organization you should join, which organization you should get, because like in Palestine, many organizations are trying to change you to, like they have agenda. So they're trying to give you all their thoughts, like in the training, like they give you a leadership training, but they put all their thoughts in it. So when you finish the training, a training after another, you'll end up like you have a complete a whole identity that's different from from who you are. And in Palestine, we actually started to see this. Like many Palestinian people started to want to get out of Palestine. They want to start to get away from our culture, our heritage, our stuff. So it's like you gotta be careful. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And a lot was spoken here about the support, that we should support each other. And actually, in the framework of the KECTILArmenia NGO, we had a phrase which is like building bridges across borders. And we just made it. Like, right now we are making it. So I have a question regarding how can young leaders from different countries support each other across borders? Because we have different challenges. We have even similarities in our challenges. So if I succeed, I can help you. But how you imagine this implementation process? So who would like to answer first?
I can start again from Syrian Professional Network because I'm very grateful to be in as this organization, and of course to be in the future member in KECTIL, because it's like you said, bridging crossing the borders. Syrian Professional Network, they have the opportunity to support each other whenever you were, whenever.
But it's exactly for Syrians, right? I mean, you should be Syrian.
Yeah, but like as my experience moving from Sweden to Dubai, do nothing about the market, nothing about the society, get support from the Syrian who's already living in Dubai, offering all like kind of support, like mental, society, jobs, education. It was very helpful. So this also, if we have like a KECTIL, if we can bridge like these methods in the future, like to get to in touch with other people, or like if I wanna move to US, so maybe I can be in touch with a group, KECTIL group in US, to get like more education about like how can I be like effective in that society. So this point, I think it's very important to think about in the future.
Thank you. The point that I got is actually we can use this for every nation separately, international, like people who have diaspora and who have people, refugees from different countries. Maybe it's a very good idea, despite the fact that in which country you are living, you can connect them all, and they always will know that if in this country I'm going to, I don't know, Sweden, I have some Armenian or some my nationality representative there. So thank you. Next, who would like to suggest something better than we have KECTIL?
So actually, I'm living this right now. Like being here is a kind of way to collaborate. So how we can support each other, like even cross borders. We can start by sharing our stories. When we speak honestly about our struggles, our wins, we can help each other learn. And we feel less alone, like along the road. There's also collaboration, like for example, I'm working on a climate health project in Palestine. There is another one who's doing it in Armenia, another one who's doing it in Syria, in Egypt, wherever. We can launch campaigns together, we can share lessons together, like what did work for me, what doesn't work. So that will actually make us stronger. And we can support each other like just by showing up. So when someone like me from an occupied country or a conflict zone feels seen on a global stage like I do right now, so it gives us hope. It says like we're not invisible, we are not alone, we are all here for you. So let's keep building those bridges, and not just as leader, but as people who care about making the world a little more fair, like a little more human.
Thank you very much. We will try.
I will start with something that I believe in. The problems are in every country. So, for example, climate change now, it's not only in Egypt or it's not only in Syria. So if we didn't work all of us together, you cannot protect yourself. You cannot protect your country. I'm protecting Egypt from the climate change. No, you have to work with all the other countries around you and the whole world. And like we can talk about even war. It's exponential now, like wars starting everywhere, you know. So we should work together. So the first point I'm always reminding myself, we should start with the common problems we have. Forget about anything else, start with all the problems that we all share. Also working together in synergies. One of the things we do, for example, with our young leaders, when they get the fund, they are from 10 countries. So we encourage them, okay, you wrote a proposal, it was individual in your country. So what we suggest here with the mentors, that we try to see what is a possibility to do it with other peers in the same country and to do it regionally. So if you are doing this in Algeria, for example, working on green practices for business, and we have this person in the same cycle, in the same cohort, they are doing it in Morocco. Why you are not doing even one activity, just one activity in the whole program together? So you will have regional impact. Maybe producing one paper instead of different, we receive like 20 different recommendation papers. Why not one recommendation paper for the South Mediterranean, okay? One of the things also I want to mention, because I didn't mention the problem, the challenges, is having more intercultural dialogue on these thematic priorities that we have. Online, virtual, and physical. But physical here, I think the problem is with mobility, and I think you faced this. Like to do something physical, to bring people together, one of the problems that the South has, or the MENA region has, is the mobility issues. Many young people, they want to share their expertise, they want to share their knowledge, but they cannot actually move, especially in countries of war and conflicts. So it's hard. So I think this is one of the things that we should mention, the mobility issue.
Yes, I just would like to add visa issues as well.
This is part.
Yes, and we can end summarize with Ghana, and we will give you opportunity to ask questions.
Maybe I can talk about this topic mostly as a young European ambassador, and then this is a role, not just a title, that connects Armenian youth with European youth, and not only, it is a platform for Eastern Europe youngsters from Eastern Europe countries to connect with each other and to connect with the European society, and not just connect or not just communicate or not just party, but also to exchange ideas and exchange issues that we have in our societies. There are issues in different fields and in different types, but all of us live through these issues, and all of us try to go through of this, and sometimes initiate some things to lead our peers through this. And something like this platform can be very useful for all over the world to communicate with each other. This is the first time actually that I participate in a conference which is between Armenia and Middle East countries and not Europe. And I'm very happy and very excited for that, because we have a lot of information and similarities with Europe, and European societies are very similar to us. And we have a lot to exchange yet, but there is much more to know about the East and to explore about the East. And I guess East has a lot to explore about us. And I think that connection and mutual communication worth it.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your points. And now we have 15 minutes to ask questions. I will ask you, if you have any kind of question, just go. We have a microphone there. It's table microphone. Just go there and ask your question. You can stand up. You can go. You have a key there. Yes. Because we have YouTube followers as well, and so everyone can hear you, can see you.
Thank you for opportunity. My name is Milena Hovanesyan. I'm an international relations student at Yerevan State University. And as it was mentioned, there is a problem that so many young people can't study outside of their countries or in another cities. Yes, I agree with that. I am not the victim of that problem, but anyways, we are losing so many big brains, honestly, because we don't know what could happen if that people could take actions. And there is another problem that in a realm of that situation in the world that is going on, some people are in apathy and don't think that they can make decisions or make some changes in the world. How can we get rid of that problem and make this community bigger, to get aware of everything and take actions as young people?
Okay, so I think it was a general question addressed to all of them. So if someone would like to comment, you can just speak. Ghana?
Let me think. A few seconds. Sure, there are different issues that hold us back from chasing education across the borders. But I think sometimes, let me be a bit philosophically, but it is a part of me as well, so I should answer it a bit like that. Sometimes craving education outside of our country, we don't chase education itself, we chase escapism from what we have in our reality. And it's more likely for developing countries. There are several research about this, and the main motivation of several students to go and study outside of their country is that. But in my opinion, living as also in exchange students for a while in Europe, I can say that living in European society and exploring their culture bring me to the idea that coming back to the Armenia and using my experience to maybe educate or maybe to develop the society that I have here is way more pleasure and career development success than just staying in another country. And it's still my main goal to contribute in this field. But I think that's not a short-term success that we can have. Like, we have families, we have traditional families, we have families that are not able to help their students to study abroad, even with the full funding, because people don't have trust toward each other, toward institutional systems, toward other countries, and they want their children to be secure. And this is the international problem, not just family, not just local or community problem. But maybe few suggestions that I have is to demonstrate, yes, leadership in your own country, in a local place, to show that you are able to study and what you can do. And this is personal level. But what I can suggest in institutional level is to broaden the opportunities, but to keep that opportunities connected yet to the country, in this regard Armenia. And so if you can go outside studying, you should come back. And I'm sure our country and our state making such policies to keep our big minds in Armenia, and they giving scholarships in several conditions you should follow if you want to receive scholarship and to study abroad. I'm one of them who is going to study and coming back. So I'm sure these external potential opportunities exist. It's somehow based on a personal perspective as well.
Thank you. Mina, if you would like to comment.
Yeah, I would just comment on the second question, because I think you covered all the first question. Second question, I think it was about you don't think that you can make change, or... Okay, so again, you cannot you cannot take the decisions, of course, but the thing here is how to make the group is bigger. I think I was sitting with a professor from Copenhagen University, and she mentioned that to have a real change in the community, you have to have above 80% of the people convinced about this, which is big, you know. Imagine Egypt, 120 million. How much people I want to convince? So you need to start. I think the first thing is working on making awareness of the problem itself. Some people, they don't realize the problem. Some people are denying the problem. Some people, they know, but oh, who cares? Oh, I have been raised this. The same problem is always 100 years ago, and it will continue till we die. So I think using real stories of victims of these problems, or people displaced of these problems, or this can make some change, and advocacy is a key. Also, again, synergizing together. People and individuals and youth are working alone. Everybody is doing his own work, but they don't cooperate. If we cooperated together, we will do something bigger, okay? I think one of the things, like, for example, I have a friend, she has an organization initiated in Syria during the war. She found out that many of the young male, they go to army or they travel abroad because they are the more physically fit to go through the sea, but they leave women alone. They don't have money, they don't have work. So she started uplifting Syrian women to help women. She is a woman to help other women. How to get a job, how to learn coding, how to learn languages, how to learn to translate, how to do things. And the initiative grew. Of course, she didn't have anybody to talk to. No decision makers, people are fighting now. But the thing is, when she made impact and she made different synergies with a lot of initiatives, she even had the synergy with me in Egypt. I'm in another country to offer programs and to support with speakers and support with trainers to provide full programs for free for Syrians. Then the governments and then the decision makers and ministers, and they started calling her like, you do this. Okay, come and talk with us. How can you help as an initiative? So actually, I think if we started you will not lose anything, just some efforts. But maybe after some period of time, when you make a huge impact, they will come to you. They will ask you for help.
Thank you very much. If you have something extra to say, yes, because we have 10 minutes and 3 other questions to ask.
Something real quick, like your question, like if you look at it, it has two sideways. Like from one side, there are people that can't get out of their city, out of their country to get a good education. But from the other side, why people should leave their country to get education? I think it's part of our job as a youth to make education in our country like much better, much higher, so that we don't face the problem that people are going outside. Like a lot of great brains are going outside, they're helping other countries beside theirs. So I guess almost most of you are either graduated or will be soon graduating. So it's our job to like work in college, to work in like education centers in the education ministry, to change like how education works in our country, to make it much better, to make like other countries want to come to us, not us want to leave the country.
Thank you.
Quick feedback about what he mentioned.
If it's about question, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I just want to mention, like he mentioned before, why we have to leave our country to get a good education. I'm sure that you have Armenian stories who have been studying in Armenia and have a very good position outside of the country and a very good like education efforts who teaching others also in other societies. I want to mention about the Syrian now. If you check the statistic in Europe in general, Netherlands, Sweden, Germany, they have a very high percentage in doctor section. All of them have been studying medical subjects in Syria. No one have been studying it in Germany, but it was like getting to learn the language and engaging in the society, believing in themselves, help them to success wherever they want.
Thank you very much. Actually, because we have very few time, so I will ask to collect 3 questions. You can ask your questions. Please just note on your papers and we will answer the questions. So please, 3 people, you can ask your questions in order and then we will have general answer. Luna?
First of all, my name is Luna Hatem. I'm from Egypt. I work as a journalist. I want to thank you all for sharing your experiences, really inspiring. But I want to state also, like, there is a challenge that is facing us globally is the 5th warfare generation, where people are, which depends on brainwashing people by fake news, by fake information, and that is like targeted most for the youth. So, and my role as a journalist is to raise awareness regarding the misinformation, misnews, or whatever. So, by your experience and KECTIL program, what do you think is the right thing to do regarding this warfare, 5th warfare?
Okay, thank you very much. The next question.
Hello, my name is Sarah Al-Hatabim, and I have a question. Like, as Arij mentioned earlier, how can we inspire more young girls to believe in themselves and like go after their dreams, especially in our region or the Middle East? That's
okay, thank you very much. And the last question.
Hello everyone, I'm Ani and I'm a future journalist. So I wanted to ask, what can we do to change the vision of the society? Okay, we said that in many families it is problem for the family's child to go abroad and to study. Okay, I have people in my society, in my surrounding that are against for their children to go abroad and to study. What can we do to change the society's vision? Because only escaping is not change.
Thank you very much for questions. That's all. Now every one of you have just 1 minute to summarize your replies. So who would like to start? Ghana, okay.
Well, thank you all for your questions. And the first question is mostly about the youth and media framing that you were talking about and how media frames nowadays conflict and everything that's happening in the world. I think the main answer for solving this problem is to educate the youth how to be media aware, or how to try at least to understand which news is fake, which news is right, and even after that, know that the news is have their own goals to just frame society in pointed views, and there is no guarantee that just receiving the news we know what's happening in the world. Maybe I see the main point of solving this problem in community work, volunteer work, and media literacy trainings all over each country. This is the solution from my side.
Thank you. I just would like to say that we can address to the second question, because it was about the Middle Eastern countries. So, the second question was especially the second question is Sarah. Okay, so yes,
we cannot skip it.
Okay, so just 1 minute, we go.
For the second question now. Yeah. Okay, I think we can, it's like a little bit difficult to change all the mindset in our region right now. So I suggest to do workshops, learning by doing, to the women especially, to engage them more in activities, try to teach them by doing, sharing information, practicing, visiting governmental or health organization, or speak with the professionals directly, search about the resource. It's very important to search about the resource. Don't believe everything you get information. I can say now something and you said, yeah, oh, wow, that's true, but always search about the source. What's this answer? Where's it's coming from? Why I should believe you? Why I should keep continue with you and do changes in our society? So search about the sources, do workshops, learning by doing, and I believe we can move the energy, positive energy from one person to another. So surround yourself in positive people with positive thinking, and everything gonna be much better.
So don't
inshallah.
afraid to be curious about something.
Yeah,
okay.
Thank you.
The last question, or some question you would like to make a comment, Hamza, and then you will summarize, Mina, what you would like to say. The last question was about actually how, you remember or not?
Yeah, probably. It's about changing the society. It's, as I already told you, and you don't have to change the society. If you change the society, you won't have youth left in your country. You won't have colleges in your country would just go broke because no one enters them. Everyone just go abroad, and most people who go abroad don't come back to their country. So you're just sending minds outside. So a few hundred years later, you won't have a society because you have changed it. So instead, you should work on changing the education and make it better so that your society really becomes much stronger.
Thank you very much. And Mina, if you have some... Okay, that's great, actually. That's great. And Shari would... Yes.
First, great panel. Really enjoyed all your comments. Thank you very much. The title is Challenges Faced by Young Leaders. And so you hear two things. We heard two themes. First, when you go to college, there's rote training. You read something, you have to memorize it, you give it back. And that's not real training. That's just memorization. That's not training on how to be a leader. It's not training how to be thoughtful. And the other thing is opportunity. You have to have opportunities for leadership. Sometimes leaders aren't born. Sometimes leaders have to practice, and you have to learn by experience how to be a leader, So those are two of the things that we think that we can do at KECTIL. So when we have the KECTIL program, we have a one-year program, and the one complaint I get about the KECTIL program is it's so hard. And the reason why it's hard is because we don't ask you any questions that you can just go look up in a book and give the answers to. We ask thought-provoking questions that have to go deep into your mind and expand your mind, and you have to think about them and give us your ideas and your perspective. That's hard, and it's something that youth are not used to thinking about. So we like to say, we blow open your mind, we expand your mind by giving you these very big thought-provoking questions. And often people say, wow, the youth leaders who have come into the KECTIL program say, wow, I've never actually experienced a training program like that where I was just asked my opinion on very, very difficult issues, and I had to think about it for myself, and then I had to express it. So we say, you have to learn how to think like a leader, and then you have to learn to express yourself in a way that other people want to listen. Okay, not just express yourself, but do it in a way that you have big thoughts that somebody wants to say, oh, wow, that's so interesting. Okay, and in every one of the modules in the KECTIL program, we give awards for the person who got the most number of comments on their responses and the person who gave the most number of responses to other people's essays or other people's responses. And that's really important because that's training you to have people listen to what you have to say on issues that you can't read about in a book. You have to express yourself. I think that's very important, and that's one thing that's different about the KECTIL program. The other thing is opportunity for leadership. When you go into college or you're in your various countries, one thing we're hearing as a theme is you don't have an opportunity for leadership. Okay, so when you join the KECTIL program, a lot of times you have no leadership experience. You know, you're coming to it naive, so to speak. You don't know what to expect. But if you work really hard in the program, and first of all, you can become a leader by having other people listen to what you say because you post all of your answers, and then people read your answers, and you get feedback on what you're saying on very important subjects. That's important. And then, by progressing in the KECTIL program, you can become a regional leader. You can become a local leader. You can create a program in your own country. You can have workshops in your own country. And all of that, all of those leadership opportunities, you can become a regional coordinator, you can even do more workshops, you can come up with new programs, and then maybe you can even get to the board of KECTIL, the global board of KECTIL, if you work very hard. So all of that is outside of the traditional educational program, and it all comes from what's inside of you, and it takes hard work, and it takes you being willing to blow your brain open and think about new ideas and figure out how to say them in a way that others want to listen to. And so what I've heard in feedback from people who've been in the KECTIL program, which is an adjunct to what we say is conventional education, is that when they've gone to apply for things like internships or scholarships or other opportunities, they can write on their CV, I was a regional coordinator for this area of the world. I started a program in my country at the KECTIL program. And I see more and more CVs that refer to leadership roles that youth have taken in the KECTIL program, and it actually helps. It helps you get jobs, it helps you get scholarships, it helps you get internships. It shows that you've put in the initiative to be a true leader. So KECTIL gives you something that's an opportunity that you can make the most or least of. You can do no work and you'll get nowhere, and you won't get anything out of it. Or you can work hard, you can think about the issues, have other people listening, and then you'll say, wow, I got 20 comments on my assignment submission. And I got them from as far away as, as Africa or from, Eastern Europe or China or other places. That's very cool. And then you start getting that, and it starts to change your life. So a lot of the gaps, a lot of the voids that we heard in the educational system, that's what we're trying to help you fix through the KECTIL program. That's my comment.
Thank you very much. Just would like to say that I really can prove how much just the title in my CV that I'm a board member in the KECTIL program helped me to get a lot of different scholarships, but we'll talk about later. And thank you very much. Just would like to say that we start 3 minutes later, we end 3 minutes later, so we are overall on time. Now we have a lunch. We should go that part to have our lunch, and we'll come back in 15 minutes. Okay? So, and be very on time, because right after 50 minutes, just, I'm saying, I'm giving you less time to organize the other stuff. So because right after that, the next conference, panel discussion, with international team, we are going to go to National Assembly. So please be on time, because we had already planned time. Yes, it will be very, very interesting because we will meet Maria Karapetyan, one of our very famous parliamentary member. We'll have a visit there, so it'll be very interesting. So.
That's track 1, but the rest of you are staying for track 2, and Alexandra and I are leading track 2. That's going to be a lot of fun. So make sure you stay around here. We're going to be doing a type of a workshop. So I'm just vouching for that one also.
Yes, I think that one will be better, so, but we should go National Assembly. So now you are free to communicate with each other as much as you want in 50 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Գալիս է։ George, հիմա ես խոսում եմ անգլերեն լեզվի։ Hello. I am fine, thanks. Russian. Hello world.
Մեկ, երկու, երեք, չորս, կամ ով է։ Մեկ, երկու, երեք, չորս, մեկ, երկու, երեք, մեկ, երկու, երեք, չորս, մեկ,
1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 8 points.
մեկ, երկու, երեք, չորս, մեկ,
Dear friends, please take your seats as we are close to starting our next panel. Yeah. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the lunch. Everyone is ready. Everyone has more energy to start the next panel. Before beginning, during the previous panel, I noticed some people going into the phones. We would like to ask you to keep the phones away and try to get most of this program. I know these kind of events are really rare, and try to learn, try to take notes, and concentrate all your attention to the panelists, because they are speaking for you, they are sharing their experience, and they are serving as a mentors for you. So, having this said, today we have our next panel, which is on the effect of the corruption on youth development. This is the thing that we can speak about really long, and I would start from our experience. I remember in 2018, right in front of this hotel, we had a great victory. All Armenians probably know the victory, and it was the fight against the authoritarian regime and democracy in Armenia. That's when we reached the Velvet Revolution, creating the more beautiful and more strong future for youth in Armenia. And that relates directly to the topic of today, corruption. How corruption influences the young people, how it prevents their development, and how it redirects them to the way they didn't want even to follow. To discuss this question, today we have three important speakers. First of all, Zoya Mikhailian. Zoya is Armenian, and she is former Gyumri City Council member, political scientist, and president of International Center of Youth Cooperation NGO. Please welcome her with applause. Our next speaker, who was speaking also in the previous panel, and you know him already, is Mana Fangari. Welcome him with applause, please. And our last speaker is coming from India. He is Meridul Adaya, and he is the Regional Youth Political Participation and Youth Peace and Security Coordination at United Nations Development Program, UNDP. Welcome him with applause, please. So, as you see, we have really diverse perspectives, coming from India, coming from Egypt, and coming from Armenia. Let's start discovering the issue of corruption and its influence on young people development. First of all, I would like to thank you, our guests, for being here and sharing their experience. We highly value your contribution to our panel, and it's really important to learn about the corruption from different perspectives, because it doesn't take the same form in every country. Our first question to start our panel is, in what ways does corruption affect the opportunities and aspirations of young people in your country or region? I would like to ask Meridul to take the stage and share his opinion.
Thank you so much. So I will be speaking primarily from my regional perspective, Asia Pacific, to start with how it affects. So let's look at the numbers first. Globally, corruption drains about 3.6 trillion US dollars from the economy. 3.6 trillion US dollars. And that's a big number. Like, I can give you the comparison. So if corruption becomes a country, it will be the 5th biggest economy. Yeah, this number is double than the economy of countries like Australia or Russia. This number, 3.6 trillion US dollars. Now, with this much of amount going to the public service, the education system, the young people's empowerment, then the issues that we were talking about previously could have been resolved already. Yeah? This affect in multiple ways. Yeah. If we know about the education, of course, if the money is dedicated for education, but if it is not being invested there, young people will not be able to get much of the scholarships, or they will have to pay a lot for their education, or they will have to possibly take loans in order to go through their higher education. It also affects the jobs. There is nepotism that happens. There are like corporates sometimes do not follow the laws in that ways, and corporate do not have maybe a lot of employment related facilities for the young people in terms of like quality of education, quality of jobs, the minimum wage that you need to follow in a lot of countries. And this is all the reason of sometimes some bribery is working and they don't need to follow these laws. This is also affecting a lot about the climate. Yeah, so think about climate. If you are facing like if you are having bad water or if you are having bad air in your community, it could be because of corruption. Maybe there are laws which are not strong, or is it because like corporations are exploiting the resources and government is not doing something about it? So this is also a big impact, like climate also gets affected. And again, when we are talking about all of these issues, be it let's say education, be it about the jobs, be it about the climate, be it about the public health services or other services, there is one group which get disproportionately affected, and that's youth. For all of this, one group gets much more affected than anyone else. So there's a lot of money that gets drained because of the corruption, and it affects a lot of different sectors. It's not just that. We also need to think about that there is a direct cost that we see of corruption, direct impact of it, but there is indirect impact also. So direct impact is, okay, you are seeing jobs are not there maybe, or the climate is getting affected, all of that is there. Indirect is that if a company is able to, let's say, get a contract by paying a bribe, then maybe the company will not try to make better products. So there will be an environment of saving the money to give into the bribe and corruption rather than really improving their own products, really championing the job that they do or the product that they make. So the culture is changing over a period. In a sector, if something is corrupt, then for 20, 30 years, if they are seeing a new youth social entrepreneur is trying to engage in that, and they try to see the corruption is happening, even though they are much more interested in the product, but they will start doing more into, okay, fine, we need to somehow survive. Otherwise, we will just quit this sector. So the environment is changing. Then this is also impacting young people. Young people do not have the trust. That is also the indirect effect. Now, if they do not have the trust, they will see, okay, government is doing this kind of thing. They will have less civic participation. So there is a direct impact that we see. There is indirect impact as well, which people are not able to possibly put into the numbers. But that is also huge when culture is changing, when people are saying this is the norm. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a really comprehensive answer. I think it engages many things that we will uncover later on the next questions. And I would like to pass the word to Ina and ask you to, you have it here as well? Yep, so to elaborate on your perspective from Egypt or also from the Middle East.
Okay, so I think it's a very big problem, especially to talk about it. But I can say it's an endless process of corruption, because corruption is very infectious, you know. If it starts, it will go everywhere, to all the sectors and to all the people. I have always this saying in Egypt for Egyptians. I tell them, like, we ourselves became corrupted now, because people start to adapt. It became a culture. Okay, we have to deal with it. There is corruption, and we have to deal with it. I will say like some direct things. Let's say start with the health, for example. The health sector, because of the corruption, many of the food now produced is not actually good for the body, and people take money and they pass it and they take the quality label and that's it. The agricultural products, the agricultural product imported from outside, some of them they're actually rotten or bad for the health. And we can see, like, you will see this normal, like, people say, oh, these old people, they were more healthier than the youth nowadays. Yeah, because they got organic food, but now we have corruption, we had bad food. So we should have more diseases, of course, when we are young. For example, for the educational sector, the corruption is very bad because it's not only on the high level. It's now on the practical level. The teachers themselves, they are corrupted. I will not explain anything because if you don't understand, you will come to me after school and pay extra money to get private lessons. So it became very corrupted, and people they don't actually have good education. Their parents have to work like 4 or 5 jobs just to pay for the private lessons outside. You can do things with money. You can actually pay money and your child get the exam solved in some of the schools. So like the model answer. So yeah, some answers changes with the name. So there is a very deep corruption in the educational system, and of course the educational system affects the next sector's employment, because the more you have corruption in the educational system, the more unemployed people, because okay, they passed, but then when they go to the market, and in the market, as my friend mentioned, nepotism. I think all the Arabic people know wasta here. So it's like who you knows. It's not about what you know, your certificates or the skills you have. It's all about who you knows. You will find, and here I'm not talking about referrals. If you are a good person and somebody recommended you, I'm talking about people who are not skilled, they are not actually good, and they put them in position just because they know the right person. And of course, you have to be from very high level income families with good connections to get some jobs in Egypt and in the South Mediterranean. And for the environment, for example, I will say, like, I think very famous for Arabs now, they know that many of the beaches in Egypt and many of the natural reserves, they are now owned by Gulf countries. And yeah, and now Egyptians, you don't know why they will be buildings now, even if it was natural reserve for animals and plants and all of this stuff. And of course, because of corruption. So I think it's affecting everything, even for when it comes to the environment as well. The factories, they pay bribes some at some point, so they can do these steams to the air, and you cannot even, if you want to some congested cities, you cannot even breathe very well, you know, like it's very hard. So I just tried to speak about like very specific sectors, but we have a lot.
Thank you very much. It was also a like revealing answer, because I never thought about the connection of the bad food and corruption. That was kind of new for me. And make sure to take notes, guys, and ask your questions, because I think it's a lot of information coming, and you should make sure to take the notes to not forget your questions. And the second point that I never thought about is the connection with the corruption and the emissions, because Yerevan now has really bad air. And that's what we are fighting for, and we are trying to solve the issue, and maybe the issue is the corruption as well. So we should find the ways.
I think you have supervision from the government, so why it's still?
Yeah, it raises questions. Thank you very much. And at this point, I will pass the question to Zoya to ask her to elaborate on Armenian perspective, please.
Well, first of all, I'm very honored to be here. I'm very happy to see all these bright people in Armenia, and I'm very happy that Armenia is hosting this kind of event where we gathered this many young people I see from different countries, and I think that this is very important, and this is a good opportunity to learn from Armenia. So welcome everyone again. Reflecting back on how you first started your speech, it was very important that you started with Velvet Revolution, because this is one of the latest major events that took part in Armenia, and youth was the leading engine of this event. Youth was the one who started this event. All the young people that you see here, Armenians, probably had some active role in that. I myself, I was a student when Velvet Revolution happened, and I was very active in my university, and that's how I basically became more active for politics, for voicing my opinion. So therefore, the reforms that we are talking now about current Armenia, I would start off from 2018, because this is when the institutional changes took place. The anti-corruption bodies were formed, etc. So there are two layers to this question when we are talking about corruption and when we are talking about youth engagement. There is the cultural level to the question about our perception about this corruption, how normalized it is within our communities and within our societies. And in this regard, I would say that Armenia has a lot of similarities actually to Eastern countries that we even think of. Because there are some cultural things that are so normalized within our brains that we don't even think of it as a corruption. And then the other level is the institutionalized level. The laws within the country, judicial system, whether there are reforms, whether there are enacted policies in place which are active and which are always actual despite the power changes, despite what which politicians are leading the country. So these are the other level. And I think that in Armenia, we reached some level that we can say that at an institutional level, we have some progress, which of course is not the very final, very refined version or the version which we would like to see, but at least we can see now that there is a political will to fight corruption and that there is political will to enact laws and to follow best international standards. But there is also the cultural level to the question. And in here, I think that there is a lot of issue with perception of the corruption, because sometimes when we think of corruption, we think of it as this big animal, like money laundering, I don't know, billions of dollars included. And yes, it is what corruption is. But corruption is also in very, very small areas of our lives that we sometimes don't even think of. And I want to ask the question to everyone, to see if how corruption is actually relatable to each and every one of us. Has there ever been a case where you applied for a job, or your friend, or I don't know, your relative applied for a job and had the qualification, but you later got to know that someone got that position because they had the contacts? Raise your hand, please, if you have ever witnessed such situation. Yeah, exactly, like majority of the people. Also, other cases that I can remember now. Have you ever witnessed or saw cases where in universities for entry exams or for the exams, the regular exams in university, someone bribed the lecturer or was playing favorites with the lecturer and they got the higher points than the one who deserved it more? Please raise your hands if you have ever witnessed such cases. Exactly. So these are the very real life examples, and this is so closely linked with youth engagement. This is so closely linked with youth development, because youth development starts in universities. It starts with education. Education is the key. So whenever we see these events taking place, this is where corruption starts. Sometimes we go so far, we think of, I don't know, governmental, I don't know, some competitions that they are doing, some trades, multi-billion companies, but this corruption starts exactly here. And sometimes by normalizing these things, sometimes by not thinking about these things, we are letting these people play with our future. So this is something that we should all pay really close attention to and see how we are going to fight it.
Thank you very much, Zoya. It was really interesting way to show how all the people in this room are connected. Did you see the hands of people showing the connections, the common problems that we have gathered here to solve? This is a beautiful way to pass to the next question and understand how we can fight the issue. So the next question is, how can youth effectively resist and challenge corrupt systems, especially when the power structures are deeply rooted? I think it's really a relative question to discuss in Armenia, which we had before 2018, and it was deeply rooted. And we are tearing out that roots until today. That's how far it went. And I would like to ask this time probably Mina to start elaborating on the issue and representing. You can speak also from the perspective of overall Middle Eastern region.
I think the first thing I always say is for youth not to be corrupted themselves. Because when you live in such an environment, you are forced to be corrupted. I can say a dilemma, I don't need any answers, but just think if you got a scholarship to study abroad and you have a deadline and you want to issue this paper from the ministry and you go there like 4, 5, 6 times and every time you return home without the paper. Are you going to pay the bribe just to get the scholarship? It's your right. The paper is your right. You are not asking for something more. Are you going to pay the bribe or maybe you will lose the scholarship? It's a dilemma. Like, what are you going to do? I think people struggle. Me, myself, I struggle every day. I'm going to be involved in the corruption system, even by small action or not. Yeah, because sometimes you have like, whether to choose your career in life or to continue, or you choose to contribute to the corruption. So I think it takes a lot of self-control not to be involved in the corruption system. The second thing is raising awareness and educating people about their rights and their responsibility. I think many of the things, like, for example, in Egypt, we have a hotline for the corruption. We have a hotline for the prices control, for example, because some big retailers, they manipulate the prices. Me, myself, when it was firstly launched, I said like, okay, this is a government thing, we will not use it. They just do it. Okay. But then I discovered they actually do. They work. Like if you did a complaint or a case, they start acting, but people actually don't like file the cases. So I think we need to educate people like, okay, just try this time. Let's see what was going to happen. This is your right. This is your responsibility. And I think it starts with youth because we are the major power in our countries. Social media power, social media power, social media power. I'm a social media person and I believe in the social media power, and many of the things that the bodies and the governments and they started to act on, it was actually started by social media posts and videos, and it go viral. So these are, okay, there's this thing on social media, we have to act as a government now. So I think social media power is good, and if you have seen, you don't need to post yourself, but if you have seen something, please share it, please support, please try to make others see it so they can share and it go viral. Last thing, I think it's something that some people think that, okay, if there's this corrupted system, I will not work with this system. I will not cooperate. I will not do a project with them. But I think the start is to go inside, try not to be like them, and try to make the change from inside internally. Try to work with the ministries, try to work with supervising authorities, try to work with the judicial authorities. Just try to start from inside. Don't be away and say like, oh, those people are doing their thing, I will not cooperate, I will not work, if I got a job there, I will not work. No, just go. I know it's hard, but start from inside.
Really beautiful insights from different perspectives. I think the thing that I can relate to is the social media instrumentalization, when you use the social media to find the solutions and pose the problems that to the attention of the people. I think it's widely used in Armenia and it works. I'm so happy you mentioned that. Thank you very much. And we would like to hear the Indian perspective already. Mridul, please. You can also speak also on the wider Asia region.
Sure. So let's look into two ways of addressing this issue, or what young people can do. Let's first understand like what is behind, like what is the recipe of corruption, and then you can check what are the different ingredients of corruption, and maybe you can do something about it. That's one way of looking, and then we will go also into what other things can be done when you are in a restricted environment. Yeah. So recipe of corruption is three things: motive, opportunity, and means. So motive is like why someone is doing corruption. Yeah. Second is opportunity, which is in which context they are able to do it. And third is means, which is how they are able to do it. Yeah. So it's when you're trying to address corruption, while it looks very big, you can just address any of these three. And you can do something to ensure that there is more transparency, accountability. Okay, so motive can be changed. Motive could be of yourself. Yeah, maybe we are not strong in our resilience. Yeah, maybe we are behaving from certain biases that we have. So educating ourselves, educating others, all of that, creating the culture of people having a lot of self-worth, a lot of like resilience around having this kind of culture or not accepting this as a norm. So all of that. Then comes the opportunity. So how people are able to do it, because some of the things are not very transparent. So like Sherry was mentioning that a lot of times, a lot of corruption is happening because those, what do we call it, those agreements are not in public. Yeah, so that's why it is possible to have, and that could happen in multiple ways. There are multiple agreements which are not public. So if things are not transparent, there is chances of this happening. If the contracting process is not transparent, there are chances that someone can take money to do something. So you can also do something about making things transparent. Yeah, and now this could be a lot of people, and I can give you example maybe later. What kind of work young people are using, they are doing using technology and all to increase the transparency in the systems. Yeah, so that the contracting can happen openly and everyone has the information, how many people give the quotations and who got selected, in what parameters it got selected, and this is the final contract and all. So that is also, so you can also address not just the motive, but also the opportunity. And third is the means. Maybe they are able to do it because even if people know, even if something is happening, there is not much that other people can do. There is nothing much that people can do to stop them. So someone can do something about the means as well. Means could be, let's say, are there strong whistleblower protection laws in the country or not? If someone wants to raise the voice, then who will protect those people? Yeah, because there will be some kind of retaliation because there is a lot of money involved in it. Yeah, are there any safe mechanisms of reporting corruption? So anonymous ways of reporting corruption. So those means can also be enhanced. Now, talking in the restricted environment. So again, education normally, yeah, build your agency, understand, teach others as well. That's very simple. Other thing that you can do is primarily do not wait for information to come to it, because corruption is happening, things are not going to come to you. That's very true. Yeah, so you need to follow, you need to use, most of the countries nowadays have Right to Information Act. So Right to Information Act is like you can ask your public officials how particular, or any kind of information that is of public preview, they are there to provide you. Yeah, so you can access that. You can report anonymously. You don't need to report when you have fear of this. When you have fear, there are also the ways that you don't need to go alone. You can go with other networks, other agencies. There are many agencies which are working around corruption. So you can like ally with them and you can go with them. Even if you are not able to do it, there are ways. Do not touch it. Do not follow it. Do like kind of create a wall around the corruption to happen. Yeah, if you will not follow, if you will see it, there are many ways. So very, very interesting ways is in India, I remember, so young people will go to a public official office. Yeah, they are volunteers and they will just sit there whole day. That's it. So just someone is seeing, the public officials will not be able to take the bribe. They will not be able to, like whoever is coming to them, they are not doing, they have no job to be there. They're just seated and they're just seeing how government officials are doing. This itself is changing something. You know, it's not easy when someone is just there seeing someone doing, you will not be able to take the bribe like that. So there are other ways as well. Do not follow it, just create a wall around it. Yeah, people will be frustrated and there will be retaliation as well, but these are the very like different ways of doing it. The last thing that you can do is, if you cannot do something, maybe make it easy for others to raise voice about corruption. So see, if you will counter corruption in your country, maybe it is difficult for you. But if you will ask for better ways of reporting, anonymous ways and safe ways of reporting, or you will ask for a stronger whistleblower protection act in your country, then you are not in that much risk. But if you are able to get the success for these kind of laws in your country, at least someone else will be able to use those laws and they will be more protected. So this is how you can do it possibly. Thank you.
Thank you very much for especially the framework that you gave, that we can look at the corruption issue to understand how everything works, like identifying means. So I think it's a beautiful way, and the example of India, the person sitting there and just watching voluntarily what is going on, I think it's very simple mechanism that can really work. Thank you very much for the perspective. And our last comment will be from Zoya. Please, floor is yours.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think majority of very important stuff were already said by my colleagues, so I would reflect back a bit on the experience of Armenia and how things are happening within our country and how actually political systems and political regimes matter, because whatever can work in Armenia, not mandatorily that it will work in countries where democracy is not so that much of an important thing, or you young people want it to be important, but there are a lot of resistance to it, or they are afraid to act upon it because, you know, it is a lot of risks, involving a lot of risks. So any activism, it should be well thought in the countries where the rights are not there, unfortunately, for young people to enact. So in Armenia's experience, currently we have a lot of tools to act upon the corruption when we see it. Very important tool is, like Egypt, is actually social media and digital tools. I just remember when you were telling, it came to my mind the situation when there was this Telegram chat, and the Minister of Economy was in this chat, and it was a chat with Russian migrants in the country, and they were raising issues, and then the minister was replying them there. So these are some things that have been working in Armenia, even like partially, but it has been tools that people were using, or reporting in Facebook. Like many Armenians would resonate with this thing about like writing a status in Facebook and then you actually get a reaction, not even from like political perspective, but I don't know, you're complaining about the bank service, that you were disrupt of service, and then you actually get an answer. So therefore in democratic regimes, there are obviously a lot of more tools to act on. But in some countries, unfortunately, these tools are not there, and this is where youth engagement is more important. I want to emphasize the word that is like very important in this regards, because, you know, no political leadership is forever. Let's remember this. Like, no political leadership is forever, and what we as youth can do at a very individual level is make sure that we are following integrity, that we in our actions are following this integrity, because sometimes in some future or very even close future, you can be the ones who will take the leadership. You can really be the one who will take the political leadership. And this is when this integrity will come to help your country and will come to help youth engagement. In my personal experience, when I got elected as a city council member, there were a lot of obstacles on the way, to be very honest, even in the democratic societies, because still there were no tools created, there were no institutionalized changes in the place, which would allow a young politician to act upon this. very simple thing that I can just right now reflect upon was lack of information in the city council. Like we would just go to the archives of the city council, and if I would want to, I don't know, find the decision that was made 10 years ago, it was practically impossible for me to find this decision. No, it was practically impossible. This is when the digitalization comes to help. Digitalization of making this information accessible, and you can actually ask for this. You can actually act upon this. You can be the one driving this change. So it is very important to know all the tools that you have on spot in your countries. The other thing is raising awareness within yourselves, within your communities, about the rights that are in place. Because if we don't know what are the laws in the country, what are the tools, what are the legal frameworks within which we can act upon, then how we are going to do it? So this really links back to the education and links back to your knowledge that you acquire, the knowledge that you have for your specific content, for your specific country, because some things that can be working in another country might not work for your country. The other thing is that is again very, very important to mention is not being indifferent. Not being indifferent and not within yourself thinking that your opinion doesn't matter, that if you say something it doesn't matter. Because let's think like this. If your opinion really didn't matter, if what you voiced really didn't matter, then why would government want to take it away from you? Why would corrupt leadership, politicians, I don't know, leaders in the country, authoritarian regimes would really like to take it away if it really didn't matter? So we can all emphasize that it really, really matters. Therefore, I would really suggest to start with education, start from knowing your rights the first place, and researching the ways that are there in your countries, which would help you to address corruption if you see it. And we can be sure that corruption is everywhere. There is no country that is fully free of corruption. Even, I don't know, if we are speaking of Scandinavian countries, which are very deeply rooted in our brains, that are the most developed countries in the world, and they don't face the same issues that we in our regions face. No, there is corruption there. The nepotism is still there. So this is really everywhere. In every corner of the world. So therefore, youth is the one who should really take care of this and act integrately.
Thank you very much for elaborating on that important points and mentioning once again education and institutionalization. I think it was the first day of my university that I was representing Armenia, its structure and democracy in Armenia, and I mentioned that according to Freedom House, Armenia is hybrid regime. And Maral, who is sitting there, Swedish Iranian, asked me a question, what does it mean, hybrid regime? Like, I was explaining that in Armenia we are following the democratic processes, but they are still not institutionalized. That makes them weak and makes them open to any challenges that are coming from the people, from the previous powers that try to come back to power. So speaking about all these means, I would like to hear the stories. Like about the success stories, to understand how, in your experience, it worked out. Please, can you tell me about the success stories or local initiatives that have shown how young people can lead anti-corruption efforts? I think we can start this time with Zoya, if you don't mind.
Yeah, of course. I think during this event, we will be reflecting really a lot upon Velvet Revolution, upon youth role in it. So passing on from this step, because I know that you will also have another speakers who were more active during this Velvet Revolution, who were active leaders in this university campaigns that started. So moving swiftly on from this point, there are a lot of good experiences in Armenia on how young people were active when they saw corruption happening. But again, this really depends on the regime, and currently we have a very, very fragile democratic regime. We can really see that in some regions of Armenia, in some cities, in some municipal levels, we can see a lot of corruption happening, and young people are either they are not aware of these changes or they don't have the exact tools to combat this. And currently in Armenia, the main problem related to acting upon these issues that we see is the fact that it really depends on the political leadership in the country. So young people, as I see, are currently really understanding this issue. It's not something new for the young people, and so many non-governmental organizations, so many civil society organizations are really involved in this issue to make policies last. Because, okay, we voiced the opinion, we see the problem. The next step is actually making a policy which will prevent it in the future. And currently we are in this stage where young people are more involved in policy making, and there are so many platforms where young people are involved that are participating in non-governmental organizations, or they are part of international organizations that are working towards this goal of making Armenia a more corrupt-free country. And there are more private initiatives that are taking place. For example, there are grants allocated for young youth initiatives, and it is about exactly knowing your rights. Raising awareness about the rights that are in Armenia and which young people can use to voice their opinion. So there are many private initiatives that are taking place. But besides that, the other thing is actually keeping young active as they are, because the other issue that can come and which can hinder the progress that we have, and that can hinder the further developments that can happen in Armenia, is apathy. Because of political fragile situation, because of the instability in the borders. Of course, it affects how effectively young people are acting, because if your personal security is not guaranteed, sometimes all the other issues become secondary. So this is one of the problems that are prevalent in Armenia, and one of important things that are hindering you from being more active, from being part of the change. But it is very important that we unite our efforts. If you are part of one organization, or if you see an initiative, not just act upon it alone, but unite with other people, because be sure that whatever you see, you are not alone in these struggles. And there are a lot of people in Armenia who are with you, and there are a lot of initiatives taking place in Armenia. It is just a matter of how finding them, a matter of knowing where to see it, matter of participating in public hearings, for example, in your communities. Because when we are going outside of the capital, there are a lot of communities, and during public hearings, if young people are present, they can just on spot change the decision that is being made. And this happens for so many times, like in Shirak region, in the region where I am from, in the next community, there was a public hearing about youth center, and young people were just there, and they did not allow the resource allocation to go to another place, because they wanted really their youth center. This was an important issue in their community, and they were there to enact upon it. Therefore, it is very important to follow these decisions that are being made in municipal level and being part of it.
Yeah, thank you very much for mentioning that. Everything comes from the local level, it goes up to the national level, and from there going to international. And it's, I think, really important to mention. I would like to pass the word to Mina. Please, can you elaborate on your perspective on the question?
So first of all, the question itself, like, I think it's very hard to define like success of like successful story, because I think it differs from one region to another. Maybe the success in one region is just making people aware that this happened, not actually changing the situation. But I have like different stories in my mind, but I will mention maybe one of them. That we had actually one official government person who was appointed, and the next day we found a young person posting that actually he doesn't have the certificates. That is, yeah, it's it's fake certificates. It's not there, And you can check in this website of the university. And he sent email to the university, and they said, we don't offer actually master degrees. So, and started from there that people started to talk about it, make like some posts like, hey guys, we all entered to the university. It's not actually there, the master degree. And even if the government themselves, they ignored the situation, but the thing, it was filed actually, and the judges, I think like a few months ago, they said actually it's not a solid certificate. So I think it only started with somebody noticing something. He could say like, okay, I don't care. It is what it is. I will not post it. But it started from there and went up. So I think it starts with just the choice of saying, because you can notice, you can observe, and then you just you are indifferent and you don't share with others. So this is one of many stories that.
Okay, thank you very much. It's like really interesting to like just how one case can spread, spillover effect, and it goes everywhere. It's said that the government didn't respond, but at least it spread and many people knew about it. Thank you very much for that success story. And Maridul, please, we would like to hear the success stories from your perspective.
Sure. So I guess a lot of youth movements that you see in recent years, like last 2-3 years, those were very well connected with corruption. Be it in Kenya, be it in Bangladesh, be it in Sri Lanka. Yeah, those are very strong movements, but they were really fed up. Young people were really fed up with different form of corruptions happening. And that's why, you know, this happened. Of course, I don't support the violence part of it, but then those are definitely some success stories. Now, other ways of doing it, I was talking about how young people are using technology in creating more civic tech initiatives. So you can check, there is an organization called AI for Gov. There is another organization called Good Gov PH. So these are both Philippines-based organizations who are doing some amazing work, youth-led organizations, by the way, who are doing some really amazing work in creating more transparency, accountability in governance systems. There's an Indian organization called Civis, CIVIS, which is enabling citizens' engagement in any draft bills, draft laws. So what kind of laws different committees, different ministries, government are creating, so people can read it and can provide feedback before those being developed. So yeah, there are multiple ways, and you can see these are some examples. There are some examples from Pacific as well, where there was a youth forum that was organized by UN agencies, and they end up creating a youth forum, which is now creating a lot of education initiatives. They are developing their own toolkits and other initiatives there. Actually, there is a good compilation of resources. So partners are already grappling with this question, how to inspire more young people to do more initiatives. So they are already trying to capture some of these success stories, and some of the toolkits they have already produced. So you can check like the 10 ways of young people can address corruption. So different ways you can see. There are some things that might resonate with you. I can share those resources later with everyone else to read also. There is an interesting thing that started in India. It was not started only by young people, but that also started in India. This is called zero bribe bill. Yeah. So, for example, let's say you have Armenian currency. So instead of having like 1 or 2 or 5 or 100 rupee note, or like what's the currency?
Dirham.
Dirham?
Yeah.
Yeah. So 100 dirham note. Instead of that, it will be 0 dirham note. So so people created this fake currency and they kept it with us, and whenever someone was asking bribe, they will offer that. So, so this is a way of tracking in which different forms the corruption exists in their community, and also how much corruption is there. So which sectors has more corruption, which has less corruption, and where the money is actually going. So for that, like they created this initiative. So the different initiative to to like kind of address this and different success stories as well. Please mind it that a lot of stakeholders believe that young people can do a lot of things. And that's why, so International Anti-Corruption Day is celebrated on 9 December. So this year, in 2024, the theme of International Anti-Corruption Day was Uniting with Youth Against Corruption. Yeah, it could be anything, but it was specifically to highlight and motivate more young people to engage in anti-corruption work. So there's a lot happening. Young people are actually trying to do a lot, and it is being recognized as well. And with this kind of themes and more spaces created for young people, now there is a momentum which hopefully will inspire more young people to do more success stories. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the stories. They're really interesting to hear, especially like Asia Pacific perspective, which is far away, and like I don't think many Armenians hear about it. And I'm really happy you are here and sharing the perspective, because as our previous panel mentioned as well, like Armenia is more engaged in the project with the EU, European Union, and US projects, but not that much with Asia Pacific or Middle East region. And it's always new to hear about it. I want to check first with Goharik how much time we have, and 10 minutes. 2 questions. Please, can you raise hands if you have question already prepared? Just to see how many people have it. Yep. So if you have the question, you can move to the microphone and speak about your question. I see the first person going. Yes, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hayal Hatabe. I'm a 6th-year med student in Armenia. First, I want to thank you all for this, like, shedding light on this topic, because it really somehow shapes our lives. So my first question, as we all know, like, corruption is found in almost all countries. So, like, what's the first step in order to try to not like stop it, but somehow minimize corruption? Like, as a student myself.
I think it's like general question, and any of you that has like comment on it, you can take the stage.
So, like, I guess this question was already asked, so you have a buffet of choices.
Yeah.
You can pick any of this, whatever is feasible for you. Assess your context well. Assess how much you can engage. Corruption is not going to change in a very small time frame. So you need to think how much you can dedicate, and based on that, just pick something. Pick something out of this buffet that we have already shared with you. Remember, it's a lot of money. A huge change can also impact a lot. Like when I'm talking about 3.6 trillion US dollar, this is more than 100 countries' GDP combined. 100 countries' GDP. So there's a lot of money that is getting invested. If we can do even small things out of, pick anything. We already shared so many examples. Pick anything. Maybe something will work for you. Maybe something you start and you will find that, no, this is not working for you, or this may be too risky for you. Just try to jump to something else. But I guess it's a constant thing that you will have to figure out for yourself. There are things, again, as you were mentioning, there are things that might work in one country, but might not work in other country. So you will have to try this. Like we can, from the outside, we can just share a range of things that you can do. You will have to pick based
because
on.
Usually, like when you take the first step, it usually backlashes on you. So
start small. You don't need to like do a big thing. Like I was saying, just start with educating ourselves, educating others. Try to see that you are not participating in it. You are not letting it flow. And then slowly you can see if there are some other networks that exist who are already doing similar kind of work, you can start supporting their work. If you have experience in law, then you can start engaging in law related networks. If you have experience in advocacy related thing, you can start there, or mobilization, you can start engaging there. So you can find your way, start slow, educating yourself, and then you find other ways.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. And we will go to the next question. Alexandra, we hear you.
Yes, can you hear me? So
So hello everyone. For those who doesn't know me, I'm from Ukraine, and thank you very much, panelists, for the great discussion of this topic. As a Ukrainian, corruption is a pain topic for me, and I have a really curious question about this topic, as my country faced a war during those last 3 years, and of course, everyone knows how corrupted Ukraine is, right? And we are trying to fight with that. But my question is just more hear your perspective of view of the topic of corrupted volunteering organization. How do you see it could be fight with corruption? What young leaders can do it in different countries? Because during the war, it started to be a more hottest topic for discussion as NGOs and other volunteering organizations, they are so corrupted, and especially during the war time when a lot of people need humanitarian support. Thanks a lot.
Yep. Mina has already the thoughts. Floor is yours.
It's very hard, but I think tomorrow we are going to talk about NGOs and international organizations. But if I can say something that the more war we have, the more corruption we have. I think the same with Syria. I've heard a lot of problems, even Palestine. Like the corruption is very high when it comes for the humanitarian aid and the food and the medical services and all of this stuff. But I think one of the things is reporting this to authorities. I'm not saying here to governments. I'm saying also to the UN if the fund is coming from there, but also trying to document this. I think it works very well in war areas to document that this is not going actually for the right people who need it. But we should know something that not all of the people who are working in this sector, they are actually keen to take care of humans, even if they are working in the human sector. So it is hard. Nobody, I think, I don't know the solution, but yeah.
For me, just interesting to hear your perspective of views on this topic, because as we talk about corruption, and a lot of volunteers organization involved to the grant fundings, right? And in the corrupted countries, it is also, even if we are doing reportings, if we're doing documentary things of those things, it's still an open question.
Again, I told you the last question, what is success here? Is it the closing the case and we solve the problem? I don't think so in many of the countries. Just exposing it. And it goes also to the same question that your friend, I think, asked it, if you are a student, what to do. It can start with very basic thing, even the volunteering groups. There are corruption in the volunteering groups. even if they are volunteering and they're not taking money, they are corrupted for just taking a position, for just, it's like small things that we don't think about, for just serving this person because he will help or she will help after. Or maybe the fund itself, is it like corrupted and we are paying in things that are not actually related to the purpose, and then we report different things. So it can start with you exposing this, even if it was just a volunteer doing this, even if it was just your group. But again, one thing that I always mention, are you willing to pay the cost? Because you will face a lot of problems if you're exposed. In some countries, you will be questions, you will be interrogated, you will have to leave the group or this organization. Are you willing to pay the cost?
Yeah, thank you very much. I will pass the word to, yep. Okay.
How's that? Is that on? Okay. Fascinating panel. We talk a lot about corruption in the KECTIL program and how we can deal with it. It was interesting that you talked about governments that are at war and conflict and how corruption rises during times of war. We see that in Myanmar. There's a rampant amount of corruption in Myanmar. And even countries that are very suppressed, like Turkmenistan, you'll see lots of lots of corruption in those kinds of authoritarian countries like that. And it's interesting, you know, with regard to the KECTIL program, I've traveled around to a lot of countries. I was actually asked for a bribe one time. And I thought that, you know, coming from the United States, I'm not used to that at all, because we don't really have it like that. And so, and I'll just go ahead and name the country. That was Nigeria. And I was coming into a youth local conference in Nigeria. I had just flown in overnight. I got into Lagos, and I walked, and I was very clearly, you can see what I look like. I didn't look like a Nigerian, and I was probably the only person on the plane that didn't look like a Nigerian. And I got off the plane, and I go into security to show my passport, and he said, no, you stand right over here. So he made me stand just like this. The whole time, the entire plane deboarded. And I just had to stand there like I was a criminal. And I had no idea what he was talking about. I had no idea what was going on. And he waited for and it takes a long time for those international planes to deboard. I stood there the whole time. And then at the end, he said, and then he looked at me and he said, you know, I just looked at your passport. And I looked at your thing. And when you got the shots for Nigeria, 2 days later than you were supposed to get them. Now, what am I going to do about that? You know, it's like, what? And he said, you know, I can take you and put you back on the plane and send you back to the United States. And I had a big conference, you know, coming up the next day. I said, I can't do that. I've got all these youth who are waiting for me. We're running a big conference. It didn't even occur to me in my mind that he was asking for a bribe, because you know, I didn't come from a society where you get bribed at the airport. I had no idea what he was talking about. So I started talking about the shots and how long it took to be effective and everything. I had no idea. And then finally he looked at me like, are you really that stupid? And then he said, well, what are you going to do for me? And then all of a sudden it clicked in, and I realized this guy's asking for a bribe for me to go through security. And I said, well, you know, I can't give you money for that, because in the United States, we have the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, and it would be a federal offense for me to give you money, and I'm not going to do that. And he said, well, you know, your papers aren't right. I'll just hold you here, and you'll go back to the United States. And so then I said, well, do you have children? And he said, yes. And I said, well, you know, how about if the KECTIL program gives your children each $10 to go buy some books? And he goes, oh, that would be very nice. So I just had to pull out a $20 bill and hand it to the security person. And I walked away, and that was a terrible experience. It was only $20, but it was a terrible experience. And so then I was talking to people in Nigeria. We had government speakers in Nigeria. I told them about that. And they said, oh, there's a simple solution for that. What you should have said was, oh my goodness, if you're going to hold me, let me call the U.S. Embassy in Lagos and ask them if it's okay if I give you some money. And what a great answer. Okay, so I'm just giving that to you, that if you ever get stuck being asked for a bribe or something, and certainly if you're from a foreign country, just say, oh, I need to call my embassy. I just need to clear that with them and make sure it's legal before I give that to you. And usually it will just stop right away. But anyway, I just thought that'd be an amusing story for you, that here I was coming in from the United States into Nigeria, and I'm asked for a bribe. Okay.
So yes, we finished with this panel. So now our international delegation, please stand up and go to the lunch place. I hope your passports are with you, right? Yes? Only international participants. The local ones should stay here, continue. Here will be better, more interesting actually. So yes, and one thing I would like to say in Armenian, ժողովուրդ մենք հետ ենք գալու։ Եթե կան մարդիկ, ովքեր շատ զբաղված չեն եւ կուզեն մեր հյուրերի հետ հետո ժամանակ անցկացնել, մնացեք մենք հետ գանք ու իրենց հրավիրեք ինչ որ տեղեր միասին network անելու համար, եթե իհարկե ուզում եք շփվել իրենց հետ, այս ուղղակի ինֆորմացիա։ Thank you, so I should go.
Okay, we will continue with the second track a bit later. We will take a break. like 5 minutes until our international delegation moves out, and we'll get back. Don't go away, just rest for 5-10 minutes.
we're actually going to have the most fun. So you should be glad you're staying. Okay. So we're going to have a Zoom panel next with remote participants talking about what it's like to live in a fragile nation. And then we're going to have a really fun interactive workshop on leadership and management styles. And so where you're going to be able to think about your own leadership and management style. It'll be really fun. Okay. Okay, are you ready? So would you like to get this?
Mm-hmm. Yep. You can wave hi. You are on the cameras already. Okay. Thank you very much for staying, and we are really happy to see you this much interested to continue our discussion. Our next panel here, with the second track, we will have a meeting with our KECTIL International Board members. They will speak about their experience of youth in a fragile nation. I think this is a point that Armenia relates to. Since 2020, we went through the war, and Armenia was one of the fragile nations trying to survive, trying to fight for its independence, and later on for its democracy. And I'm really happy to announce the start of the panel and mention our speakers who will introduce to their personal perspectives from their nations and shares their experience, their personal struggle for making their countries and nations more powerful. So one of our board members is coming from Myanmar, Hein Het O, and we call him Ray, actually. Ray, are you here?
Me?
Yes, we see Ray. Let's welcome each of our speakers with a round of applause, please. Our next speaker is Sofonia Tasfaye, coming from Ethiopia. The next one is Ronald Barzolo, coming from Peru. He's not there. He's not going to be there. Yeah. Okay. We have the Edwin from Papua New Guinea, and we have the Vampea Tolman. Yeah, he will represent the Standing Rock Sioux Native American tribe. So let's give the round of applause to our speakers. Great. So starting our session, I would like to mention the first question and redirect the question to our speakers. And we will pick the person who wants to first answer the question and share their experience. So our first question goes, how would you describe the experience of being a young person in a fragile nation? And what challenges define the experience most clearly? I would like to ask Ray if you want to start and elaborate on your perspective, please.
Absolutely, Edward. Thank you, everyone, for having us. We are excited to join you through Zoom. So the question is the challenges as a young person in the fragile nation. You know, I was born and raised in Myanmar. So if you guys don't know, we have the longest running civil war in the entire world right now. So we we've been in war for 80 years, fighting across the country. So growing up, I see those things that comes with war all the time. You know, that is instability in all parts of societies, that comes with it. So the challenges that come with that are, you know, your education system is not running properly. And my country is controlled by the military, so we have a lot of you know, the autocratic directives that are come from the military, and there is always violence attached to that. So for young people, you know, you don't have freedom. You live most of the time in fear. Everything that you learn in school are censored, so you cannot learn freely, and your teachers cannot teach you freely. You cannot speak freely, and if you have something bad that you see and you want to speak out, you already know that you're in danger. And you know, you cannot organize freely as well, because you know, we don't have democratic processes. We don't vote. There's always one leader that's sitting there and control everything. And if you try to organize a group to challenge that, you know that you're going to go to jail. So those are the struggles that I've seen in Myanmar. And so for young people, it's like they don't have a sense of direction. You know, like it's like, okay, what's our ambition? Like, where do we want to go? And especially for the people who have high ethical and moral standards, it's harder. You know, some people might think, okay, we might join the military and try to get a high rank there and then be secede. But for the people who have certain ethical moral standards, they see those systemic challenges that they have to face, and they don't know how to grow from that. And that comes along with, you know, living with fear consistently all the time, um, really messed up their mental health, in certain circumstances, the physical health as well. So I'll say the biggest challenges are, you know, having to live with the fear, knowing that your country economy is collapsing and do not having a chance to educate yourself and engage as much as you want. So I'll start with that. So those are the challenges I've seen as a youth who lived in Myanmar, one of the most fragile countries in the world. Yeah.
Wow, thank you very much for sharing the experience. I started researching the question of Myanmar well before, and now I started to understand like how the situation works there. And thank you very much for sharing your perspective. I think your camera is lagging, but I believe you hear us. Yes. I would like to go on with the next speaker and ask Sophonias to represent his perspective from coming from Ethiopia.
Thank you so much, dear moderator. It's an honor for me to be part of this conversation, and I hope that you are having a very, very productive day. Earlier, I was listening some of the conversation on corruption, which is very much important. So a little bit about me. I was a KECTIL colleague back in 2022, and my experience with KECTIL has been very transformative. Coming to your question, I pretty much share what Ray has just said about challenge young people might face in a fragile state. Coming from Ethiopia, we've had a long history when it comes to war, most of the time ethnic war within the nations in the country that has been orchestrated by different political elites, because Ethiopia is a kind of a bit different country because we are very much societal people. We do things together, but we are also very much diverse country. We do have more than 18 nations and nationalities, which is a great opportunity, but at the same time, it has been taken as an input to orchestrate a lot of ethnical conflict. And we just a few years ago, maybe 3 years ago, we've had civil war between the former ruling party and the current ruling party that resulted in loss of more than 600,000 people from Ethiopia. And easily you can imagine that most of them are young people. So I think being in a fragile state, one of the things that frustrates you as a young people is you don't get a strong institution. That's the big problem. Whether you want to be engaged in a civic education or education in general or other areas, the chance for you to get a strong institution that advocate for your growth is very much limited. So you're always on the lookout for different opportunities to strengthen your capacity, to make a space for your growth. And instead of looking into your country, you start looking for opportunities in other countries. So that has been the problem for Ethiopia, because lots of young people were looking opportunities for education in the Europe or other countries, and instead of strengthening our education sectors in Ethiopia. So there is lots of conflicts orchestrated, but it's not just only conflict, but post-trauma has been one of a very big problem. You know, there is a lot of young people in different parts of Ethiopia still dealing with the consequence of the conflict we've had for quite some long time, and dealing with those traumas and post-conflict issues is also one of a big problem. But also limited access to, well, like I said, limited access to education, job, which is a very, very, very pressing problem in Ethiopia. Opportunity for decent work, getting the minimum wage for you to keep your life has been a very big problem. So finding a sense of belonging. So you don't really want to innovate or try to build something in a country because you don't feel that you belong here. You always are looking for opportunities outside of the country. So this has been some of the problem that I experienced living in Ethiopia. But at the same time, Ethiopia has been in a new road, and there has been some progresses. But I think I do share the problem with Ray, and these are some of we are experiencing here in Ethiopia.
Thank you very much, Sophonias. It's pleasure to hear like that the progress is going on and everything is changing. At this point, I think we all can relate to the issue, as I mentioned in the case of Armenia as well. Everything was not that good, but through the help of youth, through the empowerment of youth, we are going forward. Thank you very much for sharing your perspective. And I would like to see whom we have on the call as well. Yep. So the next one answering the question, I would like to pass the word to Edwin. Peya. Yep. Please, Peya, can you answer the question? Do you want me to repeat the question for you because I didn't see you? We have these problems all the time, technical ones, when we have the Zoom platform in place. So the question is, how would you describe the experiences being a young person in a fragile nation? And what challenges define that experience most clearly?
Am I audible?
Yeah, Edwin, we hear you, but yeah, so please, we wanted to first hear Peya, but okay, Edwin, go ahead and answer the question, please.
Can you hear me?
Okay, we have this confusion all the time. Now we would like Peya to go first and answer the question, and just confirm that you hear the question, and the next one will be Edwin, please.
I heard the question. Are you able to guys hear my audio?
Yes.
All right. My experience. So, I am Hunkpapa Lakota and I represent the Sandrock Sioux tribe. They're a part of the Sioux Nation, and they're one of the many American tribes of North America. And we are recognized as our own sovereign nations with our own designated lands and our own designated governments. And so my experience in a fragile nation is that with us, due to our history with the American government and the actions that the American government has taken on our people over the last few centuries, we were our designated land that we reside in is they're called reservations, and so it was a system that the U.S. took when they were removing and relocating American tribes by putting them on plots of land that they deemed not viable for their own purposes. So now in the modern day, the land is very much not suitable in many ways for living amongst. The land is also very much isolated from cities, so that itself will leads to poverty, and there's a lack of opportunities, jobs amongst everyone, and there has always been a system of corruption within our own government. It's kind of has always been a set group of families that kind of run our government, and due to how kind of tight knit with the community, they kind of end up allowing the slowly decay of the economy, or what's left of an economy, on our people. So as the years gone by, there's less and less infrastructure being built, and more land is being bought up by farmers, ranchers, which reduces our land and takes away like whatever remaining resources we have, amongst a poor education system, due to the area there's not that much teaching opportunities or opportunities whatsoever, so it leads to a very poor education system that nobody benefits from, and it leads to when it comes down to school or graduation or university, the statistics for American tribes, including mine, is very low. And it's just due to all these systematic systems that were established centuries ago and still play a part in what and how the world, or how our own little nation is affected, and how everyone lives in their day-to-day life. And so it has always been it's a harsh reality for a lot of people, including me. And so yeah. And then what was the second part of the question?
So you mostly answered the question, and it's like second part refers to the challenges that define that experiences most clearly. I think you mentioned most of the challenges that we have, but if you have anything to elaborate on.
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, I'm hearing, and the people who joined the KECTIL program before and are interested in the events of the KECTILArmenia, they probably have heard Pia speaking again about this in the event that we organized on the genocide, where we spoke about the Armenian genocide and also the question of the indigenous American tribes. It was really interesting to hear about it, and I don't think many people know that the history of indigenous American tribes, and it's really important to raise the issue. Thank you very much, and now we will finally pass the word to Edwin. Please take the floor and elaborate on your perspective.
Thank you so much. Okay, so greetings everyone. Greetings from Papua New Guinea. It's 9:30 here at my end. It's really good to see everyone. Last year we hosted a conference as well, thanks to Madam Sherry and the KECTIL board members and everyone. And we hosted a conference, and unfortunately we didn't have Madam Sherry come to PNG due to technical failures with the plane. But I'm really happy that she's there now with Boharik and everyone. Yes. So thank you. To the question. So so Papua New Guinea is a island nation in the Pacific, for those of you who do not know. And we have a population of around 11 million. And we recently had a census, and the census data will be updated. And then the amount of the number of people will be revealed at the end of the year. So that is something that we're also hoping to find out. So around 60% of Papua New Guinea's population is made up of young people, which is those that are within the ages of 15 to 30 to 35. And one of the key challenges that all young people in Papua New Guinea face, especially living in Papua New Guinea, is the fact that they do not know their rights, and then they are manipulated by those that are in power. And that can be either people that are in government or other sectors of the government as well, and other departments. So one example that I would like to use is we usually have elections, and in those elections that we have, the candidates actually go around and they buy votes. So they literally carry like huge bags of cash with them, and then they go and pay for votes. And then this has been happening for ever since we got independence, and then it has been systematic. As most of the speakers have also alluded, and I would also like to agree on that. And because of that, young people have felt that they do not have a place to participate or contribute meaningfully to society as well. So because of that, most of the time, they are manipulated, and they are used to get things for those that are in power, and also to get other things as well. So because of that, what the government is trying to do now is also trying to empower them and trying to also have them involved in the policy making process as low as the community level all the way up. And that is something that has also been improving. But some of the key challenges that I would also like to highlight on is definitely the lack of opportunities, as I think Sophonius has also mentioned, and Ray, and Pea too also. So the lack of opportunities, that is one thing that I would like to also point out, is that we do not have enough higher education institutions in Papua New Guinea also to cater for the huge amount of students that are passing out of secondary schools. So since we only have like very limited number of universities here, a bulk of the students, they do not have a placement in university, so they stay back home and then they try to look for other opportunities. And most of them end up going back to their villages, and then they farm the land and also do that. So there's a number of challenges that I can give, but from the top of my head, and what I would like to share with you all is probably these two for now. But thank you so much for giving me the time, and enjoy the rest of the conference. And please participate as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Edwin. First of all, thank you for giving the geographical initial information, because I think Papua New Guinea is a place that not many of us heard about, and even geographically, not many people know where it's located. Thank you very much for, first of all, elaborating on it, and you are I think it's like already many times that we have mentioned the issue of education in our panels. And this brings us to the issue that education should be put on the first place to start resolving the issues that we have deriving from the lack of education. This question leads us to the means that lack in the society. And I would like to hear your perspective, understanding what obstacles do youth in your community face when trying to take part in decision-making or lead community change? I think the obstacles are too many, and I would like you to elaborate on the main ones that are visible and also the ones that are more influential. I think we can start with Ray. Please, the floor is yours.
It's also a great question. especially I think both Edwin, Sophia, and Pear in some sense can relate. Um, is that um, when you make decision, you want to include everybody at least, and I think that's the main causes. One of the main causes of the problem in Myanmar is that we have 135 recognized ethnic groups. There are some unrecognized one as well, and of course it's diversity, it's beautiful, but it comes with challenges when we talk about decision making, because we as a country have been in war for so many years, because these ethnic groups and different tribes do not know how to live with each other. That's one of the root causes of the problem. For example, I belong to the Bamar ethnic groups, and our ethnic groups, in a way, thinks that our language have to be the primary language, and our people have to be in all the leadership positions, and our culture need to be the leading culture in the country. And you have 134 groups that thinks the same way. So that's a huge problem that we face. And in terms of decision making, and that combined with history, and how Myanmar got to where we are today. Because in terms of history as well, I think this is another thing the people from Armenia can relate. Um, um, like we fight with our neighbors a lot for different reasons. For example, Thailand. I'm sure all of you know Thailand, and Myanmar was in war with Thailand throughout 16th century, 17th century, the 18th century, the 19th century. Like we're fighting each other, and for all those times, what happened is Myanmar is not growing because we have to fight with Thailand, and Thailand is not also growing because they have to fight with us, and that makes our countries weaker. And then in history, and then when the Mongol Empire is growing in South Asia, because we are fighting each other, when the outsider come in, it's easy to take over us. So at some point in history, we are, and because we cannot make decision, we are fighting among each other. So Mongol Empire come in and make decision for us, and that messed up the country. And then when the Chinese people rise up again, and the Chinese Qin dynasty come in and make decision for us. Later, the UK come in, make decision for us, and then Japan came in and make decision for us, and we keep fighting each other. Yeah. So one of the main reasons that I see as a Burmese youth and Burmese citizens is that we need to stop fighting with each other, and we need to stop fighting with our neighbors, because like that makes us weaker, and and it halt the progress of our region, and it let other people to come in and take advantage of us and make decision for us. I mean, it's a complex. I don't know answer to that. I don't know how you can let people from 135 groups to sit there, um, and okay, you guys need to find harmony. It's a hard thing to do, but I think, at the end of the day, we are all human, and we need to have kind of empathy and understanding and how to live together, and heal from those traumas. Like you can't keep saying that, okay, your ethnic groups has been killing our ethnic groups, so I'm gonna kill you back. No, sometimes you just gotta forgive, and okay, I'm gonna take the initiative, and we're gonna be the bigger group, and we're not gonna forget about it, but we're gonna forgive, and we'll try to move on and heal from that. And I think that's one thing that, not only in Myanmar, in the world, even in the developed countries, people need to understand that there are historical wrongs, but if you repeat the cycle, it's not going to progress. So I think, that's how I think we can get to those decision making points with whether majority minorities or different minority groups in the country, and that's what I've been advocating for, at least in my country. which we aren't there yet, but yeah, the decision making and the solution that I have been thinking about are those points. Yeah.
Great, thank you very much for introduction. I think for those who don't know what's going on in Myanmar, it's like a quick overview of the situation. And when I was personally researching the issue, it was so complicated. And when I was reading about the mediation taken by international organizations, I'm like, how do you gonna mediate between 130 ethnic groups? Thank you very much also for making the connection with Armenia. Yeah, we have the question, the problems with all our neighbors, most of them at least, and it makes the situation even harder. Thank you very much for your perspective, and I would like to pass the floor to Sophonias. Please, can you elaborate on the question? I think we can't hear you. The mic is off. Yeah, now it's on. No, but we can't hear you. I think before, yep, we can see you, but we can't hear. I think we can pass the word to Edwin before we solve the technical issues and get back to you a bit later, please.
Okay, thank you. Could you probably repeat the question, please?
Yeah, sure. So the question is, what obstacles do youth in your country face when trying to take part in decision-making or lead community change?
Thank you. For Papua New Guinea, and I think one of the biggest challenges that we face is a platform for young people to also air their concerns and their issues as well. So in the government, we have this body that is called the National Youth Development Authority. So it is the authority under the Community Development Department that oversees all programs that is related to building capacity and development for young people. So the issue here is that this government entity has been really inactive, even though we have people in there that they have not been coming up with really meaningful programs for the past couple of years. And then even for the government itself, for the office itself, if you go in and if you see the people that are working there, they're all over the age of like probably 30, and they're all old people. So hence you can see and you can get the impression that youths also do not get to have a space to even work in a department that is for young people. So that is one of the things that we've really struggled with, and also to have a voice in like policy making as well. So to inform, like to have platforms for young people to come together and then have forums that can discuss issues, come up with solutions, and then inform policy, so that the policies that the government makes can be more inclusive in a way that it also reflects the current issues that are faced and not the issues that have been faced by people 20 to 30 to 50 years ago, and to also make it more relevant. So thankfully, we have a number of non-governmental organizations, both national and international, that have taken up the initiative to also do a lot of that. And I'm also happy to say that KECTIL also is one of those organizations that have come to Papua New Guinea. And now the number of KECTIL colleagues in Papua New Guinea itself is also growing. And we also have members that are in the universities, and also those that are signing up to be members with KECTIL International. So yes, in a way, this has given us and everyone, especially in Papua New Guinea, and those that have access to internet, to also participate in this and then hold the government accountable to through question and answering of issues and whatever decisions they make as well. And this also by using social media as well as a powerful tool to hold government. So yes, that is all I can add for now. If I missed anything, please let me know.
No, thank you very much for presenting the Papua New Guinea perspective. It's important for us to learn also what you mentioned about the NGOs, the organizations. I think they're taking up the role of pushing for decisions even in the countries that have the problems with corruption, as we mentioned before. And I think their role is growing in developing countries. I think if Sophonia's fixed the technical issue, please, can we check if we hear you now? We see that mic is on, but we can't hear you. Okay, in this case, I suggest Peya taking the floor, answering the question before Sophonia's maybe get out of the call and enter again. Yeah, we see, but we can't hear you. Is Peya in the call?
Yes, I am.
Yes, I would just suggest you answering the question before we try to solve the Sophonia's question, but I think it's from your side because we can hear all other speakers. Peya, please take the floor.
Your mic was off.
Yep, so I will ask the question once more for you, and it's, what obstacles do youth in your country face when trying to take part in decision-making or lead community change?
So the obstacles that youth face in my nation is the lack of leadership. The people in power and higher positions, their lack of believing in our youth, just due to generations of constant conflict and inner battles within our own people, and it just it has led to a lack of belief in the youth, especially with the high rise of gang violence, import of extreme drugs, and the lack of further education, or people not even finishing their educational goals. And so it has led to a lack of faith, and even with the youth that have proven themselves that they're wanting to be leaders, and even then there's a lack of belief, but also due to the way our leadership positions are, there is also the when it comes down to leadership positions for our people, there's more than once, there's a lot of people who purposely don't allow things to happen because they want to be the one that their name's attached to it, or in what way can they financially benefit from these decisions, or allowing these youth to make decisions. And so, and it has happened, and I've witnessed it, where our own leaders in our nation won't do anything, won't step in to support events or anything. But once they hear that there's a group of people, or there's something that interests them, they'll step in and pretend that they have always been a part of the planning process and try to attach their name to it. And so that's like the main issue, is the lack of faith in youth. And then when there is some sort of interest, it's only if it if it financially or socially benefits the people in power within our own nation. And so it's like that corruption I brought up earlier with positions of power within our nation.
Okay, thank you very much. We see the interconnection between the issues, the corruption, and the interests of the people in power, if they want the young people to be decision makers. I think it's an important point that you brought up. Thank you very much for that. And I want to check once again on Sophonias. We really want to hear your perspective.
Thank you so much. I think you can hear me now.
Yes, we do hear you, and we are super happy for that.
Thank you so much. A little problem here around my mic. I think the culture of democracy and the civic education we are building in the African context really matters, because for quite a long time, the young people are not very much interested in involving in the political space, because most of them were not empowered, and instead they were oppressed. They were just left out. They were experiencing different forms of injustice, not only to them, but also to their families, because of their involvement in this political system, especially when it comes to decision making. That is, I think, the most sensitive part. And unfortunately, most leaders are not interested to open up those states for the young people to amplify their concerns and be meaningfully engaged in decision making. So we call it youth tokenism here, because sometimes the youth are being invited, but just only to sign on a papers and to get their small money as a participation, not just to be part of the decision making. Even I was trying to understand the history of Ethiopia and for the last 15 and 100 years. And one of this unfortunate history we have is how Eritrea was separated from Ethiopia. That was a very major issue we have in our country. Eritrea used to be part of Ethiopia, but not anymore. And the geopolitical problem we have at the moment is access to the seaport. Now we have more than 60% of our populations are from young people, but it is very unfortunate that the voice of young people were not taken seriously back in the last 100 years. But at the same time, we are having this problem. Now, young people are not also invited to be participated in these key and very important matters. And the reason why is that we don't have civic spaces that encourage a lot of young people to come, to have a dialogue, to exercise conversations, but at the same time to talk with peers freely about these topics. So we need to create more civic education spaces for the young people to engage. But like he said, education empowers people in a way by enhancing our understanding of those issues. So we need to bring a strong education system for the young people to be empowered with the knowledge, not just with a simple representations, but also with a solid understanding of those problems. But I think someone also mentioned a very interesting topics about reconciliation. That's a very important topic, and we do have different narratives coming from different ethnic groups in Ethiopia. Some people feel like some ethnic groups are only represented in decision making. These narratives need to be rectified with a very tailored reconciliation systems that we need to bring, making sure that equal access and representation is given to all ethnic groups and everyone who should be represented. But unfortunately, these are some of problems we have. Young people are not very much interested in political and decision making because they have a fear, they have trauma for quite a long time. or young people are not represented or involved in decision making because they're not educationally empowered. They don't know what to say, they don't know what not to say, or what is really important in the political space. But also, we don't have a long story that we haven't closed yet. That gives us a sense of freedom to speak against one another in a positive way. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We finally heard your perspective, and I think you said some important things that we definitely didn't want to miss. Again, the educational issue, and I'm really happy you mentioned the Egypt-Ethiopia issue, because it's one of the also the conflicts that threaten the role and empowerment of young people, and I'm happy you addressed the question. So for the next question, which is directly related to whatever we discussed, is the success stories, to understand like what have been done and what we can learn from that. So the question goes, can you share a specific example of youth-led resilience or innovation that emerged despite instability or crisis? I think in the worst cases, there are still success stories, and I would like to hear your perspective. And I think that Ray can go to first and share a perspective on Myanmar.
Success stories. I mean, there are also success stories, but you know, it's also very interesting how you measure success. For my country right now, we are still under the military rule, d- and still at war. So it's I will define success in a different way. But I'm sure most of you know a month ago there's a huge earthquake you know that happened in Myanmar that kills about 5,000 people. Um and on the next day after the earthquake, the military is doing airstrikes, killing people, you know, and that displays about between a million and over a million people internally, and some run away to India, some run away to China, some run away to Thailand, and different places. But within all these crazy madness that is happening through the war, through the economic collapse, and through the natural disasters, somehow people find a way to uplift each other, you know. And what I see is that from on the ground, young people, you know, leading different initiatives to build temporary shelters, to distribute food, to go to different jungles and finding stuff they need, you know, taking trees down to build temporary shelters, and also going to the older people, helping out, so that you know they are in a better mental state, and they self-organize that, you know, because not a lot of international organizations are in the country right now. For sure, the government in my country is not going to help. They're just going to sit there and watch people suffer because that's what they want. When the people are suffering and quiet, they can take out the resources as they want. So one part of the success story is young people leading the on-ground movement, to build resilience back from, you know, the natural disaster that happened unexpectedly that we all don't know. And the other part is international community. I mean, in the news, we hear all the times about, you know, how, okay, we don't have UN AIDS anymore, we don't have US AIDS anymore, but Sherry can attest to that. There is a group from South Carolina that actually sent a plane of aid to Myanmar like a week after what happened, and that is not organized by US government. That is not organized by United Nations. That is organized by the people of United States in solidarity to help the people there. And those kinds of, you know, solidarity movement, feeling empathy, and when even the institutions are failing, people are trying to see each other and trying to help each other. Earlier in the day, I remember a young person asking about how much people from the developed countries and care about the developing countries. And this is a great case of people from developed countries caring about developing countries, even when the governments of the developed countries are failing. So I feel like we need more of those movements, you know, where, and also that's an example of global north to south. And we can have, for example, Armenia is in global south, and we can try to build a better communication between Armenia and Myanmar, because we have similar problems that are isolated in their countries. And I think if we're able to build that, there will be more success stories and more resilience movement that will come out of that. So those are the two successful, hopeful, and positive things that I see, despite all the fragility that's happening in my country, that comes from inside and that come from outside. Yeah.
Right, thank you so much for the examples. And I think that you elaborated well on it, and the way you started, like how we measure success. I think it's very important, but even the small steps that we do towards the success should be counted, because it's the one motivating us for bigger steps. The one you mentioned at the end also, the cooperation between Armenia and Myanmar. We are both in Global South, and we face the same similar problems. I think the cooperation between developing countries is even more important than between developing and developed countries, because in developing countries we share some issues that developed countries don't face, and we can find this common solutions, and they can be even on the regional level. Thank you very much for mentioning that. And I would like to ask the same question about the success stories to Sophonias. Do you hear us?
Yes. Thank you so much. I hope these success stories are very important and inspire more young people to see the positive sides of life, even though we are in a very fragile and chaotic world. I'm a youth leader, and I'm very much connected with lots of youth movement in Ethiopia. One of the success stories I would appreciate here in Ethiopia is during some years ago, like 3 years ago, there was a very promising initiative that was taken by the current government, which is inviting the young people from Eritrea to come to Ethiopia. Because those people were separated for more than 13 years, and they never had the opportunity to see their families, friends, and we've had a conflict with them. So that was very, very important issue for the country. During those initiatives, there was a number of young people on the street waiting for the people from Eritrea to just hand over water and food, and that really shows me the very foundational connection we have as a people, even though we never had the opportunity to speak with them. But it is very important to lead from a heart, not always from a mind. So that's where we call empathic leadership, where we have lots of connection, love, and understanding, and instead of always being rationalized and always being in logic. So I do remember on the street, people were celebrating, people were, for the first time, they were able to see their families. And there was some initiative that was taken to free journalists. That was very also brave act, because lots of journalists were put in a jail for a quite long time. So the political system were somehow open. And I call these are very successful stories, because if we open these sectors open to anyone who wants to involve, I think people will be encouraged to contribute in a very positive way for the development of the country. So the government has been focused a little bit on city development. So there is now young people who are saying
This is not our priority. What we want is more job and instead of a beautiful cities. That's also very interesting because for the last 2 years, the government has been invested billions of dollars to do corridor project, greenery, garden, and everything. But young, brave people are now coming out and say, this is not what we asked for. What we want is a job, a higher education, and a stable economy. So this has been a very, very successful stories that I have seen in Ethiopia for the last 2 years.
Thank you for mentioning a very important point about the mismatch, what we want and what we get. I think it's a problem in many countries, misunderstanding between those in the government and the young people who are the ones that will take their positions later on and the ones demanding for whatever they need. I think needs assessment should come first before the action. And thank you very much for making that point. So the next one, I would like to pass the word to Peya and hear his perspective from his tribe's view.
Yeah. Are you able to repeat the question?
Yes, sure. So it's about the success stories, and we would like to know, can you share a specific example of youth-led resilience or innovation that emerged despite instability or crisis?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that the youth of my people we go through. Especially the success story I can just think of on top of my head is there's a rising number of youth being able to speak our traditional languages and being able to practice our in traditional ways because due to systematic efforts by the U.S. government and Christian groups, they had attempted to completely remove our culture from us. And so, and due to that happening, it's the reason why I speak English and many indigenous people of America speak English is because of the consequences of what had happened within these last 2 to 3 centuries. And so just a success story for me is the youth of my people being able to speak our language and it becoming more and more common as the years go by. When I was young, it used to be a few hundred kids could speak the language out of the tens of thousands of us. And so it was a struggle to see that and know that growing up. But now there's thousands, almost 10,000 kids that can almost speak it. And there are many that traditionally are being raised in a household where it's only our traditional language compared to English, an English speaking household. So that itself is a success and just showcasing our resilience after all these centuries of consistent conflicts and fighting for our existence, that us being able to speak the language and being able to still practice our ways after everything we've been through is for me that's a successful story for me.
Thank you so much. I think the language matters so much, and keeping the language going is a success story. As you mentioned, a couple of 100 to 10,000 people speaking the language. It's great success, at least from my perspective. As I faced the issue of meeting with Armenian diaspora abroad, and most of Armenians moving abroad try to keep the language, but it's not that easy, especially in the countries that the children interact with mostly English-speaking communities. Is mostly refers to Armenian diaspora in US, and they all use the language, and I think it's a great example that can be taken from your tribe and implemented. The next perspective that we want to hear is from Edwin. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I'm going to share an experience from last year. Last year on the 10th of January 2024, there was one of the biggest uprisings that we've ever had in Papua New Guinea that took place in the city. And this came about as a response by all the young people and also by primarily all of the citizens. They came together in response to show their frustration to the government for increasing taxes and that is something that the Prime Minister as well has promised, and in a way he has raised expectations, saying that he will make it his mission to find opportunities for young people, whether it is to send them abroad for studies or to work in labor mobility schemes and also generate income as well. So because of that and because of their frustration, everyone mobilized and then they started rioting, shops, burnt down vehicles, buildings, and then they demanded for justice. And then as a response of that, organizations came together, and then also the Prime Minister and then the government as well. And then they hosted one of the biggest youth conferences that we've ever had also in Papua New Guinea earlier this year. So it was called the Youth Resource Week. And the Youth Resource Week was an event where government departments, NGOs, CSOs, they came together and then they sort of shared on what opportunities their organization is offering to you. So in a way, this is success in the sense that when young people gather together and then they sort of push for action, and you see that that is powerful and that is very powerful, and it can even bring down governments to also answer and then see what they can do as well. And that is something that I'm really happy to also note. And in our history, if you look at our history, and you'll see that there's not a lot of times when young people has actually come together and then pushed for something like this, especially in Africa and other countries, Asia, Europe as well. You'll see that is quite common. But for Papua New Guinea, that has never happened, and this is one of the first few times that this has happened. And I'm really glad that it has really shifted the whole narrative of youth empowerment and demanding what we want from the government. So, and I would also like to also acknowledge and commend the efforts of international organizations, and as I mentioned earlier, the KECTIL program as well. We've started last year. For Papua New Guinea, we only had 8 members, and then from there, with the support of Madam Sherry and the board and the KECTIL Foundation, Mama Knowles Foundation, it grew, and now we have over almost 300 to 400 members. And then we recently concluded our orientation this last 2 weeks ago. And then we have new interns now, and we have new members that are really excited. So what we do is we have university programs at the university, and then we're also branching out to 3 other universities this year. And we're teaching them about the KECTIL program, and then they're more eager to even join the program now. So yeah, thank you so much again. That is all from me. Thank you.
I think it's beautiful KECTIL success story that you mentioned. I think there is a potential to realize that success story in every country when we try to cooperate with young people in developing countries and try to spread the experience and empower them. As you mentioned, it helps and it creates the effort that you want. At this point, I would suggest to keep up with our schedule and go directly to the questions. If our audience has any questions towards our speakers. Yes? Yeah, you can go there so that they can see you as well. You can go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay. So first of all, guys, thank you very much for finding time for us and joining us, even though it was online. So let's give them a round of applause, guys. So my question, I mean, it's more of a feedback, not a question. It's a mixture, and it's for the representative for Myanmar, Ray, I think, yes. So you mentioned during your speech that when sometimes you are in a conflict, it's better to step out, to negotiate, and also to forgive them. But what are the guarantees that the next part would do the same and guarantee a safety for you? And don't you think that they'll take it as a weakness and it would lead to more pressure on the country? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great feedback. You never know. You never know. You know what I mean? But what I'm saying about forgiveness is we need to try to understand the difference between, this is what I learned from Sherry. You need to understand the difference between forgiveness and being weak. Those are two different words for two different reasons. I completely get your point of saying that, being forgiven might look like you're being weak, but in some way it's forgiving. I use the word that sometimes you need to try to forgive but not forget about it. And also forgiving makes you stronger. It doesn't make you weak. So that's one thing I think a lot of young people need to understand. Um, um, because you forgive somebody, it means that you acknowledge what has happened and then you also show grace. It doesn't mean that you are trying to lower your ambitions and standards that you have for yourself or for your community or for your country, but it's just that trying to um, level up from the conversation of blaming, okay, you did that, so I'm gonna do that. And then it frustrates. The first thing is, for especially for my ethnic group in Burma, we are the abuser. So I belong to the Burma ethnic groups, and we have been abusing other ethnic groups for a long time. And then I have seen instances where a person from other ethnic group coming and saying that, okay, we forgive what happened, but we're not going to forget that, and we'll try to find a way for that to not happen again. So that's where those kind of conversation sparks. And of course, and when you're talking about decision making, when you're talking about politics, and you have to be always strategic, so there are different ways to forgive as well. You also, that's one thing that young leaders who wants to be in politics need to learn, it how to strategically forgive. It, like, there are different types of forgiveness, and I've seen some um, uh, tribal leaders use performative forgiveness, and reach to a certain point where they can have a conversation and negotiate and stuff like that. So it's also, it's depends on the context. So you need to figure out what kind of forgiveness you have to use in your certain situation. But from my personal experience and what I have seen in the political world, where uh, successful reconciliation and negotiation effort happened, is that the first thing that forgiveness gives is it gives you freedom to move over and to build back again. And we need to recognize the values in that. And also, as I mentioned, you need to be strategic about when, where, and how you forgive. You know what I mean? So those are the things that you need to be thinking as a person and as a leader when you engage in those kind of conversation. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Axel. There's a reason why I mentioned it. We have a situation right now with Azerbaijan where we are seeking to sign a peace agreement. And there are also articles that are already agreed. But Azerbaijan brings some new things, for example, change your constitution and do this, do that. And this is why I called it a weakness. But thank you very much for the answer. Thank you.
Thank you also for the question. We have the second question. Karina, please, floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I'm very glad that we had the opportunity to get in touch with you by the Zoom, to have this great opportunity to get to know you, your nations, your problems, because this is truly an international conference, and I appreciate the opportunity that we have today. And so my question is this. So before going to the main question, let me go to a little backstory. So as Edward mentioned before, back to 2020, during our Armenian war in our region, we had a huge problem with the misinformation being spread during the social media, and it was a big deal because it led to a huge chaos among the whole nation and actually among the whole world, who were trying to understand the situation by following the social media. So what I wanted to ask you all is maybe to tell a little bit about your experience with the misinformation going on with the social media. How did you deal with that problem, and are there any solutions to the exact problem with the misinformation in the social media? Thanks.
Anyone of you would like to go ahead? I'll like to give the floor to any other person,
I'm
and then I
thinking
can
like
jump
the
in.
question.
I have some thoughts.
Yep. If any one of you have like direct answer to the question, I would like to invite someone else. If not, you can raise your hand.
Sure.
Beya? Yeah, we hear you.
So, context-wise, there was a so the way my where my nation is located is there is a one waterway called it's an offshoot of the Missouri River, and it's the only water source to our people. And during about 8 years ago, the U.S. government sanctioned a pipeline to go through that only water source of ours, and it it was made cheaply, and it currently threatens our water source. But during that time, there was a lot of protests from our people, and a lot of people from around the world came and supported. But there was a lot of purposeful misleading articles and stuff that propagated that we were violent protesters, or that we were making our own militia, amongst other things, and it was being spread across social media and major news outlets. And so just that's like a bit of a more extreme example, but that with misinformation, it does greatly affect, and it greatly affected how the public for a while viewed the our fight for our water rights. And so like one thing I would always recommend is when it comes down to um in misuse of information, is to always reach out to independent like for that my tribe worked with independent news outlets, and they used their social media and stuff. They had no ties to any affiliation, and they were only there to report what they saw. And so just like reach out. That's what my recommendation is: reach out to those who have no affiliation or no connection or political ties to the information that is being misinterpreted for the public to view.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer. Do you have anything to add? I think Ray wants to add something.
One thing that we do at KECTIL is that we do not always trust in the big news, because when all those war and the border disputes are happening in Armenia, we are not hearing from BBC, we are not hearing from CNN, we are hearing from Goharik, and we need to support those kind of stuff. When Azerbaijan and Armenia are fighting the border where the people are dying, we are sitting on the board. I remember Goharik coming in and telling us about these stories, and Goharik posting on our social medias about these stories. As an independent person, as a youth, all of you know Goharik is not a journalist, but KECTIL gave her a platform to post these news, what's actually happening and what she sees on the ground, and a lot of people in the KECTIL community consumes those news. And that's how at least I know about that. Sometimes, the big medias failed. Like, they do not report about what's happening in Armenia truthfully. So as young people, you all need to step up and use of social media. You know, the right way to fight the fake news is with the right news. And you don't have to be journalist to be posting about what's happening in your community. I know that there are certain, you know, security concerns, so you need to find an anonymous way to use that. And that's another thing that we practice as KECTIL, is that you know, we use our platform to protect the people, but to let the stories out. And we need more of those independent news organization or NGOs that actually let the voices of the people out. Yeah, so that's one thing that I'll add. Do not always believe and follow just the big news. Try to find some in the news, like KECTIL News or other news out there, where you can listen to what's happening on the ground. And that's better. And if we can have more grassroots news and try to amplify those voices, we're going to have a better news, you know, news stream systems, and we need more of that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. It was a great remark. And I want to pass the word to Sherry Knowles to have the final word for the panel.
Okay, so I want to thank the four of you for coming in remotely and talking to us about being in a fragile nation. That's hard, and that's what KECTIL is all about, and that's why we're in Armenia. You know, I met Ray. I know Edwin. I almost went to Papua New Guinea. I almost went to Papua New Guinea, except the plane had a mechanical problem, as you said. But we ran that conference remotely, and it was pretty amazing. And then, of course, with Peo, we've heard a lot about Native Americans, and he's taught us a lot. We've learned a lot in the KECTIL program. And this is part of what we do is we hear the stories from fragile nations so that we can understand the truth about what's going on. And Ray raised a very important point, is in the KECTIL program, we want youth to speak directly to youth about what matters, okay? Don't go through the media. Look at our YouTube Live. Look at our podcast. These are youth on the ground telling you what's happening. And they're the best reporters of all because they're not filtered. They're just telling you the truth. I see this going on. And that's why we have our podcasts. I think our podcasts are better than what you'd hear, you know, on BBC or anyone else. I hope that you're out listening to those. And the YouTube channel, that's a platform for youth in fragile countries to come in and tell us their story. I've learned so much about countries all around the world, and sometimes I hear the news before it even gets to the news source, because I'll wake up in the morning in the United States and my phone will be blowing up because, you know, something's happening somewhere in the world, and I've got KECTIL colleagues in that country writing to me right away and say, this is what's happening. We want to tell you this and this and this, and we get in touch with them because we want to support them. And then I hear a couple hours later, oh, something's happening. You know, well, that's the power, that's the beauty of the KECTIL network. It's youth talking to all of us and telling us what's going on on the ground, so that we can be supportive. Okay, and we want to be supportive from a humanitarian sense. You know, we're not a religious organization, we're not a political organization, but we do know right from wrong, and we're not afraid to call it, and we have authentic conversations, we have honest conversations. Ray said something about, you know, the power of forgiveness. You know, war can't go on forever. Until both sides say, okay, we're done, we're ready to walk away, that war or that dispute is not going to end. And we see that playing out right now. We see it playing out in Israel and Palestine, where Israel just doesn't want to give up. They're just pound, 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 and it's a humanitarian disaster, okay? It's ethnic cleansing and a humanitarian disaster, okay, which should not be happening. We see the issue with Armenia and Azerbaijan. Sometimes the strongest thing to do is to lay down your arms and just say, okay, we're done. No, we don't have to agree to, you know, conditions that are impossible to agree to. But sometimes there's a give and take. If they're asking for something, if they want to change your constitution, ask for them to change their constitution. You know, there's always there can be a quid pro quo on that. That's always a good negotiation. There is, you know, there are a lot of books on negotiating, and I'm sure that they've got powerful negotiators there. But the strength to just lay down your arms and say, I'm done because this is not in the best interest of the people of my country, that's a really strong thing to do. That's not a weak thing to do, okay? You know, and we're seeing that play out all over. And in Ukraine, we have Alexander here, we have Ukraine and Russia. You know, as I think I've told you, I've really enjoyed watching the TV while I'm in Armenia, and I'm hearing all these different viewpoints. I watched Russian TV for an hour, and I heard their viewpoint of the Ukrainian war. And not that, you know, so it's filtered. And so they're on their TV saying, giving the whole thing, and I think they're saying that the US CIA caused the entire Ukrainian problem. And then when you go to BBC or you go to another network, they're going to say that, you know, Russia is the agitator. And so you just have to listen to all of these things. Now, and then we're all smart enough to see through all that and see what we think the actual truth is. And I think we know that. But we may have actually lost did we lose our Zoom? Oh, it's back. Well, we're just saying goodbye. Okay. We want to thank our panelists today. And you were the only panel that was completely remote all day, so you came with a lot of technical challenges, and we appreciate that. But you made it through. We heard everything you were saying. It was it was great. It was awesome. You had a lot of attentive participants here. So thank you to Ray. Thank you to Peja. Thank you to Sophonias. Thank you to Edwin. I know you're in time zones all over the world. Some of you are calling in from the middle of the night. And that's a special sacrifice. But we appreciate everything you're saying. You had lots of good words of wisdom. And you're using this as a podium to tell youth, not just in Armenia, but we're on YouTube Live right now. So you're telling your story to youth all over the world, not just in Armenia. So, and I hope that you're watching this also for the next day or two. We've had a wonderful conference. We've got one more panel today. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for your words of wisdom, your words of experience.
Thank you very much. So we will be down with the panel, and once more again, thank you very much. And now we are going to the next part of, which will be the last part, which will be a session with Sherry Knowles, where you will have a fun discussion and like workshop to find out what leadership style you have. And before that, we have like 15 minutes tea break. We can go outside, try to do it faster. We will drink the tea, rest a bit, and get back to our attention model to listen to Sherry Knowles. The tea is outside.
So don't leave now. Don't grab your bags and leave, because you're a hostage audience. You need to stay here until the next panel. It's going to be a lot of fun. Go get something to drink or something and come back. We're going to talk about your own personality and management styles and how you can create the most successful team. So it's going to be a lot of fun and very interactive. Do it? Okay. Okay, this is going to be a lot of fun. What we're going to talk about right now. Okay, is everybody ready? Okay. Okay, come on up to the front. Okay. This is what the other group, track 1, is missing right now, is this learning, mind and learning styles. Okay. So in the KECTIL program, we talk about leadership. And if you're going to be a leader, you need a team, right? And in order to have a team, you have to understand people. You almost have to be a psychology major. You have to put people together who will help you accomplish your goals, okay? But in doing that, you also have to learn about yourself. And you have to learn how to put the right team together to do the right thing, okay? We're going to talk about how you think, okay? And you may not have even thought yourself or figured out yourself what kind of a person you are, how you think, how you fit into a team, okay? So we're going to understand how you think and respond. We're going to understand how others think and respond, and how to be a better manager of people. We're going to do all that in the next just about hour. That's pretty good, okay? So you're going to use these learning styles to understand yourself better, to understand the team you put together better. Okay. How many of you have worked, I'm sure most of you have, either in high school or college or at work, you've worked in a team and the people have made you so mad because you've said, they don't understand. Why are they doing it this way? Why don't they do it my way? Or I can't get them to do what I want them to do, or I have no idea why they're thinking the way they're thinking or acting the way they're thinking. Isn't that right? And it just makes you so mad and you don't understand it. And you just either want to go do it yourself or go get another team, right? Well, that doesn't really work. And there are ways that you want to think about, first of all, how you think, and then we're going to talk about how to put together the right team. Does this clicker work? You can go to the next thing. Okay. So there is a book. There's a book called, authored by Cynthia Tobias. It's called The Way They Think, The Way They Learn. We've got several books on this. And I'm going to go through these 4 styles, and I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, okay? And then we're actually going to break up into groups, and you're going to need to go to maybe these 4 columns, depending on how you think. We're going to divide you up into groups, okay? So, concrete sequential. Concrete sequential person is a rules person, okay? That's the kind of person, it doesn't matter what the rule is, it's a rule, so you have to follow it. And if you don't understand anyone who won't follow the rules. And if you have somebody in your group and the rule is ABC, they don't want to do ABC, it's like, what are you thinking about, okay? So that's the first group, and we'll talk about that. Okay, abstract random people. Those are people that wear their heart on their sleeve. The most important thing in team dynamics is how people are getting along. Does everybody like each other? Is everybody talking to each other? If you're in a team where there's a conflict or there's a dispute, you just can't take it. You know, you just can't take it. You have to be the peacemaker. And you've got to go in and make sure everybody gets along. Most important thing of a group is that everyone's happy, they're working together. And you're a feelings person. You act by feelings and your emotions, and you wear your emotions all the time, okay? Abstract sequential person. An abstract sequential is someone who always needs more information. No matter how much you've done research on a project, you haven't done enough, okay? An example of that is, let's say you want to go buy a car, okay? And so you do some research on what kind of car you want to buy. And you go on the internet and you get all this information about a car, and then you go to the car dealership, and then you remember you forgot to look up one issue about a car. There's no way you're going to buy until you go back and do more research on that. And then when you go back, you need to do some more research. And you never get enough information to actually make your decision because you're always wanting more information. And even when you make a decision, you think you might be wrong because maybe you were missing that one piece of information. Okay. That's concrete sequential. Concrete random is a rule breaker. Okay. You've never seen a rule that you were going to just follow. Okay. You're going to break a rule unless you think that that rule is worth following. Okay. Now, one of the big stories, examples of that. Let's say you go to a mall, you go to a shopping mall, and you're going around and you have, let's say, a stroller. You have something that you're pushing around, and you get to an escalator, and the escalator has a great big sign, and it says X, no strollers. It has a picture of a stroller, and it has a big red X on it. It says you cannot go up this escalator if you have a stroller. You have to go to the elevator. Okay, well, you know the elevator is all the way at the end of the mall. You don't feel like walking that far. So if you're a concrete random person, you might say, well, that rule doesn't apply to me because I know how to put a stroller on an escalator, and therefore there's no reason to tell me not to do it because I already know how to do it. So I'm just going to put the stroller on the escalator. I'm going to go straight up because I don't have time to go to the end of the hallway and go to an elevator and go up. The concrete sequential person is going to say, that's a rule. It says I cannot take this stroller up the escalator. It doesn't matter whether I know how to do it or not. I am going to go all the way to the end of the mall, and I'm going to take an elevator, and I'm going to go up because that's the rule. I can't take anything up on the escalator. Okay. So the difference between concrete sequential is you're a rules person. You're going to follow any rule you see because it's a rule. Okay. And you're going to be very systematic, and we're going to talk about the styles. If you're abstract, concrete, random, you're going to break all the rules, or you're going to have to have proof. You're going to have evidence that that rule is actually a rule you should follow before you feel like following it, right? And if you don't get enough evidence that that rule is something that actually makes sense, you're not going to do that, okay? So we need to, you want to okay, concrete sequential. Let's go through all four. And I want you to listen to all four of these really carefully because we're going to break up into four groups. We're going to have concrete sequential people here. We're going to have maybe abstract sequential, and then we'll have concrete random, abstract sequential, abstract random. Okay, so I want you to think about what we're saying about these people and think about which one you are. And you're not 100% of anything, but it's your dominant style. What are you mostly? Okay, nobody's 100%, but what are you mostly? Okay, so if you're concrete sequential, you're a rule person, you like order and consistency in your life, you always prefer to follow the rules, you have a definite sense of responsibility, and you prefer a quiet, neat, orderly environment, okay? You're going to be a rule follower, okay? Let me see if this works. Okay, so I'm going to go back to these things in a minute because I'm just going to go to all four first. Okay, abstract sequential. Abstract sequential is you always want more information. That's the person who goes to the car dealership and realizes they haven't looked at, the width of the tire rubber, or they haven't figured out what kind of battery they need, or exactly what they need. So they've got to go back home, do some more information. So you always want more information before you make a decision. You feel compelled to look beyond the obvious. You can appear to other people to be quiet and withdrawn because you're always thinking about getting more information to analyze things and make your decisions, okay? You carefully weigh all your evidence before making your decision, and the analysis doesn't stop when the decision made. You can make the decision, and then you're going to second guess your own decision because you're going to think you didn't have enough information to make it, okay? That's abstract sequential. Then we're going to go through to abstract random, okay? Abstract random is the person who's a feeling person. You're very caring. The most important thing to you is how other people feel, okay? You're a feeler. And when you're in a group, Is everybody getting along? Is anybody mad? Is anybody not talking? Is anybody withdrawn? Is anybody talking too much and dominating the conversation? You're always worried about whether the dynamics are okay. So you're sensitive to other people's feelings, you're instinctive, you pick up when others are happy or uncomfortable or try to make it better. You always want harmony. You're happy when everybody else is happy. If there's any discontent in your group, you're not okay, and you have to go fix it right away. And you'll go overboard to fix it. You'll call people, you'll talk to people, you'll fix anything that's a bad dynamic. You'll strive to maintain harmony, and you make all your decisions based on group dynamics. Is everything going well, or are you going back together, okay? Okay, then we're gonna get to concrete random. These are the rule breakers, okay? Rules aren't rules, rules are guidelines, okay? So if you come up with any rule, you have to think about it. If you see a rule, if it can't be proven or experienced, you don't trust it. It's not a real rule, it's a pretend rule. Okay? It's a rule that somebody made up and there's no reason that you have to follow because it doesn't pertain to you. If it pertained to you, you would do it. But if it doesn't pertain to you, then you're going to ignore it. You're a risk taker. You fight structure and routine. You're always questioning authority. If somebody in authority tells you to do something, you're always going to say, why? Why should I do that? You know, just because you tell me to? No, that's not good enough. You're always adventurous, curious, and you're quick thinking. Okay, so those are the 4 styles, and now we're going to break up into 4 corners of the room. Oh, I got to go this way, I think. This is not going back. No. Oh, let me see if I'm going this way. How come it's not going back? Okay. I'm trying to go all the way to the front again. No. No. Just, yeah, go back to the second slide or something. I just want the 4. Okay, so let's think about it. Does everybody know kind of what their dominant style is? Yes? Is that right? Everybody already knows that? Okay. If you're a rules person, if you're always going to follow the rules and you want order and consistency in your life, go to that column right there. No? Yes, right now. And nobody's allowed to stay sitting down. Everybody's got to pick one. Okay. So if your dominant style is a rules person and you really get mad when people break the rules, then go to this column. No, this column right here. Just this first column right here. Okay? Now, if you, this is not, is this going back? This isn't moving. It's not doing. You want to go forward or? Yeah, I want to go back. I want to go back. I want to go back. I want to go back, 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 back. Go all the way back to like the second slide, third slide. Keep going back, all the way back, all the way back, all the way back. There you go, right there. You just passed it. Next one down. Okay, this is what we're doing. Okay, so concrete sequential. These are our rules people. You love to follow the rules. Very good. Okay, abstract random. These are the feelers. They're only happy when everybody feels good and everybody's happy around it. Group dynamics. If you're that one, go right to that column right there. If you're abstract random, and feelings are the most important thing. If people, if everybody's not happy, you're not happy. That column right there. Okay? Yeah. Okay, great. Third one, abstract sequential. You're always researching information. You can never have enough information. Okay? Always go to the library, and when you make a decision, you're not sure your decision is right. You have to go back and you always second guess your own choices. If you're there, go to that column right there. If you're abstract sequential. Okay? Always want more information over here. This column right here. Okay? Now, yeah, right there. Yes, this one right here. Okay? Now we have our rule breakers. Who are the rule breakers? The rule breakers are right here at this column right here. Okay, this front column right here. Yeah, but you just have to pick one. What's your major? What's your... Oh, well, you got to pick one. Okay, you have to pick your one major one. Boy, we are a room of rule followers, aren't we? Okay, so you're the rule breakers. Okay, is anybody else a rule breaker? Okay, then come over. Might as well come over to the rule breaker. They need some more people. Yeah, so now I know you're a rule breaker, and you're the rule breaker. Okay, so we have rule breakers. Where's abstract sequential? Where's the ones who always need more information? But you have to pick one. You have to pick which one are you more of? You're more researcher, okay? And you're more researcher. What are you? You always second guess your decision. A rule breaker, okay. Okay? And which one are you, Edward?
I think I'm a rule breaker.
You're a rule breaker. Okay, you're with Alexandra. Okay. It's not a coincidence that our abstract randoms are all sitting down at a table talking to each other because they're the team people. Look at this. Look at the people over here in the corner. They've already created a team and they're already talking about it, right? You're the feelers. And look at them sitting down. They want to make sure everybody's happy at the table, right? Okay, this is really interesting. So you're abstract sequential. You want more information. We have 3, rule breakers. We have a ton of rule followers here. And then we have a fair amount of abstract randoms. Okay, the abstract randoms have to stop talking to each other and listen. The what? You're doing your group dynamics, right? Okay, so guess which one I am? Because I got to go somewhere too. Okay. The what? Abstract sequential? Okay, which one? Which one do you think? I am
concrete random.
I am 100% abstract random. I'm the biggest rule breaker ever. Okay, I don't follow any rules unless you prove to me in advance that that's an appropriate rule. I would take that stroller up the escalator every time. You know, I will not follow any rule unless I've thought about it first and I've proven to myself that that rule is worthy of following, okay? I mean, I'm like the highest level of rule breaker, okay? So I'm in this group. I'm glad we have at least 2 people here on abstract sequential, so we have 2 people who want a lot of information. We have a ton of rule followers, and we have all our sweet people who want to get together, and they all care about each other, and they just want to sit there and talk about love and friendship and be in a good group, right? Okay, now, that's where we are. Now, if you're a rules person, what happens when you're in a group when somebody doesn't want to follow the rules? Does that make you mad? Yes. Yeah. Does it make you mad? Okay. You're saying, wait, you can't do that. You're in my group and you're not following the rules, right? Okay. And what happens if you're a rule breaker and then you're in this group and all everybody wants to do is follow the rules? They're not thinking outside the box. Rule breakers are the ones that have the balloons and they're just flying all the way up into the sky because they're not thinking about the rules. They're creative and adventurous and they don't care about the rules. And so if they feel very restricted by rules. And if you're concrete random and if you're in a group and everybody just wants to go by the rule, you're thinking this is a huge waste of my time because it's not creative. You're not taking it to the next level. Like rule breakers are kind of the creative and adventurous ones. They're always going to break out of the box and they're going to come up with this idea or this idea or this idea, but they're not going to want to be in that box. Okay, you're going to want to make sure you stay in the box because that's your comfort zone. As long as you're in that box, you're fine because you're following the rules, right? Okay, abstract random, you're the ones in the group that are really mad because they haven't really figured out the problem yet. They haven't actually researched the issue. They haven't figured out the problem, and you think they're going to come up with a solution that you don't have enough evidence for yet. And you need to go find some more. You need to go look up some more things, right? And figure out what's going on, okay? So here are our 4 groups. Sometimes they're, we've done this before. Sometimes these are completely balanced, and we'll have the same number of rule people and rule breakers, abstract randoms. Sometimes they're completely balanced. This time we're not. We've got a ton of rule followers, and then we've got just 2 abstract sequentials. Okay, now, so I'm an abstract random, right? So I'm a rule breaker, and I'm a big rule breaker. Okay, so I've had done a lot of management. I started a law firm. I've been the senior vice president, chief IP counsel of a major pharma company. So I've had to put together a lot of teams. Okay, so I'm putting together a team. And this is one mistake, and this is what we want you to think about as you become leaders and you put your teams together, okay? Well, what do most people think when they want to put their team together? They want more people just like themselves, right? Because if you think just like I think, you must be thinking the right way, right? So if you're a rule person, you want to make sure your team is full of rule people, because you don't want to break any rules. And not only that, you want super rule people. You want the people who know, like, not only the rules, but the rules behind the rules, so you know that everything's being taken care of, okay? If you're a feeler person, if you're abstract random, you want to make sure everybody gets along. You want to put together a team where everybody's happy, they all get along. You don't want anybody who wants to come in and have a dispute. You don't want difficult people. You don't want difficult people. You probably don't want rule breakers in there because it may bother you. And so if you're in a company and you're trying to create a team, you're going to want to pick all these people who are just like yourself, right? You want feelers. You want nice, sweet people who are all going to get along, right? If you're a rule breaker, you don't have time for rules. You want to hire all rule breakers because that means they're going to be the most creative, they're going to be the most adventurous, they're going to push all the bounds of everything. And that's what you do, so you think that's the right thing to do, right? You're going to push all the bounds, you're going to break all the rules, because that's how you're going to make progress. How would you make progress? By following the rules, right? It doesn't make sense, right? You won't make any progress by following the rules, okay? And of course, you want people who are great researchers and who think about things and think about all these issues, research them, and then come back and think about some more stuff and put it all together. Okay, well, that's exactly the wrong way to put a team together if you're a manager, okay? Exactly the wrong thing to do. When you're a manager and you become a leader in a company or in the government or a youth leader, anything, what you need is you need one person from each group, okay? You need a rule follower, because you have to know what the rules are. You need somebody to make sure everybody's getting along, okay? You need somebody to make sure that you've looked at all the information. And you need the creativity people who are going to push you outside the box, okay? The best team, management style team, has one of each person, or however many you need, but it needs to be balanced. Because if it's not balanced, it's going to be outweighed. One group will outweigh the other. So you need to make sure. Like, okay, at the law firm, I'm a lawyer. Not many lawyers are concrete random. Why? Because lawyers study the law, and they tell people how to follow the law. So why would you be a rule breaker and go to law school and learn what all the laws are to consult with people about how to follow the law if your personality style is to break all the laws? Right? Doesn't make any sense. But you also have to be creative for your client. And there's a lot of wiggle room in laws. And when the client comes to you and they have an issue, you have to kind of squirm and wiggle your way through the rules to get your client to where it needs to be, okay? Now, when I was there, so I'm an extreme rule breaker. So my partner at the law firm is not a rule, not concrete random. He's a major concrete sequential rule follower. Why? Because he will look at every single rule. He's a rule expert. So I'll be saying, oh, I want to do these 3 things for the client. And he'll say, sure, you can't do that because of rule A2C says this. I'll say, oh yeah, I know, okay, I won't do that. Instead, I'm going to do it this way. And I'm going to go around and bend it the other way. So you have to have the rule follower in conjunction with the rule breaker, and that's the best team, because you don't get in, the rule breaker needs somebody to make sure that they stay somewhere within bounds. Not totally within bounds, but you need to at least know the rules so you know how to break them, right? And you need to know what the rules are, okay? And then I've got another partner, I've got 2 partners. My other partner is abstract sequential, because he's always looking for more information, and that's really good too for the client. And so we come up with a problem, and then he's always looking for, well, let's think of it this way. Have we analyzed this and put this together and everything? So the combination of those are great. And then we have people at the firm who are abstract random. We have several of them, and those people they'll come in my room and shut the door and say, I think Susan is mad today, and I think so-and-so is not having a good day. We need to fix that. Or have you noticed that somebody hasn't been speaking to somebody recently? Or something like that. Well, you need that also. Okay. So these are the 4 dominant styles. And it's really important that you know what you are, so that as a good leader, you recognize it in other people. When I was at GSK, GlaxoSmithKline, so I was senior vice president. I was chief IP counsel globally for this company. I had 200 people in my group, 200 people. Okay, so the first thing I did when I got there is I bought every single person in the book, or the company bought every single person in our group of 200, that book, The Way They Think. Their first assignment was to read the book and tell me what their learning style is, so I would know them. And I kept a ledger in my drawer of every person in the group and what their learning style was. So when they came to talk to me about something, I would know, are they thinking like a concrete sequential person, like a rules person? Are they thinking like an abstract random person? And then how do you communicate with them? You communicate with a rules person in a very different way than you communicate with a rule breaker if you want to get the most out of them. You communicate with an abstract random person much different than an abstract sequential person if you want to get the most out of them. And when you're a leader, you need to get the most possible out of every single person in your group. You have to know how to make a group, come up with the right dynamics, and then you have to talk to them in the right way. So you guys can sit down now that you know what you are. And so we'll go back through this, and then we'll talk about the 4 learning styles, so you'll know. I thought you might be concrete random. I thought so. So you both are abstract random? Yeah, of course you are. Of course you are. Because you're walking around with the smiles and real boppy the whole time, very happy. Yep, we have our abstract random people here. Okay, so now we're going to go through all 4 of these again. Concrete sequential. Okay, this is the rule person. I've already talked about that. Now, if you're a concrete sequential, if you're a rules person and you're a boss, okay, what do? You like to communicate in a literal, specific manner, and you expect the same in return. You want to tell people exactly what the rule is, and you want them to tell you exactly what the rule is. You want to be literal, straightforward, and just straight, right? You expect instructions to be followed without question. Don't ask me why this rule is a rule, okay? If you're a rule follower, don't ask me that, okay? Because it's a rule. You believe that a yes or no question deserves a yes or no response. You don't want an explanation, okay? You don't want an explanation. You just want to know, say, you know, yes or no question, just give me a yes or no. That's the answer, right? Okay? And for more for the random employees, the concrete sequential boss approach often seems dictatorial. So if I'm concrete random and you're a rules person, concrete sequential, if you come in my office and you say, we need to do A, B, and C, and I say, why? Because I'm concrete random, so I'm going to say why. And you're going to say, because that's the rule, that's what we have to do. And you'll walk out of the office, I'll say, I'm not doing that, right? So the more random person, the concrete, if you're just authoritarian like that, okay, that may not come across well. So you have to learn how to speak to the people who have different thinking styles. So if you're concrete sequential and I'm concrete random, you have to talk to me in concrete random language. It's like there are 4 different languages in the world here, and you have to learn how to speak those 4 languages, okay? And when you talk to somebody, you don't talk to them like you would talk to yourself. You figure out what kind of person they are, and then you talk to them in a way that would be the most successful way to get what you need, right? That's the key. When you're a leader, you have to get the most possible out of your team, which means if they speak French, you have to speak French to them. If they speak Italian, you got to speak Italian to them, you know, or Spanish or Armenian, right? Okay. If you're a rule follower and you're an employee, then getting them to do their job, they respond best to tangible rewards and hands-on methods. You just tell them what to do. Tell them what the rule is, tell them what to do, and they'll do it, okay? So the rule follower, concrete employees, they frequently remind their more random bosses of appointments or missteps. So you come in and say, oh, wait a minute, you know, you missed this, you didn't do this, or you didn't follow this rule or something. They'll do that a lot. And, you know, my partner will do that to me, okay? And they may repeatedly ask for clarification or detailed instructions because they're always looking at the rules, okay? They're always looking at the rules, right? So for the abstract sequential, and we only have 2 of them. I think it's just you 2. Okay, we have 2 abstract sequentials here. That's very important. That means you'd be in every single group that we make here because we always need an abstract sequential, okay? So you always want more information. If you feel compelled to look beyond the obvious, you can appear quiet and withdrawn, carefully weigh all the evidence, and your analysis doesn't stop after the decision is made, okay? If you're the boss, okay, it's important that the employees learn to think logically. You want everybody to think in steps, right? Everything better be stepwise. Thorough deliberation and complete analysis of every situation in every group, okay? So an employee with a random style like me is going to cause you a lot of frustration. You're not going to want me in your group, okay? Why? Okay, because it seems like it's impossible to get me to do anything. Because every time you tell me to do something, I'm going to ask you why. And that's really going to drive you crazy, right? So you're going to have to talk to me in concrete random speak, not your abstract sequential speak. So abstract sequential, that's an abstract sequential employee. You're almost always, so if you're the employee, you're almost always need more time to complete the test to your satisfaction. You're always systematic, deliberate, you're logical. Those are all good things. You need that in a group, okay? They won't verbalize what they're thinking until they understand it. They'll kind of sit back and think about it. And I can tell that's what both of you are doing. You're sitting back and thinking about this and thinking if you agree with it or not, because I can see that on your face, which means that's exactly what you are. It's like, wait a minute, I want to figure this out. I want to think about it for a while, right? Isn't that what you're doing? Yes, that's right. That's what you are, okay? You may not have even ever known that before, but that's what you're doing. I can see it all over your face. Okay, we have our abstract random suite people. Raise your hand now if you're in the abstract random suite group, okay? So you're always sensitive to each other's feelings, You're instinctive. You pick up when others are unhappy or uncomfortable. You always try to make things better. You try to maintain harmony in a group all the time. You strive to maintain harmony. You make decisions based on group dynamics, not what the rule is, not the best decision, but based on group dynamics, because everybody just has to stay happy, okay? So if you're abstract random boss, what are you going to do? You're going to avoid conflict. If you're a boss, you do not want conflict with your employee. You're going to try and say something that avoids any employees getting upset. You're going to be nurturing. You're going to be almost over praising everybody all the time, giving way too much praise, right? All the time, okay? It's easy to make you feel guilty. All we have to do is just give you one eye roll or one something, and all of a sudden you feel guilty, right? Right? You feel like, oh, how am I going to fix that? Right? Isn't that right? Yeah. And a more sequential person may perceive you as inconsistent or weak. So if you're abstract random, you're a feelings person, so some of these other groups may say, oh, they're weak, they just care about their emotions. But actually, they're just as important as every other group, because you're the ones that keep everybody together. You're the glue, right? You're the glue for the team. And that's really important. That's essential, right? So if you're an employee, all of life and learning is intensely personal experience. Everything's personal. Everything is internalized. Everything's personal. Yeah? No? Difficult to work on something that doesn't have any effect on their own lives. Or it may be difficult to get an abstract random employee to focus on the facts because they're really always looking at feelings and relationships, right? No, that's not you. What are you? You're the rule person?
I would say that I am the mixture of the four types.
Yeah, you got to, but you're probably dominant one.
Yeah, but more because for me it's really important to know what my colleagues feel.
Yeah. Okay.
That's why I chose this.
Okay. But you're not all that, but you're partially that.
Yeah, partially.
What's your second one?
The first one?
As your rule follower. Okay. 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 So concrete random. So we have, the three of us are concrete random. We had 4 people, I think, in our group here. Yes. And rules or guidelines. If something can't be proven, don't trust it. Your rules take risk take. Fight routine and structure all the time. I do that all the time. Question authority nonstop, okay? And I also question like all the governments of the world. You can see I'm always asking a question like, why is this government doing this? Why is this government doing this? Because I'm always questioning the people in power and saying, are you doing the right thing? Is that right? Curious, adventurous, quick thinking. Yeah, I think we're that. We're like holding on to the balloons and flying up into the air. We have no links to the ground, okay? So if you're a concrete random boss, this is interesting, you'll find yourself frustrated by other concrete random employees who don't do as they're told, even though they're acting the same way as you are. I don't know. Actively participate in everything and encourage your colleagues. Okay, this is really important. You encourage all your colleagues to dream big. I mean, I do that nonstop. In the law firm, I say, dream big, create, think more, think outside the box. Let's come up with a new theory. Even with KECTIL, I'm thinking dream big, make it bigger, make it bigger. One of the reasons why KECTIL may be the size it is because I'm concrete random and I'm just, adventurous and creative and I'm trying to dream big. That's probably why this program is what it is, okay? Life for concrete random is an adventure. They're going to be the first, look at this, to conquer uncharted territories, like Armenia, right? That's why I'm here, okay? Independent, impulsive, and impatient, very impatient, impulsive, extremely independent, extremely impatient and impulsive. I can be all of those. Okay, if you're the concrete random employee, you're full of energy, you want to be told, this is important, you want to be told what to do, not how to do it. So if you have a concrete random employee, never tell them how to do something. It'll drive them crazy. Just say, I want you to do X, and let them figure out how to do it. And they'll figure it out, and they'll do a good job of it, as long as you just say, do X, right? But if you tell them how to do it, they'll just, that's not going to work. It's what? It complicates things. Since you're making management teams, leadership teams, you can even think about all of you being on the same level. You're not hiring someone, you're on the same level. If you're on the same level, everyone has to contribute, but you just have to know how to talk to everybody and do it. But you're right, concrete random employee, that they're the most difficult. They're always the most difficult. They have a really good sense of humor, but they're not a good team player. They're not a good team player. You agree with that? Yes. Not a good team player, yeah. Yeah, we all agree. We're not good team players. Yeah, okay. So now, how can you help? Okay, when you are working with concrete sequential, that's a rule follower. So when you have a rule follower, and remember, your group needs to have somebody from each quadrant here, from all four, in order to be the best team. So when you're talking to abstract sequential, what do? You know, it's like they're Italian, you got to speak Italian, okay? Concrete sequential, give a specific time and place for quiet, uninterrupted work. Let them get their work done. Ask what you can do to help and provide a concrete example. Here's an example of what I want you to do. Will you go please do that, right? So concrete sequential love to follow rules, and they love examples, okay? Abstract sequential, okay? Abstract sequential, that's the group that needs a lot of information. Always give them extra time. Always let them work on a project, and then give them an extension and let them work some more on the project. Ask them to put information in writing, and what you'll get is a really long writing, because they're going to want to put everything in there, okay? And give them lots of uncluttered space to work, okay? Abstract random, these are our sweetie-feely people. Allow them to work together as a team. They love teamwork, okay? They love teamwork. Rule followers are fine with teams. Concrete random, the rule breakers, they're kind of difficult in a team, right? They have to really force themselves to be in a team, don't you? You have to force yourself, because you're thinking you could do it faster by yourself, right? Isn't that right? You always think that. I can do it faster by myself, so just don't even give me a team. But of course, you can't be a manager, you can't be a leader, you can't run a big program and be the only person doing anything, which means you're stuck with all this, and you've got to do it. So allow them, for concrete random, allow them to work together. Notice the good things. Give them compliments, which they always deserve, and just listen to what they're saying. You don't have to give advice, just listen to what they're saying. Okay. Concrete random, how can you help a rule breaker? Just lighten up and tell a joke. We love jokes, right? Just tell a joke. Back off. Don't force the issue. Just tell them what to do, not to how to do it. Help them figure out what will inspire them. Okay, help them figure it out. Okay, if you're sequential, this is probably more important. If you're working with a rule follower, what should you avoid doing? Don't ever ask a rule follower to ignore the rules. I've done that to my partner before. He's come in and told me, well, here's the rule, you know, here's a law that we have to follow. And I'll say, no, we don't have to follow that. We can do something else. And that's not a good conversation, because he's looking at the rule right there. And he's probably right. But I'm trying to get around it while he's trying to follow it. But at least we start laughing. Even my sister is a huge concrete sequential. She's a rule follower. And I'm a rule breaker. And we'll get into a discussion, and she'll say, well, you have to do this, this, and this. And I'll say, oh, no, you don't. You have to do this and this. And we'll have almost a debate about it. And then we'll just start laughing, and I'll say, stop being a rule follower. And she'll say, oh, stop being a rule breaker. And then we both start laughing, realize what we're doing and why we're interacting like that. And then we just laugh about it, because we've both read this book. But it's so true. It is so true. Okay, so concrete sequential, don't ask them to ignore the rules. Don't ever tell them, just relax and forget about it. We're the rule followers. Will that really make you mad? Just relax and forget about it. Or saying, don't sweat the small stuff. It'll all be okay. Okay. Abstract sequential, if you need all the information. If you're worried about how much information you have. If the person is, and you just say, don't worry about it, stop thinking so much about what you're doing. That will drive them crazy. Or if you don't give them enough time. Okay. If you're abstract random, what should you, if you have someone in your team that's abstract random, try to talk them out of how they feel. Don't ever do that. If we have the abstract randoms and they're feelers, don't ever say you're not feeling that, because that's what they're doing. Don't make them feel guilty, and don't stand in the way of them helping somebody. If they think somebody needs help, you need to let them help them. Okay, concrete random, that's us. Don't tell us to slow down, okay? Don't tell us, well, you've already done too much already. Don't tell us how to do something, and never enforce meaningless rules, because that will drive us crazy, okay? So what's the best team for everyone? You need the dominant, concrete, sequential, consistency, stability, security. So you need one person in your team that does that. They have to do that, okay? They have to present that. That's one of my partners in my group, okay? Dominant, abstract, sequential, we need all this information, we need analysis, we need logic. Dominant, abstract, random, we need the understanding, imagination, and we need people to care about the team dynamic. Concrete, random, innovation, creativity, adventure. So, now now you're at the end, now you're at the final joke, and this is an employee saying, as we start a new school year, no, it's a person in school. As we start a new school year, Mr. Smith, I want you to know that I'm abstract sequential learner, and I trust that you will conduct yourself accordingly. Okay? So anyway, that's the end of the thinking styles. I hope you learned a little bit more about yourself, a little bit more about how you put teams together. Hopefully you'll be a little bit more intentional about how people think. And I very often, when I meet somebody, I'll ask them a couple of questions to figure out what they are. And once I figure out what they are, I know exactly what they're thinking and how to interact with them. This is going to help you so much in personal dynamics. And we've got our two abstract sequentials, and they're both sitting there thinking, is this correct or not? I can see it on your face. Yes, please. Yes, have questions. Yes. Okay. Yes, please.
I can give you the mic. It's easier.
So if the group, the company is very small, it's like startup of IT, for example. Yeah. I had this experience as a project manager, and all the people are different inside, and no one wants to listen to each other. How should the project manager or the leader act, and whom to hire? Only one person from those 4 groups.
Oh, you only get one person?
One person, yes. It's small. It's a small company.
Wow. That's a really good question. So number one, you're abstract sequential, so you don't want to bring an abstract sequential into your group, even though you're thinking that's the best way to think, and I'm going to go find another abstract person who thinks like you do. You don't want to do that. It depends a little bit on what your project is. You know, is your project really rule-oriented? So it's best if you have a rule person. Do you need creativity? Do you need to do something that's never been done at the company before? So you need that concrete random that's going to break all the rules and get you out of the box. You know, do you have some interesting group dynamics, and you need to bring somebody in who's a good feeler, because even though you're going to have a small team, you're going to be interacting with everybody in your company, right? So I think you need to think about what your project is, and are you told to create something, do something that you already have complex rules for, but you have to get it done? Or are they saying, we want you to do something that's never been done at this company before? Okay, those might be 2 different people, 2 different kinds of people. And are you going to know who's a concrete random? You can't just walk up to them and say, I need somebody in my group. Are you concrete, random? Are you a rule breaker? You probably aren't going to say that at work. What I did was I actually handed out the book, gave everybody a book, and I made them tell me what they are, and I kept it on my desk, and I went down, and before we had a meeting, I knew what their learning styles were, and they were spot on. Every time I had a meeting, it was spot on. But it's a really good question. But sometimes you can, based on what the project is, pick the one that's most needed, but it can't be you. It can't be abstract sequential. And then have some adjunct in there, you know, to just fill out, who's not in your team, but is filling out in like secondary roles. Yeah. Yes. Okay.
Yes. Thanks a lot for all of this information. And I have just one question. So we've talked about all those people in a work, in some workplaces, as an employer, as a boss, employee. But I have one more question. What about friendships? Let's say it is a friend. Who do you have to choose as your friend? Or even worse, in a relationship? What should it be?
Oh, wow, what a good question. Wow, that's a really good question. I'm not a marriage counselor, so I can't tell you that, but I do think that different styles go well together. You know, it's not a bad idea to have one like rule follower or one rule breaker or something like that, or somebody who's very abstract sequential with someone who's a feeler, put that together. A lot of the times, if you have two people who think exactly the same, that becomes more difficult because there's nobody bounding you, you know. So balance is always good. Balance is good. And that's in a relationship. But again, you know, I'm not a relationship specialist. But so don't come back to me and say that didn't work, okay? And it's your fault. But the other one is in friendships. We have our abstract randoms. Those are always really good friends. Those are always your best friends because they're so nice. They always care about your feelings. One of my best friends is abstract random. Yeah. Is that right? Yes, that's right. So really good friends. Abstract random make great friends because they're always wondering if you're okay. They're always checking in with you. They're always saying, oh, you know, I saw something happen the other day. How does that impact you? Or how did that meeting go? Or, you know, or always doing special little things for you. So I'll always pick an abstract random best friend always, you know. They're my favorites. Yeah. 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 But that doesn't mean everyone. That's just, yeah. Yeah. But, and it's interesting to even think about family members. So you asked about relationships. You can't pick your family. You get your family, right? However, you'll understand your family better if you understand how each one thinks. And they think differently. I told you my sister is a 100% rule follower. I'm a 100% rule breaker. And we've both read this book. So we'll get into a conversation. And then all of a sudden I'll realize this is just dynamics of two different ways we're thinking. And I'll say, oh, quit being an abstract sequential. And she'll say, okay, abstract random, I'm finished. And then we just start laughing. So you see, but we understand each other. If we didn't understand each other from this book, I would think that she's just too rigid and tough and all she does is follow the rules all the time. She would think that I have no respect for rules, you know, and that I'm always breaking rules and doing something wrong. But once you understand these are learning styles, these are innate, you're born with this. You know, you're born with your learning style. You can't change it. You're born with it. So you should actually do a little, you know, test and think about each person in your family, how do they think, and then relate to them. And when they do something that you think is odd, you can say, oh, I understand that now. I understand that now. It really helps a lot in all your relationships. Okay, did you learn anything from that? Yes? Did you have fun with that one? Okay, great. We didn't ask Goharic what she is, but you'd have to start all over again. We're not doing that. We all had a long day. Okay. How was the National Assembly?
It was incredible. It was very nice because they got a lot of things they learned a lot from this. But yeah, but anyway, they are there, so it's all very nice.
We're done. We just finished our last panel. We're done for the day. Okay, we've got one announcement though. One thing we forgot to do today is we want to take a group picture with everybody in their t-shirts. Make sure you bring your Kektil t-shirts tomorrow. You can wear them if you want to, but if you don't want to wear them, just bring them with you and you can put them over your clothes, because we may take it with this backdrop, we'll take it somewhere. We might take it on those nice marble steps somewhere, but we want everybody to wear their t-shirts tomorrow. And not you at some point, just to take the picture, okay? We forgot to tell the other folks to do that. So I don't know if you have a group
We'll
message.
send an email to them.
To everyone,
Yeah.
okay, to where they're, okay. Make sure, and we have a couple of extras, but don't forget your t-shirts, it's really important. That picture is gonna be awesome tomorrow. It'll be a great memory for you, okay? It's gonna be published? You said in Romania? In Romania. Wow. Oh my gosh. Okay, you're going to be famous in Romania. You better make sure you look really good tomorrow. Okay? That's going to be great. Okay. Your final comments?
Just would like to say that the international participants, they are there. They are having their coffee break. And if you want to connect with them or go out to have a dinner or to have a walk, they waiting for you. Just I would like to say that. Thank you very much for today, for coming.
Thank you.